I have now spent 500 days in this survival Minecraft world, and to celebrate the occasion, I wanted to provide you guys a huge movie of the first 500 days here. The way that this is going to work is that it's going to be my first 8 episodes of this series, just back to back to back in one mega video. If you're using this to fall asleep, I hope you sleep well. You know, hopefully you have some nice dreams, get a good 8 hours of sleep or whatever. If you're using this to study or to do anything else, I just hope it serves as some good background noise for you. And also, if you just like watching really long videos, I hope you enjoy my journey in my forever Minecraft world. In the description though, there is going to be a world download link. If you would like to check this world out for yourself, look at my builds a little bit more in depth, just walk around, do whatever you want. It'll be just completely free of charge in the description. Also, if you've never downloaded a world before, and you would like to try to download this one, I would certainly recommend watching some videos on how to do so, just so you don't download something you shouldn't and you know exactly where to put the file once you get it. It'd probably be better just to be, you know, somewhat educated on this. But thank you all so much for the ridiculous amount of support that this series has received. I honestly can't thank you guys enough. I know it's pretty generic and pretty typical of you know, content creators to say this, but genuinely, thank you so much. Like, this series has been amazing to record. I'm so motivated, like, every day to hop on and record for as long as I can, all because of you guys. The support has just been truly, truly unreal. I never thought my channel would reach where it is right now. So, one final time, thank you so much. Grab a snack, do whatever you gotta do. Enjoy the movie. For the last like 2 years, I have almost exclusively played hardcore Minecraft. Now, I love the game mode, it's fantastic. But I've recently started to feel a little bit of burnout on the hardcore videos. And in an attempt to try to prevent that burnout from spreading and becoming even worse, I'm going to be starting a regular survival series today. The hardcore content won't be completely leaving the channel, alright? So this is just going to be a temporary break. Hardcore Minecraft Season 3 will definitely be back. Really quickly though as well, I got a new YouTube member recently, and they wanted to be named after a diamond block. I didn't want it to seem like I'm ignoring them, considering I'm taking a small break from hardcore Minecraft, so here is the diamond block in the member barrel. But now that that's out of the way, let's take a look at this brand new world that I've started. A fairly interesting spawn. That is a huge mountain right next to me. And honestly, I wanted to build near a mountain, so this kind of works out perfectly. Also, there's some calcite over here, a whole bunch of iron and coal. This is actually a really good spawn, and an incredible seed. Cool, I'll take it. Now, to be completely honest, I didn't entirely plan out the intro of this video just yet. I'll probably just like riff something at some point. But as I'm just running around here, I kind of wanted to talk about my plans for this series in general. So this is just going to be, you know, a regular survival world that I always have in my back pocket. That's kind of the idea. I want this to be a mini series at the moment, and then I kind of want to come back to this world every so often whenever I'm feeling like a little burnout on hardcore Minecraft. And I mainly want to use this world to kind of like enjoy the little things about this game once again. I don't really feel like I progress too quickly in my hardcore worlds, but I do bypass a lot of the early game stuff. Like, for example, in my hardcore worlds, I normally get like fully enchanted diamond armor and diamond tools by like episode 2 or 3. And I kind of want to slow down on that sort of progression. I would also kind of like to actually utilize horses. I normally never do that. The most I'll use a horse is in like the beginning of my worlds. I'll just like stumble across a village, find a saddle, grab a horse, and then I'll use that horse to find the area that I'm going to live in. And that's pretty much it. At that point, I normally don't take the horse out anymore, and then I just wait until I get elytra to actually travel around. So the main idea is just to take this world a lot slower than my hardcore worlds. I think that will also mean scaling back the size of my buildings a little bit. And I'm probably not going to be building as many like farms too quickly, especially automatic farms. I will definitely still build some automatic farms at some point, but I at least don't want to build like the super overpowered ones. And speaking of overpowered, I really don't want to use villagers too much. At least like re-rolling trades and getting a whole bunch of nice books. Stuff like that I kind of don't want to exploit, at least early on in this world. Maybe eventually I'll get all the perfect trades that I need, but for the time being, I probably won't be re-rolling trades super early on, won't be getting mending too quickly. And I feel like just like enchanting, I might even chill on for a little while. Like, I kind of just want to use some like basic diamond tools. The hardcore Minecraft landscape on YouTube is sort of difficult for me to keep up with. I work full time alongside doing YouTube, so it's really, really difficult for me to do these like huge projects and try to keep up with these other content creators. So naturally I don't build as big, but I still try to kind of go above and beyond, if that makes sense. Like my builds aren't massive by any means. They're not like mega bases or anything like that, but I've been struggling to find a balance between like the size of my builds and like the time it takes me to actually get them out. I hope that was like at least a little bit coherent. I don't know. So I think here with this series, if I scale the builds back a little bit, I'll be able to upload a lot more. I would like to shoot for like once a week in this world for at least a little while. Honestly, I can't promise that because your boy's been really bad at keeping a consistent upload schedule. But once a week would be a really good goal to shoot for here. And I think I'm good with like the iron and the coal and stuff in these mountains for the moment. I'll grab this little bit over here, but I kind of want to make my way towards this mountain and maybe we can call that area home. And if that's the case, that'll probably be the fastest I have ever found where I'm going to live in any world I've ever played. In my most recent hardcore world, it didn't take me very long, but even still, I think it took me like a day or two. This was almost immediate. I just spawned and looked over here, and there's this really cool mountain. And my cat is absolutely going insane. She is going nuts, running up and down the stairs. She cannot be contained at the moment. I'm very sorry to do this, sheep. Actually, I was going to kill this sheep, but I have way more than enough coal at the moment. I'm just going to make some shears. And then we should be able to pretty easily survive the first night. A couple sheep around here should give me more than enough wool. And it honestly doesn't even really matter too much if I don't survive the first night, because I can actually die. That's insane. I feel like I haven't been able to die in a Minecraft world in forever. What a successful first day. Got a whole lot of iron, actually. Nearly a stack, I think, and over a stack of coal. I'll certainly take that as the first day survived in this world. I would really like for this savanna biome to not be in the background. I kind of really hate these biomes. So let me wander to the other side of this mountain. I see some spruce trees over here off in the horizon. And maybe this like plains meadow over here could be a cool spot to settle down. I do need to get my hands on a village soon though, because I think that's probably the fastest way to find a saddle. And your boy needs a horse, all right? That's like a big motivator for me in this world. I need to get like a trusty steed, a best friend that I will take with me everywhere. Oh, down there could be pretty cool too. Okay, hold on. Too many places to go and I can't sprint. So actually, it'll probably be the wisest to make a smoker real fast and cook up all this food. I'll never forget, I got a comment once on one of my videos. Somebody criticized me for making a smoker. Every time I make one, I think about it. But I don't really understand why you wouldn't make one. Like, yeah, a furnace will get the job done, but like, it's not like it takes a lot of materials to make a furnace or a smoker. I don't know. I've just always made one. And especially after getting that comment, I feel like I'm more inclined. It'll definitely take some getting used to build in a smaller scale. Like I said earlier, I don't really build in like a huge scale, but I would kind of classify my building scale as like medium. And just toning that down a little bit is still going to feel strange. I should also point out that I have large biomes on. I've never really played with large biomes on, and I feel like this could be a cool experience. Mainly thinking about the horse journeys and stuff. I feel like that with large biomes could be sick. I do see a cherry grove biome over there. That's nice. But I don't really feel like this mountain range is continuing as I would like. So I'm gonna head over here first. The mountains certainly continue off in this direction. Okay, there's something over here for me. I can smell it, and it smells fantastic. I will definitely be taking all of these hay bales though. I always do this, and they're never to make food with. I will never use one of these hay bales for food. I guess that's not true. There's surely a circumstance where I would, but they are pretty much always used for just decoration. I love using hay bales to decorate, and I also very much like using mud. So getting all that packed mud really easily without having to harvest the wheat is fantastic. I was really hoping there'd be a saddle in there, but a couple early game emeralds. I did see a librarian over here though. What's your trade? Depth Strider 1. You are useless to me. I will take your books and probably your lectern. That looks like a ridiculous cave over here though. And looking into the darkness here kind of reminds me. So in my other worlds, I would usually play with like full bright on. Not in like the beginning as much, but once I got to a certain point, I'd usually turn it on. And I don't think I'm going to do that in this world. I will use it like very, very sparingly, but only for like video quality reasons. Like for example, if I'm making a time lapse of a build, I will probably have it on because without the full bright on, the time lapses look really funky. Especially if it's a bigger build and it takes me a couple days to do it. It'll look quite bad if it just keeps going to nighttime and then immediately to daytime again. It's just much easier on the eyes if the full bright's on in that capacity. But I don't really think I'm going to use it like at all when I'm actually playing the game. There could be another situation that arises, like a video quality reason to use it, but not that I can think of at the moment. So for the most part though, rest assured, I'm not going to be using the full bright mod. Quite a few people kind of disapprove of that mod. I understand. It is definitely very cheap. That's why I tried not to use it too early on in my worlds. But once you do get to like a certain point, diamonds are kind of like worthless. I mean, I guess you can use them for like armor trims and stuff now. But once you get pretty set up in your hardcore world, you have like netherite armor and stuff. I don't really see the issue with the full bright at that point. Because when I'm going into a cave at that point, I'm really not looking for ores or anything. And it just makes the viewing experience a lot better in my opinion. Enough about full bright though. Let's find a spot to live. And I'm really thinking down over yonder is going to be a great spot. Is that another village? Oh, it is. We could be in business over here. All right, there's got to be better mountains than this, right? These two over here are just kind of sad. If those went up to like the build height limit, that would have been awesome. This would have been such a cool little valley. But alas, it's very weak. That does not look weak though. That's a nice looking mountain peak. All right, we're heading over there after we loot this village. Please, village, give me a saddle. Be nice to me. Leather worker, do you have a higher chance of giving me a saddle? You gave me only a saddle. I love you. Oh, that's so good. I can get my best friend, my boy, to run around this entire world with in these large biomes. I can't wait to go on huge adventures with him and name him and stuff. It might not even be a him, I don't know. I will certainly need some comment suggestions for the name of the horse. I think it's time we find our forever friend. I don't know what kind of horse I want, man. This is a tough decision. I think these guys over here look kind of cool. Now, I don't know if I want to find like the fastest one or just the first horse I find. I'm going to go with the first horse I tame. It's going to be you. You're my best friend. There it is. Okay. Are you fast? You're actually not that bad. This is a good horse. All right. I'm content with this guy. Or girl. I don't know. Name this horse in the comments. My new best friend. I will pick some name suggestion and give you a shout out in the next video. Also, obviously, once we get a name tag, I will officially name this horse. And this area is starting to look pretty cool. Just where do I go? I do see that nether portal up there. I kind of don't want to deal with that at the moment. I kind of want to find a spot to live. And I think it has to be over there. That's a ridiculous looking mountain. Oh my, it just keeps going. This is a cool looking valley. Yeah, wait, this might have to be home. I think I can make a pretty cool like village in this valley eventually. So maybe I'll expand down that way, but I think my starter house will probably just go over here somewhere on this flat land. Yeah, dude, this area looks ridiculous. I can't get over this. I love the mountains in this game now. They're so good. Like, this view looks nuts. I think once we take down this little like hill right here, it's gonna look even more perfect. So we're gonna have a small terraforming project in episode 1, but that's fine. Yeah, that definitely works for me. Let me go set up camp over here. Just very small base camp. And I also need to dig a hole for this horse because I don't have any leads. And if anybody would like to seed, it's right there. And these are the coordinates of my house. I'll probably put this all in the description as well. I actually ended up running decently far from spawn because usually spawns around like 0, you know? And my X is negative 1500 just about to get to this point. It was worth the journey though, for sure. And let's spend our first night at our new compound, our completely uncovered compound. Very much still at the risk of the elements and mobs and stuff, but it's fine. All right, we'll get safer soon. Very humble beginnings. All right, that's what I want. I'm just smelting up all my iron here. Some of it's already finished. I'm gonna make a couple iron shovels, and then I'll clear out this little hill and try to flatten out a lot of this section right here. And I'll probably do that in a time lapse. So let me cut it away to that really quickly. I've made a good bit of progress here cutting down these two small hills. You can now see a lot more of the mountain and the valley in general from this kind of angle. Also, I'm over here. Say what's up. I think I would like to eventually cut it down to this level here, like where all this dirt is turning to grass. I just placed down all this dirt to cover up this like little circular area. I think I want to cut down these hills to this same level, and I'll probably also want to terraform, like where I'm standing in this area. I kind of want to terraform that to the same height as well, but that's probably for a future project. I feel like that's a little bit too much for episode 1. I like where this is at the moment. We'll continue to work on this through the series. But as I was cutting that down, I think I found where I want my house to be. Originally, I was thinking it would go where those 2 hills were, like the whole stuff I was taking down. But I think just up here is going to look a lot nicer. So I also went ahead and flattened out this top area. I feel like the house, like right here with this backdrop, could be so nice. I'm going to pop back into free cam again just to show you guys this whole platform, but the edges here are quite rough, and that's kind of the point though, because I think a retaining wall would look awesome right here. We can have a nice like stone and mossy retaining wall holding up this whole platform, and the house just nicely sitting on top. I think that'll look so good, especially I'm envisioning the thumbnail taken from like here. Just imagine I'm the house. The thumbnail taken from right here would look so good. So that's kind of my plan. Now I have to go through and gather all the materials here for this house. Before I do that though, I should probably go through and light up this cave underneath where I'm going to be building my house, or else I'm going to be hearing zombies and skeletons and all that stuff forever. I got 28 torches now. Hopefully this is enough to light up this entire cave. I don't really think it's a big cave, so this should be plenty. Might as well also light up this little like crevice too. Oh, there's a skeleton in here too, and a spider. I'm probably fine. I don't have a shield, but I'll just dodge. I'm just the greatest. Yeah, so everything should be nice and lit up now, so we're not going to be hearing all the bad guys beneath us. I'm going to run back through and grab all the coal, and then we're going to hit the mountains and grab a little bit more iron. I don't really want to go overboard and grab like all the iron that is in these mountains around me. I'll probably shoot for like a stack. That should be plenty just to make the tools I need to gather the materials for my starter house. Completely unrelated, but I recently got a new keyboard, and I just love how quiet it is. Like, okay, listen, I'm going to bring my keyboard up to the microphone. You're probably going to be able to hear it, but it's so quiet. I think it's being picked up. It looks like it's being picked up on my audio recording, but let me compare that to my old keyboard. This right here is my old keyboard. It's so much louder. Like, it's a pretty nice clacky sound, I guess, but I'm kind of entirely over this. I was going to go the route of, like, building my own keyboard, but that's, like, insanely complicated. Or not really complicated. It's more so just, there's too many choices. I don't know what kind of switch I like. There's way too many of them. So I just got, like, a pre-built keyboard that's pretty quiet, and I'm very happy with the result. And that's a tax write-off, baby. You know what I'm actually gonna do? This is something I don't really think I've ever done before. I'm gonna make a pair of leather boots, because this will allow me to walk on the powdered snow. And I feel like if I'm in this, you know, really snowy mountain range, that'll be very useful. But let me head up to the top of the mountains and let's go collect some iron for a little while. So my cat's jumped on my desk, and she's just chilling, not giving me very much space to work with. Here, hold on, wait. Let me show you. All right, here we go. Quick setup tour with your boy. There's my cat. This is what I'm recording at the moment. Cat. Not much space here to really move my mouse around, but I can't move her, dude. Look at her. Can you tell everyone to subscribe and like the video, please? You better subscribe for cat. If not, you're an evil person. My mouse movement is just all wrist at the moment. I have like no space over here. My cat has moved more to the right, and she's completely hindering my mouse movement. It's literally all wrist at the moment. So if I take like 8 swipes to turn around, that's why. Oh, this is tragic. Okay, let me grab this little bit more iron over here. And then I did see a village, a different village from like the abandoned one that I saw earlier, and my cat just jumped off. Okay, thank you. But I did see a village just over like yonder, I think. And there's a blacksmith there. So I kind of want to go check that out. Maybe we can get some free iron gear. And honestly, we could get some diamonds. I'm not really trying to mine diamonds too soon, but if I find some given to me for free like that, I'll definitely take them. Sorry, sir. I'm going to be taking your grindstone and also your furnaces. And now let's see what's in this chest. Give me something cool. That's 14 pieces of iron. And also a lot of obsidian. 7 pieces of obsidian. We also got some horse armor for the unnamed horse back there. That was a really, really good blacksmith. Wow. Oh, there's also a librarian here. Sharpness 4. It's a really good trade. There's 2 librarians here. Nice, that means we can actually get a lot of books. I feel like I've never seen a library like this before. Usually they're just in individual houses. This is kind of cool. How crazy would this tunnel be if it goes all the way through the mountain? I'm like 100% sure it doesn't. But that would be nuts. Oh, it keeps going down. That could be a good spot to mine though. Hold on. That looks like it goes into a huge cave. I'm sure you guys can't really see this too well. But that goes down for a while. That's a mine shaft down there too. We'll certainly have to come back to this. I'm not prepared at all at the moment to go do that. Nor do I really want to. Well, it's good horse. You now have iron armor. Look at how dapper. All right, now surely it's like way too early for you guys to be here. It's day 8. Relax. I just got here. I'm just going to ignore them. Probably just wait for them to despawn. But I will be taking my good old no-name horse off into the distance, and we're gonna go looking for some stuff. Because I still need some more like tree saplings and stuff in order to build my house. I would like to use mangrove, I think. Which is kind of upsetting. Just such a bad wood type to gather. It sucks so bad. And honestly, finding mangrove swamps is a pain. And one of the other wood types I need is actually right here. I would like some spruce wood. I think I probably found some earlier, honestly. But I haven't gathered it yet, so let's go gather the spruce from over here. And then we'll continue looking for some mangrove. I think the other wood type I'm gonna want to use is oak, but that's no problem. We have a ton of that around. And then I'll just need some like stone stuff, like cobblestone, tuff, moss, probably. That might be one I actually have to venture out to get. If I see an azalea tree in my travels at the moment, I'll probably go down and get some moss. So off I went on my trusty steed, trying to find all the materials that I needed. I'll say right now, I don't end up finding a mangrove swamp. I searched for a really long time, but with these large biomes, it's quite hard to find one of these swamps. While I was out adventuring, I stumbled across another village. This one had 2 blacksmiths, and it also provided me my first diamonds. But more importantly, I got some gold horse armor, which I think makes my boy look a lot cooler. I did come across a new wood type, this being dark oak, so I actually gathered some of that, even though I don't need it for my starter house. I just know I'm going to use it eventually. Dark oak looks really nice. And directly next to this dark oak forest was an azalea tree. So that means I was able to get one of my favorite blocks in all of Minecraft. That is moss. I also ended up grabbing some like glowberries and some spore blossoms as well. I just love the particle effect from spore blossoms. This lush cave had a couple of them as well, so that's fantastic. It was around this point though, I realized that if I want to find a mangrove swamp, I should probably head back towards the savanna, because in my prior worlds, I typically would find mangrove swamps attached to like savannas or jungles or something like that, so figured that was way better than running through these like mountainous regions and these other forests. I did take a quick pit stop home first to unload my inventory, and then we hit the savanna. I honestly didn't find too much interesting in the savanna biome itself, but I did come across a jungle, and within this jungle, I found something very unexpected. That is a woodland mansion. Huh. All right. That's not at all what I was expecting to find. The fact that I found a woodland mansion before I found a mangrove swamp seems insane. I honestly don't know if I've ever found a woodland mansion before, just by accident. And it's wild that there's a dark oak biome connected to this jungle, and it generated right there. We'll definitely have to come back to this when I'm more equipped. But obviously, in the jungle, I grabbed some jungle wood and also some bamboo. This is around the time I gave up though trying to find a mangrove swamp, and instead, I decided to use acacia wood for the roof of my starter house, and I'm sure you guys all know that if you looked at the thumbnail. I have now made it back home, and also, I just woke up in real life like a little while ago. So my voice probably isn't entirely warmed up yet, but I won't be talking for long, okay? So you don't have to put up with this for too much longer. I need to start collecting materials for my starter house, but before I really get to that, let me just kind of show you the color palette that I'm going to be rocking with, and then we can just go collect everything. Here is a very basic like illustration of the color palette I'm going to be using. I'm going to be having a stone base around the whole thing, and we're going to come in and texture this with some mossy cobblestone as well, and probably some smooth stone and some regular moss. I just don't have any smooth stone at the moment, so that'll be nice and textured all at the bottom. The pillars of this house are going to be out of spruce wood. Can probably also throw in some regular just oak wood in here too. And then these inner walls are going to be stripped oak, and then we're also going to be adding in some oak planks to add more texture as well. And then the roof is going to be out of acacia wood, and I have a couple other orange blocks I can probably throw in there as well. I did gather some pumpkins on my way back. I might try to use those as a nice like highlight in some areas. I could also go gather some copper here, but that might be a little expensive for early game. We can always come back later and add some of that. Same thing with like concrete. I could go and get some like concrete powder and stuff. I'll have to kind of tinker with that as I'm building this thing. But then the roof trim is going to be out of spruce wood. So a very basic, very small version of the house, but I think these colors are going to work nicely together. Now I just have to gather up a whole lot of all of these blocks. Now I really don't think that these are going to be enough to finish this entire house, but I did gather up materials for a while. I'm still kind of waiting for the trees to grow a little bit. So while I'm doing that, I'm just gonna start building. I'm gonna see how far like this half a chest of materials gets me. I would love if it could finish off the build, but I just really don't anticipate that happening. I also extended this platform out a little bit here to the right, and I do have to come back in and actually like connect this to the ground. I don't really know what I want it to look like at the moment, like this retaining wall that I'm gonna build. So just for now, it's going to be floating, but it will definitely be done before this episode is completed because I'm not going to leave this just looking like this. So I'm gonna start throwing down some blocks and let's see what kind of build we can come up with. Quick progress update because I ran out of spruce wood. It looks really weird at the moment, but I kind of can see the vision. My idea was to have this like cool, like fantastical roof that as it went up, it continued also going out. And I think it looks pretty cool. It looks kind of strange from like this point of view, but I don't mind it. Honestly, like it doesn't look terrible from here. It just looks a little bit weird. But from this front angle, I think it's gonna look really nice when everything's in place. I really wanna work in those pumpkins, I just don't really know where, because the only full blocks I have in the roof are right here. Like this bottom layer. Everything else here is stairs. I don't know exactly how I'm gonna texture it yet, but I'll figure something out. Checking in one more time, just to give you guys one final progress report before I just go ahead and time-lapse the rest of the build. But the roof has changed. I want to make the entire roof full blocks here instead of stairs. It'll be a lot easier to texture with because like over here, I can actually incorporate this pumpkin. And I think that looks pretty cool. That's a nice little like highlight to like the top corner of the roof there. So what that means is that I have to take out all of these acacia stairs and replace them with full blocks. But I think this is going to be a much better product in the long run. It still looks a little bit strange looking at it like head on here, but it's kind of growing on me. I think the weirdness is growing on me. Also, this wandering trader here doesn't sell anything worth buying, honestly, if anyone was curious. But now that I have this kind of all down, we have the shape like fully finalized now. Let me finish off this build. Yeah, I definitely forgot to record myself building the rest of the house. So there's no time lapse. Sweet, man. I've been doing YouTube for how long? And I still do this? Awesome. At this point, the exterior of the house is pretty much completed. I don't really know if I'll add anything else. Like the overall shape of the building might look a little bit different from what I last showed. The roof is in now one block. It used to jut out a little bit more, but I think this looks a little bit neater in my opinion. A little bit more clean. Also, the trim isn't all spruce. I just kind of felt like the spruce like stairs at the bottom here blended in a little bit too much with all the other details I was trying to cram in. So I made them all acacia and I think I like the outcome more. I was able to fit some pumpkins in the roof and I think it looks pretty cool, especially from far away. Get a nice like orange highlight in the top corners of the roof. And then this backside, I was originally going to make this section here into a tower. I just didn't really like the size of the tower I would have needed to build to make it look good. The Enderman teleported on my roof. That's strange. So instead, I just made it into a stable for the horse. And I got some light decoration here in the back. A couple of these hanging plants. I really like the hanging plant with the spruce. Have those scattered around. Looks so nice, in my opinion. But this build isn't entirely done, right? The interior is completely empty. I guess it's not completely empty. There's an Enderman in here now. But before I actually get to that interior, I want to work on the, landscaping here. I want to work on the retaining wall. I think I might have to extend out this platform a little bit more. It gets a tad bit tight back here, and I want to be able to pretty comfortably walk around the entire house. I like the area we have in the back. I like the amount of room we have in the front as well. But I might just need to have a little bit extra wiggle room over here. In my inventory at the moment, though, I got a whole bunch of stones. So my plan is just to have the wall come directly next to the dirt that we have in this area. I'm not really great at making retaining walls. Honestly, I haven't made many, but I think this is probably my best course of action, at least at the moment, and then we can decorate this a little bit more as we go. I think that's much more comfortable now to walk around. It didn't really take much. I grabbed all the dirt that I had to. It really did not need that much. I guess I can extend it out a little bit more, though. Now that I extended that a little bit more, I'm just gonna run around and place cobblestone on the border of all of this dirt here. Probably also have to smooth out the landscape down here, but I'll get to that in a second. Now, thinking about this now, I don't think I have enough cobblestone to do this whole thing, but I should have enough to get like a good chunk done, and then we can texture up what we did, and then, harvest up the cobblestone that I didn't end up using. Turns out I actually did have enough cobblestone to fill in the whole thing, so that's pretty cool. This is the second wandering trader I found, and once again, nothing useful. Still really hoping for a mangrove propagule. Would be a little bit annoying if I got one now, considering I already kind of finished the house, and also considering how long I searched for one. But obviously, I would still take one. But this area here is still kind of exposed, so let me work on a way to fill this in nicely, because I want the staircase getting up to my house to probably be like right here. Don't really know what that means here for the retaining wall, though. It might get kind of funky. The staircase might look a little bit awkward, but I'm sure I can kind of fix this and make it look a little bit better. For now, there at least is like a gradual incline to get up to my area. And I'm pretty much out of cobblestone. That's the only piece I have left, I think. So let's go ahead and texture up the cobblestone that we already placed down. And I'm pretty much just gonna go through and do the same thing that we did with the house over here. So we're gonna mix in a lot of moss, some mossy cobblestone, and then some smooth stone as well. The way I do this is that I throw down all the moss, and then every block that would be touching the moss, I make sure to put mossy cobblestone. And I also try to make it a point here to not allow the mossy cobblestone and the smooth stone to touch. I just feel like it makes for better looking texturing, in my opinion. I'm also trying to keep the moss towards like the bottom of the wall, and then also mainly in the corners. I just feel like it looks better in general that way. I will definitely have to go gather some more stone though, because I'm completely out of mossy cobblestone here, aside from this one piece. And then by extension, I'm probably gonna need more moss. So let me take a couple minutes and let me go gather that. Not gonna lie, this build is taking longer than I wanted it to, but it's all right. We're chilling. I'm hoping that these blocks over here are enough to finish off this wall. So I'm just gonna go ahead and cut away until I do this whole design throughout the entire wall. I've now textured up the entire wall, and I also added a little bit more over to the left side here. So it kind of surrounds the staircase pretty nicely. I put in this path going all the way up as well, and I'm just gonna kind of sprinkle in some of these spruce slabs so we can actually just run up this thing. And now we have a pathway leading directly to our house, and we can get up and down pretty easily. I don't exactly know where this pathway is going to go, but it's gonna wind through this entire area. For now, I just ended it right here. Did not mean to break that. I'm so sorry, piece of grass. Rest in peace, my little man. I'm gonna cap off the top of the wall here just with some slabs. I might eventually switch this out for like a better looking railing, but I think this is good enough for now. And with that, I'm going to say that this retaining wall is now done. There's definitely still some more decoration I can do, but I might do that later down the line, just whenever I, figure out this area a little bit more. I can throw some leaves and some more moss and like walls and stuff like that all around, but I am comfortable with where it's at right now. Now I would like to work on the interior of the starter house. I really hope I have enough materials because I just don't want to gather any more. Once I finish the interior then, there is one final thing I would like to build, but I kind of want to keep that a secret for right now. I suppose to start, we should probably put in a floor. Oh, that Enderman dropped the dirt block right here. All right, that was interesting of him. Oh, hold on. Do I need to bring this up a block? I kind of forgot that the interior looks like this. I have an idea. I think we just bring this left side up one block and then leave this right side here at this level. Yeah, that'll look nice. For this floor on the inside, I'm just gonna copy the same block palette we used for the retaining wall and for the foundation here of the house. I really like this block combination if you couldn't tell. I'm definitely going to need to gather some materials. I don't have any more spruce wood. That's upsetting. Let me go cut down that spruce tree that grew in. Let's see how far this stack in 8 pieces of stripped spruce log gets me. Yeah, I'm really happy with this. This is probably one of my favorite starter bases I've actually ever built. I'm gonna divide this whole place into probably 2 different rooms. So we're gonna have the one room over here that's elevated up 1 block, and then we're gonna have a separate room over there. And I think we're gonna have like a little entry hallway right here. So the way I'm gonna do that is just by putting some of these spruce pillars right here and connecting them at the top like that, and then the same over here. I will also need to grab some trapdoors, but we're gonna have the upside down stair and trapdoor design in the middle. This room over here, I'm gonna go with an acacia roof, I think. And actually, I need to bring this up one block. Hold on. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so now I'm going to do this acacia roof over here. I continued that acacia roof right here for this little middle section. And then this section back here, I think is just going to be spruce, just to change it up. I will also eventually put something up here, because I do have actually a lot of room. I don't know what just yet, though. Over here is going to be my storage room. I'm going to put some barrels lining the sides there, and then we're going to fill in the whole back here with chests. And just to make the roof look a little bit better, I'm going to put 2 slabs right here instead of the stairs. Looks good to me. And then we'll probably have a bedroom over here. I made 2 blue beds. We're going to plop them right there. Got a couple barrels in front as well. And then I do need some signs. Hold on, let me go make those. 3 signs is actually exactly as many as I need, because I'm going to put them right here. And then we have a cute little bed design. And don't worry about this stripped spruce wood right here. It's for the outside of the build. It looks a lot better with the horse stable if I have spruce wood right here, I think. Actually, I'm gonna move my bed to the other side. Yeah, I'm gonna do that because I kind of want to block off that spruce bit right there. I looked at it too long and now it's bothering me. All right, so now the bed's over there, and with this little spruce bit, how do I want to do this? I added another spruce beam right here. I feel like it kind of frames out this window nicely. And now to tackle this section over here. I honestly might just be a little lazy and just go with some barrels. It works, it's definitely a lazy solution, but I kind of don't care. I'm going to use this pot design inside as well. I really like this pot design. Let me show you guys exactly how I did that if you were unaware. You need 4 things to accomplish this. You need a decorated pot, a flower pot, either a flowering azalea or just the regular azalea bush, and then whatever kind of leaves you want. I'll put one of them right here. So you put down the decorated pot, put the regular pot inside of it, the flowering azalea goes inside that, and then 2 pieces of leaves go on top of the azalea. And I think it looks phenomenal. I'm gonna put one more right over here. I do need to cover up this piece of spruce as well. I honestly think I'm just gonna go with the barrels again. I'm sorry, all right? It's easy. And over here in this little window area, I'm gonna put a table, and then let's put just a regular pot in front of that. And might as well put a flowering azalea. Let me use a flower instead, actually. I used a bunch of the flowering azaleas with that, you know, pot decoration design I just showed you, so let's just put a regular flower there instead. You know, as I was digging away this floor here, I actually just thought of a good idea for the second floor. I should probably put a kitchen up there. Mainly because I put a chimney on this house. I think it would make sense to actually have a kitchen somewhere. I will need to figure out a way to get to the second floor, though. The house is kind of crammed. I don't really like using ladders, but I think I'm gonna have to here. Yeah, I don't really think I have room for a staircase. I could maybe fit one like back here, but I wanted this as my storage room. So that does mean, unfortunately, I will need a ladder. I'll probably put it like right here. And then in this other corner, might as well just add a little bit of decoration. Let's use a regular azalea, not a flowering one. That looks good. So then let's come up here and let's start decorating this second floor. I am terrible at making good looking smelting and kitchen areas. I just can't do it. Brain just does not compute with this sometimes. I'm just gonna go ahead and throw some of these barrels as like some shelves. I think that always looks nice above a kitchen. Then I am out of pots, so I'm just gonna go to my other method of making like little plant pots, and that's by using a composter and then putting leaves on top of that. Just add some greenery to the kitchen, always good. And honestly, I'm gonna put one in the back here too. Yeah, it looks good to me. And then I have a bunch of these chiseled bookshelves, so I'm just gonna plop these back here. And I'm actually gonna toss just some books in here too. Why not? Maybe this could actually be where I keep my enchanted books or something. I don't know. Kitchen is still very bland. You know what that means? We need a brewing stand? Maybe. Sure. I have no idea what I'm doing. I hate designing kitchens. Did somebody say more barrels? Because that's a great idea. And that honestly might be it. I have these cocoa beans. Just trying to see if I could like sneak them in here somewhere. Let's put a beautiful cocoa bean farm up here. The more I look at this, the more I think it looks kind of gross. But maybe once they grow in, it'll be better. Honestly, I don't think I'm gonna spend all that much time up here. I'll smelt some things up here, I guess. I also just threw some walls over here just so it looks like the, you know, fumes and stuff are actually going up somewhere. And then out of the chimney, so that works. That's my kitchen. I don't love it, but I guess it's not the worst thing I've ever built. Oh, you know what? That invisible item frame mod actually opened up this. That looks cool. I kind of like that for the kitchen. Let me put one more. Yeah, that looks cool. I like that. Okay, final touch to the kitchen. Now I'm done with it. The final thing I want to add to this interior here is just some chests to line this back room. And then this is going to be the final interior. So the little chest room over here is the last thing we added. I can access all these chests on the corner. A little bit annoying to access, but it's fine. We have a whole bunch of storage here. This should last me for a good while. I do want to eventually make like storage buildings and stuff. That's typically how I like to play worlds. I don't like having like too big of a storage building at first. And I also don't really like having just one storage building for everything. I think it's more fun to make individual storage buildings for like specific blocks. But for now, this should be plenty of storage. Now that the starter house is like completely done, let me start working on that secret final thing I wanted to build before I finish this episode. For this thing though, I do need some more spruce wood again. Of course I do. I always need spruce wood. And I should probably also collect some oak. I don't have either of each of those types of wood. The final thing I would like to build in this video is a singular custom tree. And I want to start a trend with this one tree in this world. So if you guys have watched Fwip's hardcore series, I've watched pretty much every single episode. He's fantastic at what he does. He plants a field in every single one of those episodes. I want to do the same thing here, but I want to build a custom tree in every episode. I will probably build more than one custom tree in some episodes, but my goal and my plan is to build at least one in every single episode of this series, starting with episode 1. I'm really not great at making custom trees, but I'm trying to get better. This one's just going to be a basic oak custom tree. It's not going to be too big, but hopefully I can make it big enough to make it look cool. I got all the branches down. Let's go ahead and throw some leaves on top. My process for making custom trees is just to build up a little bit, make the tree trunk a little bit wonky, like not completely straight, and then go in like all 4 directions here with some slabs and some stairs and stuff. And then I just put leaves on top of all of those. And you kind of just connect them all up and round it off until it looks good. I also really like when my custom trees have the leaves drooping down pretty low. I don't know if this is realistic on an oak tree or not, but I sort of don't care. I also like adding fence gates every so often, like open fence gates like that. I think it looks really, really nice underneath the tree. Like when I have stairs or slabs or something, I think it looks really good. I'm gonna put another one right down there. Looks like the branches are being a little bit more supported. Like it has a nice like curve kind of going to the branches. I think it looks cool. So like I said, I'm really not the best at doing this, but I think it'll be a fun challenge for myself, and hopefully I will get better at making these trees down the line if I make one each episode. One other thing I like doing with these trees is I like putting lanterns on them. That looks so good, I think. It's gonna look great at night. Man. Look at me go. That is going to officially conclude, though, the first episode of my survival world. I don't know if I'm gonna actually title this whole series like Shram Survival World or what, but that's what I've been saving every recording as, so who knows. That's also what the name of this this world in general is, like, on Minecraft. It's just called Shram's Survival World. Whatever, I'm rambling. Didn't really make too much progress, but that's kind of the point of this series. I'm not trying to, I'm just enjoying the building aspect of this game as much as I can. Thanks so much for watching. Really hope you enjoyed, and I'll talk to you soon. Bye. Welcome back to some more of my survival world. The last episode, we made this brand new world, and I also built up my starter house, along with a couple other things. We got a custom tree over here. We got this like retaining wall. My house is up on this platform. I think it looks pretty nice. Really big fan of my starter house. This is honestly one of my favorite starter houses that I've ever built. I mean, this is definitely the first starter house I've ever used pumpkin in, so that's kind of cool. And honestly, most importantly, last episode, I got my best friend. I got this horse. And I asked you guys for some name suggestions in the comments for my amazing, trusty steed. And I gotta be honest, I got so many comments, so many name suggestions. Thank you guys, honestly, so much. The support on the first episode has just been mind-boggling. It's crazy. I'm honestly so grateful that you guys enjoyed that first episode. I think it was a nice change of pace from my hardcore stuff, and I think a lot of people received it well. Anyway, though, the name for this horse, when I actually get a name tag, is going to be Ghost from the Scarlet Wolf Pack 8697. Thank you so much for the name suggestion. I really like it. I think Ghost fits this horse pretty nicely. And I got to give an honorable mention to a close second, 2003 Toyota Sequoia by Soviet Trek 2518. Great name. But you may have noticed I have this little farm over here now because your boy is like completely out of food. I got 14 baked potatoes to my name, so we're struggling over here. Can make a couple more actually. About to have 17 baked potatoes. We're living in luxury. But the focus of this episode is going to be on food. I need more. I ran out of all the cooked beef I had last time. I think I had like 50 or something before I started building this house. And then I guess after all the hard days work and stuff, I ended up eating all my food. But yeah, so I kind of want to build like a barn sort of thing. Thinking over here. I haven't really like planned this out. That's like obviously the whole point of this kind of world. I'm really not trying to plan out like anything in particular. Let me go into free cam, much easier. I think over here is a good spot for the barn. My very tentative plan for this area, I know I just said I don't plan anything, but like I mean officially plan anything. I'm not going in like a creative world and mapping out this whole area or anything like that. This is going to be pretty much all freehand. That's how my videos typically are, but this even more so. But anyway, my very tentative plan for the area is barn, farmland, and stuff over here. Just like all the food I'm going to need. And I think this spot looks really cool for a mine. I can make like a mine building going into this mountain, and then we can like, you know, go down to all the different levels. And then I don't know what I'm going to put over here, like what actual kind of building, but I just think another retaining wall here, if I leveled off this area, would look really nice with like the mine building nestled in between. That's giving me some good vibes. I don't know what this building is going to be just yet, like I said, but I think a building here eventually could be kind of cool. The focus for today's episode, though, is going to be this section and this farmland. I am going to have to level off this area a lot, though, because it's very hilly and looks kind of awkward. And I got to figure out precisely where this barn is going to go. And I think the best way to do that probably is to level off this land first. When I first got into this area, there were like 2 or 3 small hills in the area that I'm standing in currently. That's why all this exposed stone is right here and over there. And I said that I was going to cut them down to this level here. I don't know if I'll do it to exactly this level. It might be like a level up or something, but I do want to work on cutting that down at the moment. And we can kind of just repurpose that dirt that I just gathered by doing that and level off this whole area behind me. I do also still have like a crap ton of dirt in my storage room, but might as well just repurpose this stuff right here. I'm gonna go ahead and make a few more iron shovels, probably like 5. That feels like that's a good number to me. And I'm just gonna start digging away at all of this grass. While I'm doing that as well, I'll be sure to come back and, you know, continuously farm this so I can hopefully get a better food supply. After like 20 minutes or so of digging, I am down to this level. And I think this is where I am going to kind of start expanding this way. I also smoothed off this transition a little bit down to this level here. And I think I like this a lot more. I think we can kind of have a pathway go all the way around this thing. I don't know what I want in the middle here yet. Maybe like a little park, like a couple of custom trees and like some pathways and bushes and benches and stuff. I feel like that could look kind of cool. Or maybe I'll just put some farmland. Honestly, I don't know yet. But from here then, I think I'm just going to level off like this whole section right here. I'll probably eventually make it kind of rise up with the mountaintop as well, but I kind of don't want to worry about that today because the mountains are kind of weak over here. I'm not gonna lie. Like these mountains I love. This one and this one look fantastic. This on the other hand isn't so good. Maybe that's like a very, very deep project in this world where we try to like make these mountains peak up too. I'm not even close to being prepared for that at the moment, though. I honestly don't even want to think about it. It makes me a little anxious. So for now, I'm just going to flatten off like this section here, just, you know, the area that I'm going to be building the barn in today. One step at a time. Kind of the whole essence of this series. We'll eventually transform this whole area into something pretty cool. Why did I run in here? Oh, I need torches. That's why I ran in here. Jeez. Also, our potato collection is slowly growing. Slowly but surely. So at least we can stay alive in this episode. I grabbed a whole bunch of torches though, just so I can light up underneath where I'm going to be placing all of this dirt, because there's no way I'm completely filling this all in. All right, I'm not a lunatic, but I definitely don't want stuff spawning here. So let me get placing. There are so many like random little caves in this area, and like little crevices like this. It's kind of getting obnoxious, but whatever. All right, I picked this place and I'm going to love it forever, exactly how it is. Like, look at this. It goes down forever. And there's glow squid down there, just vibing. They'll probably all be dead. Yeah, okay, that guy's dying. I'm so sorry. F in the chat for my boy, my glow squid. Oh, and him too. What a crappy existence for those glow squid. They just spawn to die. It's tough. I got kind of sad for a second, so let me brighten the mood in this video by placing a lot of dirt. That was quite a bit of dirt that I just placed. But this area is way flatter now. We have a ton of, room to work with. I'm still not entirely sure what I want to do back here. I think like another retaining wall section could look pretty nice, like right around here. if I just, you know, clean up all this junk and flatten off all this dirt right there. That could probably look pretty nice, but again, that's a project for later. I think this should be enough space to work on the barn and, you know, add some decoration around it. Over here still kind of has to be cleaned up, but whatever. Just don't look that way. Like, look right here. Oh, not like that. Like here. That looks pretty all right. Now I'm just going to go through and mine up all this stuff that isn't dirt and replace it with dirt. And then afterwards, I can start talking about what kind of block palette I want to use. And I guess I can probably use this time that I'm mining to think about what kind of block palette I want to use, because I don't really know. I am about to get my second best friend. All right, watch this. 360 chicken. It worked. How do I make sure this chicken doesn't despawn? If I put it in a boat, will it despawn? Hold on. Maybe since like I hatched it, it just won't despawn anyway. I honestly don't know. But I'm going to put it in a boat just to kind of try to keep it safe. Please do not despawn, chicken. But I guess you'd be good, little man. Just keep flapping your wings. I was thinking of the block palette I want to use for this barn. And once again, I want mangrove wood. I wanted it for the starter house as well. I wanted it for this roof here. But I couldn't find any last episode. I don't really think I'm going to have much better luck here, but I'll just run around for a really long time and hopefully I come across some mangrove wood. I'm pretty sure the rest of the materials are like around here. I just have to collect them. I'm probably going to use like a very similar color palette here to the house. I would still like this like stone based foundation with like the stone and the cobblestone and mossy stuff. I really like that design. I mean, I used it like everywhere so far. I used it in the retaining wall here, used it for the floor in the house and this foundation, and also just like this section of the house. Love that design. I'm probably going to use that over here in the barn, but maybe it'll be built up like 2 blocks high because I think this is going to be a little bit taller than the starter house. I think the walls are probably going to be the same. I really like this like oak wood design I have here, especially with the bits of jungle creeping in. I tried to do this whenever the wood was touching the moss because the jungle has like a tint of green in it. And I think it blends in very nicely. I don't think I'm going to have any sections of stone in this build, but I think like the rest of the starter house color palette's going to be incorporated. I'm going to have some spruce for sure as the beams. It's just, you know, the best wood type in the game, in my opinion. So I need some of that. And then I think I'm going to try to make the roof mangrove. Once again, going to try to do that. I just really don't think it's going to happen. I'm pretty pessimistic when it comes to finding mangrove wood in this world. Let me just dump out my inventory and then I will take Ghost on another adventure in hopes of finding a mangrove swamp. I'm not gonna lie, I really don't think I'm going to naturally find mangrove in this world. I just was adventuring for like 2 hours and ran very far away and didn't find anything other than like savanna and regular forest. I honestly think I'm gonna have to wait for like a wandering trader to get mangrove wood because I definitely want to use some redwood in this area. Even with these like orange roofs, I think the red would still complement it pretty well. And maybe even some yellow down the line or something. That would be a nice like little, you know, triad of colors that I could go about the roofs. So yeah, I think I'm gonna have to wait. Or honestly, I don't know how the trial chambers work entirely, but in one of the trial chambers I raided in my hardcore world, there was a mangrove tree. I'm not really sure how that works, if it's only like exclusive to certain trial chambers, but that could be an option once I like start trading with villagers and stuff. And that honestly doesn't even take that long to do. I just need a cartographer and it's not even expensive or really that like exploitative, I think is kind of the word I'm looking for. Like, I don't really think that qualifies as me taking advantage of the villagers if I just trade with a cartographer until I get the trial explorer map or whatever. But on my journey, I didn't come back completely empty-handed. I found a couple more hay bales, and by a couple more, I mean a lot more. 2 stacks and 11. Ran by a couple villages, and always gotta snag those. And also, just to kind of keep myself alive more than just these potatoes, I killed a bunch of cows on the way and got a handful of raw beef, nearly a stack. That should keep me going for a little while here, like as I'm building up this farm. I could just keep eating potatoes. I might even do that, I don't know, but I just can't not kill the cows when I see them. It's just so easy. I do it all the time. They get one hit by like axes and stuff. It's so easy. At this point though, I want to start gathering materials for this barn. So let me just go gather a bunch of like these materials here. The oak wood, the stripped oak wood, the spruce, the acacia, the pumpkins as well. Let me gather a whole bunch of those and then I'll be back and we might start building, or maybe I'll go gather some other stuff that I think of along the way. Because like obviously I could add some more stuff into the roof. There's more orange blocks in this game. Maybe I'll go that route because I can't find a mangrove swamp. So maybe I'll just go that route and really texture this roof up a whole bunch. I do know I need another axe for sure though, because I have a lot of tree chopping to do. After like a little less than an hour of gathering up materials, this is what I was able to gather. Once again, I don't think this is going to be enough to finish the entire build that I have planned, but I can at least get a pretty good start. I think I have an idea of like the relative shape of this build, and that's kind of all I know. So this is very much going to be like entirely freehand, but who cares? We'll figure something out. So I'm thinking I have like a main rectangle about that long. Don't want to make this place absolutely massive. And it'll be 7 blocks across. That's like my favorite number to go with, because then you can have like 2 nice sections of 3 blocks, and that makes for some good like archways and stuff. And then I will also kind of dissect this build in the middle with another rectangle. Obviously though, this stone is going to be textured, so let me go ahead and just start doing that now. I'm certainly going to need some more moss here in a little while though, and I don't have any bone meal, so I'm honestly not sure how I'm going to go about doing that. But for now, I'm going to throw down some moss into this foundation, along with some other blocks too. I don't know why I just said moss. Now that the foundation is all textured up, I'm going to run back through and put in the wall design. Obviously, we're using the same blocks as the starter house, so we got some oak planks, some stripped jungle log, and some stripped oak logs. And specifically, this jungle wood is going to be used on top of all of the moss bits. This was never in my plan for the starter house. I kind of just like decided to do this as I was building, and I'm really happy that I did. I think this looks so good. I'm going to also raise these up a little bit randomly. And then all the blocks that are touching these stripped jungle logs, I'm going to put stripped oak logs. Hold on, I have Fulbright on. I didn't mean to do that. I was just doing something else. Let me take that off and take a nap. Can add a little bit extra of this stripped oak logs as well. And then we'll come back through with the oak planks. And as of right now, it looks like this. I think it's a pretty decent start here to the whole project. It's got a pretty cool idea, I think, for these end bits. So I want this thing to go up a little bit more, maybe about 2 more blocks in general. I should also mix in some like stripped oak here, because otherwise it's not going to look great if it's just all oak. I'm not going to worry about that right now, actually. I'm kind of more worried just about the shape. So I'm just going to put all oak wood here. Might be a pain later to take all this back out again, but whatever. I work better this way. All right, and then for the front and the back, I'm going to put some upside down spruce stairs, just like that. And then I'm also going to be building up some spruce pillars here. Up to about there, maybe? Let me bring this all the way across and see what it looks like. Actually, hang on, I messed up. The pillars have to come down like that first, and then I go out from there. Yeah, so the stairs are going to go next to the spruce pillars, and then there's going to be more pillars up here. This build honestly may end up getting bigger than I want it to be, but it's fine. We'll finish it. I think it'll still keep in scale with the area, because, I mean, it's a barn. It should be a little bit bigger. Definitely looks weird at the moment, but it'll look a lot nicer once we put in the walls and the roof at the top. This section over here will also have these spruce beams sticking out, and I think I'm going to connect up the spruce here on the top. So I'm going to take away 1 layer of the oak wood and connect it up like that. Yeah, I think that's going to look probably best. Once I get all this figured out, I'll probably just go ahead and time-lapse the build, but I kind of wanted to take you guys with me, just so you can sort of see the process that I go through whenever I build something. I do need more spruce wood, though. Please tell me I have more in that chest. Actually, I most likely don't, because I think I only harvested like 1 spruce tree. Yeah. Well, that's rough. I did plant down more. Pretty sure, at least. It just hasn't grown in yet. And I don't know if this is going to look good, but I want to try something different. I'm going to bring in some birch for this build. I don't really use much birch, but the stripped birch wood looks really, really good with some stripped oak wood. I think I have a little bit in one of these chests, right? All right, 28. Actually, 30. That should be enough to at least see if I'm going to like it or not. I think that looks good, actually. Yeah, that looks pretty solid. I might actually incorporate some of that down here as well. And also, I'm not worrying about you guys. Can you just leave me alone? They're not going to go away. They're actually just attacking me. Okay, let me kill them. Maybe this will keep them out. I wish that actually worked. That'd be cool. Hey, look, a crossbow. Yeah, I was worried that this wall here would look a little bit too busy, but I kind of like it, with a little bit of birch in the top left corner. Yeah, so that's definitely going to be the design I use for the walls here. And hopefully I have enough birch for this. I've been really enjoying lately, like, instead of working with gradients and stuff like that, I've been really enjoying just working with little, like, patches in the wall that are, you know, a small, like, gradient in and of itself. Like, instead of having the entire wall just be one straight gradient straight up, I like doing something like this, where it's like a very tiny gradient here from the jungle wood to the stripped oak wood to the regular oak planks, and then the same thing up here with the birch to the oak to the planks. I think putting like little patches into the wall, maybe the wall is like falling apart or just degrading over time in those little areas, I think that looks a lot nicer. At least lately, I've been thinking that, rather than, you know, having a gradient just of the whole entire building. That can certainly look really nice. And I've done it before and I've liked it, but I've just been kind of jamming with this lately. I do think I'm gonna have to go ahead and like AFK over here by my trees in order to get the spruce wood to grow. But before I do that, I kind of wanted to talk about this little wall design that I just did. I'm gonna, put more details into this for sure. But all I did was just add this little like archway underneath the spruce beam that's going across. And I love what this looks like. This is like my favorite thing to do in this game, honestly. It's just so easy, but it looks fantastic. Probably also do something here to section this area off. Maybe just some slabs and a trapdoor. That looks pretty good to me, actually. Very simple, but I think it gets the point across. Yeah, it's very simple looking, but at the same time, it just adds a lot of depth, and I think it looks really cool. Over on this section then, since it's not a 3-block gap, I'm just gonna go ahead and put a full block right there, and then 2 slabs, and then the trapdoor. Still an archway, and I think it still looks super nice. So now at this point, I just have to gather a couple more materials. I've kind of already run out of a lot of things. And to do that, I'm gonna have to go over here and wait for the trees to grow. But since I've kind of outlined what the walls are going to look like for the most part, I think I'm just gonna cut to a time lapse of me building up all of these walls, and then I'll come back when I'm trying to decide the roof shape, because I think that's going to be complicated. I had to also gather up a little bit of birch wood as well, just to kind of complete this effect across the entire building. But with this, the walls are pretty much done. At least all the blocks are put in. There's still a ton of decoration I want to do. But I'm liking the color palette. It's a slight deviation from the starter house, but I think it looks good. There's just a couple of highlights in the walls, and I think they blend in, nicely with the rest of it. Now comes the tricky part. I don't know what kind of roof I want to put on this. I'm usually the most indecisive when it comes to roofs. I do know I want to put acacia wood on it, but there's a couple different sizes that I kind of want to try out. And once I get the roof shape down, I'll probably go gather some other orange blocks for some texture, like some pumpkins and probably some concrete. I think that could be a pretty good block to go out and gather at the moment. But I need to try to figure out what shape this is going to be. I have two schools of thought at the moment. I either want to do a really tall, pointy kind of roof that swoops out really far, or I just want to do a traditional sort of rounded off roof. Maybe not entirely traditional, but just a more rounded roof to, kind of signify that this is a barn. But it's supposed to be sort of fantasy style. It's kind of what I'm going for. So I'm going to try out the big swoopy roof first, and then let's see what that looks like. I'm going to be completely honest, full transparency. I saw this picture on Twitter and I loved the roof shape. So I want to try to emulate this to some capacity. I'm pretty sure the build here is definitely wider, like the build that I found on Twitter. So I don't think I can use this exact roof on my build, but that's the kind of idea I want to go with. I really don't know exactly what I'm doing. I feel like this isn't going to look great. I don't know if I swooped it out too far over here, but I kind of just started with some slabs. We are a couple blocks away from the side of the building, and then I went up by 1 block, 1 more block, and then this one here is going to go up by 2 blocks. And then I'm thinking eventually 3. Maybe these ones will be 3 right here, like the ones that surround the middle block. This roof might be a little bit too grand, but let me complete it on the other side and then we'll take a look. So it kind of has the effect. I didn't continue the swoop on this right side. Sort of has the effect I'm going for. Maybe once we fill this in a little bit, it'll look better. I think I kind of like it. Just for comparison's sake, though, I'm going to put the other style of roof on this half, and I'm going to see what that looks like. All right, now this one should be a much smaller and a little bit rounder. I'm sort of digging the really tall fantasy roof. I could also even potentially, combine these two. I have to refine this one a little bit more, I think. I don't really like the curve. But I could potentially even combine these two and put this, rounder roof down here for this little, midsection. I think that's what I'm going to try to do. Hopefully I don't regret this, because this would be a pain to take down again. But I'm going to commit to this taller, swoopier roof. I think it would be more wise to just put most of the roof in at the moment with all the acacia wood that I have, and then just go back and texture later. I think I just really want to get the shape down before I do anything else. I think I actually really like this roof. I was messing around for a little bit, and I am definitely going to continue with this one. There might still be a few tweaks I need to make. I'm kind of not liking all the way out to the left and the right. I think for now, I'm just going to take off this last bit. That might help a little. Maybe I can add some like trapdoors on this side. Do I have any on me? I do actually. No, I don't think I like that too much. What if I put trapdoors up here instead? I just fell straight off. That's unfortunate. Time to pillar back up again, dude. I have like 4 pillars right here. I really need more string for scaffolding. I just made a crafting table when I definitely already had one. Love that for me. I think that might look better. With the trapdoor over there and then the slab underneath. I prefer that over the right side for sure. I think I'm gonna roll with that. So now that I have the design completely down, I'm gonna run back through and just put all this acacia wood in here, and then I will be back to texture. Yeah, I'm really glad I went with this tall roof. Even though it's a completely different roof style from the starter house, it still fits in very, very nicely, I think. And I actually don't think that the rounder roof will fit over here anymore. I might actually have to go with this style again, just on this little, you know, cross section of the building. Let me also throw the side roof on, and then I'll be back with the texturing. Just want to get the entire roof shape down first. Makes my job a lot easier, I think. Now, honestly, this doesn't really look too much like a barn, but I don't care. Honestly, like, this is just going to be where I keep my animals. So to me, it's a barn, and it fits in with the area pretty well. I also know that last episode I said I was going to tone the scale back of my building, and this build's pretty big. You know what though? This whole series is about me just doing whatever I feel like, and at this moment I felt like building this building. So now I need to go get some more orange blocks. I probably still have some pumpkin, but I need a lot more. And then I think I'm going to make some of that concrete. This is a pretty big roof. I can probably put a bunch more texturing blocks in here. And then, of course, we're going to run back through with some of this stripped acacia log. I have a little bit of that. And I also have a bit more of just the regular acacia, you know, wood or logs that I can strip down. So let me go see what I have in my storage room in terms of pumpkins. Let me see how many I actually need to go harvest. I have 4 pumpkins. Well, I'm going to need quite a bit more than that. There is a flower forest, though, just over in this direction, kind of where I'm facing now. And I think I'm going to go there and punch a whole bunch of tulips, because these should give me orange dye. They do. Okay, so I'm going to go do that. And then I guess I'll have to go gather the sand and the gravel in order to make a bunch of concrete. I never used to build with concrete, and if I'm being completely honest, it's kind of just because I never knew how to make it. I don't know why I never just looked it up. It always felt like it was too difficult to make, like it was like a late game block, but it's really not hard. But with this flower forest over here, I wouldn't mind making a flower farm eventually. Now, I said that I don't really want to make too many automatic farms in this world, and I definitely still stand by that. When I say that, I'm mainly talking about like the really overpowered, broken farms. If I'm just getting flowers, that's not super overpowered. While I'm just gathering these flowers, I didn't know about this until kind of recently, but only like a limited number of flowers can spawn on any given block. I always thought it was just completely random, that if I bone mealed this block enough times, I would eventually get every single flower in the game. But that's not how this works. Like this section right here with all of these red tulips. If I bone milled this again, it would probably mainly just be red tulips again. It could be another flower or two in there, but it wouldn't be all of them. So if you want to make a flower farm for a specific type of flower, you need to find a spot of grass that can grow that flower. That is something I did not know until kind of recently. I'm thinking about colors a little bit more now, and I wonder if some yellow accents could work in the roof a little bit too. I don't know if it'll be too bright, but it could kind of work. So I'm gonna grab some yellow flowers here. Luckily, there's a bunch of these sunflowers. Maybe these could like border the pumpkins or something, and that'll be like a super highlight. Dude, flower forests are like one of my favorite biomes in the game, I think. It's so relaxing just picking flowers in there. I completely forgot that I'm in need of pumpkins too. I did see a little patch back here, so let me go grab that. Oh no, I have to run through the gorgeous flower field again. That sucks, man. It sucks so bad. Oh, darn. Dude, this just sucks, man. I gotta frolic through these flowers again? Man, I definitely don't love this. What's up, little man? Have a flower. That would be a cool spot for a nether portal. Wait, I might actually have to do that whenever I decide to go to the nether. That would look really cool out of that mountain. I was only able to find a couple pumpkins though, so I have to continue that search. I definitely need to make a pumpkin farm soon, but it is about to be spooky season, which also means it's about to be pumpkin patch season. I think I gotta make a pumpkin patch for my pumpkin farm in this world. That sounds too perfect not to do it. I don't know if the yellow is gonna work next to these pumpkins. Looking at it now, there's not really any yellow in here. There's only yellow like up top, and I don't think you can get that top texture of the pumpkin on the roof, like facing outwards. So I don't know if this yellow concrete is going to be used or not, but still worth a shot, I guess. There's actually a lot of pumpkins over here too, so not bad at all. I don't really think I'm gonna need many of these pumpkins. Probably that patch over there will be enough. I highly doubt I'll use much more than like a stack. You know, it's really funny actually. My first ever house that I've ever built in Minecraft, I used pumpkins for the roof, and only pumpkins. But that was back in the version of Minecraft where I think a block had to be under pumpkins, or like dirt had to be under pumpkins in order, you know, for the player to put them down. So the exterior of my house, it looked like the roof was made out of pumpkins. The inside looked like it was made out of like dirt or wood or whatever I put under the pumpkins. I don't know why I decided to do that, but that was my first ever house that I ever built in this game. That was so long ago. Probably like 11 years ago at this point. And I was playing with my friend, who I still talk to currently. Look at that. And also, would you look at that? I got exactly a stack of pumpkins. I honestly might be the greatest. Minecraft is such a pretty game. Just look at this, man. What's better than this? Nothing. I dare you to find one better thing than looking at a beautiful view in Minecraft with a cow. Name one thing better. You can't. Anyway, now I have to go grab some sand and gravel, so I'm just gonna go do that real fast. I now have a little bit of concrete powder, a little bit of this orange, and also a little bit of yellow, though I don't really think I'm going to be using this yellow. I was looking at it after I crafted it, and I just don't think it's going to blend well, but I will try it, and then I guess I'll decide for sure once I actually give it a shot. I also made some of this into orange concrete instead of the powder, but this block is just like way too weirdly like neon orange. I don't really think it fits with the pumpkins, whereas this powder fits like perfectly with the pumpkins, I think. Those blend together super, super well. So I think I'm going to stay away from the concrete itself and just stick with the concrete powder. It gets so much darker once it becomes concrete. Maybe this will work then, the yellow concrete instead of the powder. I still don't like it too much, but it's certainly worth exploring. I should also point out that I added a bit more of the walls up top, so before this was empty, like the little triangle part of the roof here, and I went with this design. I think it looks pretty cool. Normally, I would just put this like middle spruce beam right here. Let me bring my crosshair back so you can kind of see where I'm looking. Normally, I would just put this middle spruce beam here and then maybe like these two stairs, and that would kind of just be it. But I went with a little bit more of an intricate design. I now have this like beam up here. We have a couple stairs, a couple trap doors. I think it looks pretty cool, especially from far away. Get a cool shape there with like that weird oval kind of looking thing. And then a similar kind of design over here, just in a smaller scale. Let's start texturing up this roof. So I'm gonna just pillar up and then destroy a decent chunk of what I've already put down. This is definitely like not the most efficient way of doing this, but this is the way I enjoy doing it because I can like see the whole scope of everything first. I'd rather just take stuff away than try to texture as I'm going and then I just don't like the final product, you know? And I'm gonna texture this sort of like the walls where instead of just having like a gradient going all the way up, I'm just gonna make patches. So I think something like this is gonna look nice from afar, and you're really not gonna see this roof from too close. Like I'm not gonna really be up here really again, ever. So I think this is gonna make a nice effect from far away. My idea is that like the concrete powder is probably the brightest orange that I have. So I want that to be like the end of the gradient. So I'm gonna have it go from the regular acacia planks, then into the stripped acacia logs, into the pumpkins, and then into the concrete powder. I don't really think I'll be able to do yellow in here. Let me try yellow in this corner, then I'll back away and see what it looks like. So the way I'm gonna do that is I'm going to end with the yellow right here. I'm gonna end with this yellow concrete, but then every block I have touching this yellow concrete, I'm gonna put some of this orange concrete powder, and then every block that's touching this concrete powder, I'm going to put pumpkins. And then once again, every block touching these pumpkins, that's where this stripped acacia wood comes in. If you do this consistently enough, it kind of just flows really well to the eye. Like it seems like this is all kind of supposed to be here. Might look strange from up close, but let me take a quick peek from back here. So I like the bright orange. I don't know how I feel about that yellow. I don't think I hate it though. I wish there was a better block I could use right now. There might even be. I just haven't really looked. But I do kind of like that. It's like an ultra highlight there in the corner, but it definitely doesn't look too bad. I think doing this in the other way would also be nice. Like instead of getting brighter from the orange, I could also get darker and then end with like some netherrack or mangrove or something. But once again, I need mangrove for that. I think I like it though. I definitely do. Because like I said, like from up close, it looks kind of weird. Like if you really look at it from here, it doesn't look good. But like, I'm not going to be up here ever. So you're never going to really tell that. I'm not going to do the yellow every time I make one of these patches. I just think every so often will be really nice. Though I do think this section here needs a little bit more orange. I will certainly need a new axe as well in a second. I have like entirely run out of iron, by the way. So next episode, I'm certainly going to have to do some mining. Gonna have to craft some stone axes here, but it should be fine. Watch this epic water bucket. Double 360, I'm the best. I should be using this water bucket a lot more often. Way easier than pillaring up every time, and I just walked straight off. Oh my goodness. I added 2 more of those patches, and I like how this is turning out. I put one right there, and then also in the top, like left corner of this roof here, with another patch of yellow in the top. Let me go ahead and do this on the other side. And then this roof is pretty close to being done, I think. All right, let me actually walk from the ground and take a look at this rather than just going into free cam. Yeah, that's looking pretty good, I think, actually. That's a cool little gradient. Let me walk from my house. I feel like this is one of the views I'm probably going to see the most often, so let's see. Yeah, that looks good. All right, I'm really comfortable with the color of the roof now. The texturing looks really nice. There are like 2 more things I would like to add really quickly to the roof. The first thing is this little bit that's spruce that goes all the way up. I kind of want to make that come out like 1 block with like some trapdoors and some stairs and stuff. I think that'll look pretty nice. Well, I guess not a block if I'm using trapdoors, but just a little bit further out than the rest of the roof. And then also I want to put something up top. So kind of like in my starter house, I have like these stairs like alternating and stuff with the trapdoors over top. Kind of want to do the same thing here. Or just something similar. It doesn't have to be exactly that, but something similar, and I think it'll look really cool. I'm thinking I just add something like this. Just gives the roof a little bit more pizzazz here. I think that's the best way to describe it. And then going up the side, I have like a stair right here connecting the spruce bits, trapdoor above it, and I'm just gonna kind of follow this design the whole way up. And I think that looks pretty good. Though, this top piece might be a little bit too tall. Yeah, that might be a little bit too much. I'm gonna have to bring that down a block. All right, let me take a look at that now. That should look a little bit better. It definitely does. I think that fits the build a lot better. Oh, another wandering trader. Give me mangrove wood, please. Look at this, watch. I'm gonna land this cool MLG water bucket. I'll do it from the top of the building too. And if I do this, you're gonna give me mangrove wood. I know you will. Watch this, here it is. Just gonna jump off and do it perfectly. Welp. We have a bit of a journey. I'm really glad this wasn't hardcore. That would have been an insane way to lose the world. And now I can't sprint anymore. This is just the worst. What are you so happy about? You know what? Honestly, it's probably faster just to do this. Hey, man. How's it going? All right. I can run again. All right. Hold on. Let me do this again. Oh, and this piece got turned into regular concrete. Ah, that's annoying. Here it is, 360. See? Give me mangrove. It didn't work. I died for you. Hold on. Let me turn you around. You shouldn't have to see this. All right, sorry about that, buddy. You can turn back now. Look at this. I got 2 free leads. Look at that. No idea where those came from, man. Chicken. It worked again! No, don't go too far. I gotta put you in a boat. You gotta be my other boat chicken. Join your pal. Come here. Get in there. It worked! I got 2 boat chickens. Oh, I'm so happy. Anyway, that was a strange distraction. I think the roof is pretty much done now. I might chuck a chimney up there eventually, but for now I'm pretty comfortable with where it's at. At this point, I should probably work on more of the exterior of this building. I want to put in some windows. I want to put in like an official entrance. I could just make it like a door right here, but if this is supposed to be a barn, I should probably have a nice big entrance. Probably have to destroy a little bit of this front, but that's fine. Throw some like foliage and stuff around. Some hay bales, of course. Just some basic decoration, kind of like what I did in my starter house over there. So let me grab some decorative blocks. Oh, I got 3 lanterns. Massive. I'm not going to use all of these hay bales. There's absolutely no way that's possible, but I'll still take them. I think what I have right now in my inventory is plenty just to decorate the outside of this house. I could also add some barrels. I just have to craft them over here. This is where pretty much all of my wood is. I'm going to begin here by working on the entrance, then I can just kind of go around from there. Once more though, I do need to make another axe. Man, I need iron. But let me take out this middle beam right here. And then how exactly would I like to do this? Take out this stair as well. I can always put a lot of this stuff back. I should definitely grab some more spruce wood, actually, before I do anything. So let me chop down all that I have. I only have one stone axe on me too. That's not going to be enough probably. That'll get me 117 pieces of spruce. So I'll be back after I mine 117 spruce logs. All right, one entire stone axe later, and I got 118 spruce logs actually, because I had one on me already. Anyway, let me figure out some kind of entrance for here. That looks like a pretty decent entrance to me, I think. I don't know if I like the leaves up here or not though. I think I just like the oak wood there instead. And maybe some upside down stairs like that. Might switch those out for some fences instead, because if there's fences there, I can hang lanterns. Might switch that out, but for now I'm gonna leave the upside down stairs. I think that looks pretty good. That looks inviting. I feel like I'd go in here. And then we'll work on the interior a little while later. But for now, that looks nice as an entrance. And I like that way more than just one door, you know, just on the left there like I had before. So that's good. Let me go throw some more decoration around. Oh, I need my glass. I think my glass is smelting up there. So just while I have all these other blocks on me, I'm gonna sprinkle these around just to make the whole area look more lively. I'm really not great at exterior decoration, man. I just keep reusing the same blocks. But I think this front view looks pretty good. We have like a stack of hay on this right side. I think that looks pretty nice. Of course, we have that entrance that I just designed, and then over here, just a small like storage barrel area. A couple glowberries growing in too. I gotta remember to actually shear these, but I'm gonna let them grow out a little bit more. Over here, just kind of have one of these composters again. This side, not a composter, just a plant with an azalea bush on the bottom. Actually, don't think I like the leaves at the top, so I'm gonna take those off. I didn't really know what to do over here. Kind of made like a crafting little bench area thing. I don't know. I think it looks fine. I can poke a window in here. Look a little bit more interesting that way. Back here, I just have two of these composters. We have two window spots as well. And then over here, just more like storage, hay bale stuff. After I sleep though, I'm gonna go grab some glass that I'm smelting down, and then I can throw in all the windows, and then it should start looking a lot nicer. I think though for the window design, I'm gonna do probably the same thing I did for the starter house. Just need a couple more campfires, and then I'm going to need some spruce fence gates. How much coal do I have though? Probably not much. I honestly don't know how many of these campfires I can make. I have 28 pieces of coal, actually 31. Grab some glass panes. We have more than enough of those. I thought about maybe putting like a crane section up here to make it look like it's like hauling up some like hay or something like that. I could still do that. I think I would just need to make a section then in the middle that's like open. Let me try that out before I put in any windows. This could at least look more unique than just having two windows. I feel like windows is what I always do, so I want to try something else. So I'm gonna have to get rid of this whole like spruce beam in the middle, get rid of these little sections. And then I'm gonna have it come out like this. And then that'll have to connect up here. And then let's do this little archway design again, just like that. And then this is gonna have to be like completely open. And then in line with this little window, I'm gonna make a little like 3x3 block of slabs. All right, so let's line this all with hay bales. Gonna wrap signs all the way around this. This sign right here is probably my favorite one. And then I just need this being like pulled up somehow. I should have maybe made this further back. Yeah, I do actually think I'm gonna have to make this like one block back. Not a big deal though. This sign is slightly more aggressive. I think the base idea of this is good. I just have to mess around with this design a little bit more until I find something that I like. So give me like 2 seconds. I think I like this. I feel like it kind of looks like a gun. But I'm gonna stick with it. I definitely like it enough to keep for now. Maybe I'll come back to this and remove it or something. I don't know. Just wanted to test out this idea. The last real thing I have to do here for the exterior is just have a little window design. And I honestly don't think I'm gonna have too many windows here. But I'm gonna do the same exact window design that I did in my starter house. Got the campfire going on. And then we're gonna have the open fence gate. And then just like 3 spruce trapdoors. Very simple design, but I think it looks nice. Now with that, I think I'm going to move to the interior of the building now and try to figure out what this is going to look like. So I'm gonna have to come up with some sort of floor plan. I ended up being like super indecisive when it came to building up this interior. It doesn't even end up being like that special. It just took me like way too long to do. So instead of just showing my whole thought process, let me just go over it now. So on the first floor here, I just sectioned it off into like 3 different pens. I want 1 pen for cows, 1 pen for sheep, and then honestly, I don't know what the 3rd pen could be for. I thought about using the 2 chickens that I have in my boat, but I kind of want to build a more special place for them. I don't know. I do end up stealing a wandering trader's llama though. So that's kind of cool. He's just gonna chill attached to this fence post for a pretty long time. The upstairs then, I ended up going with this kind of design for my storage room. Rather than just having like a big wall of chests like I normally would, I just made 3 like shelves to put chests and barrels on, and I think it looks pretty cool. I also had a chimney sticking out of this roof, so I figured this was a good spot to put a fireplace. This is actually exactly where the chimney connects to the roof. Doesn't look amazing on the inside, but I think it at least gets the point across. That's pretty much the entire interior then. Like I said before, it's nothing crazy. It just took me for some reason way too long to do this. All right, and I think with that, this building is pretty much entirely done. I say pretty much because I do want to put some lanterns on this eventually. I just don't have any iron at the moment. I'm gonna have to come through and put a bunch of lanterns down in a bunch of different places. There are still 2 more things though that I would like to do in this episode. One of those things is to plant a nice big field somewhere around this new barn. And then the last thing I would like to do before I conclude the episode is make another custom tree. So I'm gonna start with the field. I think I'm gonna put it just off to the right here. This shape might not end up looking that great, but it's fine, we can tweak it. But I'm just gonna start with some cobblestone for now, and then I can always come back and texture this later. I would like to texture this with like that same block foundation that I've been using like everywhere else, like in the floor here, but I just don't really have too much moss at the moment. And I don't really have bone meal to make more, so that'll have to be for a future time. All right, that's a good shape. It's not a huge wheat farm, but it's definitely bigger than what we have now. I'm gonna go through and texture this with all the blocks that I can at the moment, but it's really not going to be many because I kind of just have stone. I only have 7 moss blocks. So I guess I can at least throw in all the stone. It's really not much, but at least it's partially textured. Next thing then, I'm just gonna run through and throw a bunch of cobblestone and some stone slabs just to change the height variation a little bit. And I think that's all the decoration I'm gonna do on the outside of the farm as of right now. Like I said earlier, I'll come back once I get some more blocks. And I know I said that this is going to be a wheat field, but I'm probably just gonna plant all my crops at the moment. I will eventually make this just a sole wheat field, but for now, I don't have enough wheat. And I think this is gonna do it there for the farm. At least for now. I'll definitely make this look better in the future. Pretty good start though, I think. Actually, I need to make sure that stuff can get tilled. Problem solved. And then I can finish off this episode with a good old-fashioned custom tree, which I will probably have to gather just a little bit more spruce for. I only have 12 spruce logs. I should also get a little bit of oak too. And honestly, some leaves. I'm just gonna build another tree pretty much exactly like the first episode, but I will definitely be building some other custom trees that aren't just oak ones. And I think this one will probably go just right next to the barn on this side. Let's put it right there. Hold on, let me turn that log. Right there. And I actually don't even think I need any more spruce, okay? I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna mine it anymore. I'm done. I have 14 logs. Should be enough. It's not like I'm making a massive custom tree. It's just gonna be a little tiny guy again. But every single episode in this series, I'm going to be building 1 custom tree, or I should say at least 1 custom tree, because there's definitely going to be episodes I build more than 1. But I want to start this because I want to get better at making custom trees, and this gives me a good reason to actually build some. And it also gives me a good point in the video to tell you all to subscribe if you want to see how many custom trees I end up building in this world. Anyway though, let's actually build this one. So I just went up a couple blocks, gonna put an upside down stair like so, and then just up probably like 2 more after this. And lately when I've been making custom trees, I've been trying to make the branches not out of fences. I feel like it looks better when it's like slabs and stairs and stuff. I just kind of think the thicker branches look a little bit nicer. And my process for making custom trees has been the same for a pretty long while now. I just build out all the branches I'm gonna want, and then I just put leaves on top of all of those, and then kind of just round it off in the middle. After putting all the leaves up top, I like to hop down and just make them droop down over the sides. Now I just have to run back through and put a little bit of extra detail in here. Not like that. That is what I wanted to do. Then let's build up the bottom a little bit more. I've been liking using slabs down here at the bottom to extend away from the tree to kind of look like roots. That's been making the base of these trees look a little bit more realistic to me. Gonna also throw in a couple trapdoors, just change the shape up a little. And then one of my favorite things that I've been doing lately is having some open fence gates here. And I think with that, the tree is pretty much done. I would normally put a lantern on this, but like I said earlier, don't really have any. So instead, I'm just gonna put a torch. I'll change that out later. Then you know what? I might as well connect up the area. I just keep seeing things I want to do. I really just need to end this episode. But let me get this pathway going through and then I will do that. But with this pathway now in, that's going to conclude this episode. It did a whole lot of building in this one. Next episode, I definitely need to do some mining. I think I'll probably go in my first actual cave in this world. And we are at like day 100. Oh, we're at exactly day 100. 100 days in this world and I haven't gone to cave yet. Love that pace. I can't wait, honestly, to build up just more stuff in this build style in this area. I think this whole area is going to turn out super, super nicely. But thank you so much for watching. I really hope you enjoyed this one, and I will talk to you soon. Bye. Welcome back to my survival world. It is raining, which kind of sucks. Probably should have waited for this to go away, but whatever. We're chilling. Just the rain looks really bad in recordings normally. Last time, though, I built this barn. And this is honestly one of my favorite builds I've probably ever done. Really big fan of the barn. I just mainly like the roof a lot. Tried to be a little bit adventurous with like the color selection with the patches of like orange and yellow. I think it turned out pretty well, and I got a lot of nice comments about it, so thank you so much. Speaking of comments though, I recently acquired 2 new best friends in this world. It was fate that I acquired both of these awesome chicken. If you saw last episode, you'd understand. But as for the names, one of these chickens is going to be named Rut. I think it's going to be this back one here, and I'll explain why in a second. So this one in the back is going to be Rut. Thank you so much, Hanish, for the name suggestion. And then the one in the front is going to be Bjorn, or Bjorn. I'm going to say Bjorn. I think that's how I'm going to pronounce it. Dumb Biscuit. Thank you so much for that comment suggestion. So they suggested that the one I 360'd I named Bjorn, and I think that's the one in the front. I could be completely wrong, but I think it's that one. I'm gonna go take a nap though, to finally get this rain to go away. Let's take a nice wet nap outside. A wet nap sounds disgusting, by the way. I'm kind of sad that I just put those words out there. But we have 2 new best friends, Rut and Bjorn. I don't know if I'm mispronouncing that one, the second one, but I'm gonna keep rocking with Bjorn. That works for me. And of course, we have our first best friend, Ghost. My boy. Once I get some name tags, obviously, I will officially name all of these animals. And I'm sure I'm gonna get way more. And I'm going to continue to ask for name suggestions. Like this third chicken. Watch this. Name this chicken. That would have been so cool if it happened again. But the main priority of this episode is going to be mining. Because as you can see by my inventory, my hotbar at the moment, I have a whole bunch of stone tools. I am completely out of iron. And I also obviously need it for like lanterns and stuff. This build has like no lanterns on it, and that is bothering me. But yeah, so I need to go caving really badly. There is a pretty big cave down here. I'm probably going to explore that first. But I also would like to make a mine entrance in this video. That's going to be the main build. My plan is to have it like here-ish, somewhere around here. I kind of mentioned this last episode as well, but I was envisioning that a cave entrance or like a mine entrance right here could look really nice, as well if I have like another retaining wall over here. I don't know exactly what I'm going to throw on top of that retaining wall. I got a couple different options in the comments. I'm probably not going to build that today, but could just, you know, leave me room in the future to build something. The main focus for today's build is going to be this mine entrance, and I think I can build something pretty nice. I'm imagining I can like continue a pathway up here. It's going to be difficult to describe at the moment, but let me kind of pop down here. So I'm going to continue a pathway like here-ish, probably like zigzag towards the mountain a little as well. And then that'll be a nice retaining wall too, so it'll keep the theme going. And then breaking up that pathway, or maybe like just directly in front of it, I will have the mine building. I will figure all that out once I'm in builder mode. For the moment though, I'm in mining mode because I need so much stuff. I have been looking at this iron in this mountain for so long though. See a little bit more up there too. I think I'm going to collect this small amount of iron here, and then I'll take that, smelt it down, make some iron tools, and then we're going to hit the caves. I just can't do with these stone tools anymore, man. It's day 110. In this world. I had to AFK for like 10 days to get the crop field to grow in a little bit, so the thumbnail looked better. So that's the only reason it's past day 100. I think I ended last episode on day 100. So let me go grab a little bit of stone because I don't want to ruin these mountains. I don't have like any. All right, let me smelt down a little bit. I'm trying to preserve the mountains, all right? I want to take this iron, but I don't want it to look horrible. And I have no coal up here. Oh my god, I'm the worst. All right, while I'm waiting for that stone to smelt, I'm just going to go grab the iron now. While I'm doing this, I would just like to extend just another thank you to everybody who's been watching the series so far. This is probably my best received series I've ever had. And it's amazing just to read all the comments, see all the people who are enjoying the build, especially all the people who liked my cat in the first episode. I got so many comments about my cat. I showed her every one of them. She read them all, and she's very appreciative. And then just other than the cat comments, just thank you all so much for all the super nice comments I've been receiving. So many people have complimented the builds and have given me just tips on how to make my builds better and what other blocks to use and stuff like that, and I just appreciate it all. I'm just glad so many of you guys are vibing with the slower paced videos and the more chill kind of play style. I think this certainly vibes with my just play style of the game so much more. It's way more natural for me to do this than it is to have made like the faster paced hardcore videos. I just find that this is how I prefer to play this game a lot more. I will probably be back to the hardcore at some point. I know I said in the first episode I will for sure be back. I still plan to. I honestly just don't know how near in the future I'll be back to the hardcore stuff. I did not expect the first couple episodes of this to be received that well. I honestly kind of thought these would be viewed less and more people would want to watch the hardcore stuff, but I was pleasantly surprised. I'm also officially on the road to 50,000 subscribers. I am like 2,000 subs off, I think, at the point of me talking at this moment. It would be kind of awkward if I hit that milestone before this video comes out. You guys are kind of insane. I'm quite past 50K at this point. That's ridiculous. But if you look down at the subscribe button and it's red, you could totally click it, especially if I'm not at 50K yet. That would be a massive help. But also if I am at 50K, you should still totally subscribe. Look, I'll show you another picture of my cat. And look at this. You guys have seen cat 1. Look at this is cat 2. I have 2 cats. I think that calls for a subscription. I have like 30 pieces of iron smelting. Just got 3 more just right now. So 33 pieces of iron should be plenty to hit the caves with. I do think it's time to retire this armor though. At least most of it. I'm going to keep the pants. I'm going to make an armor stand. I'm going to remove this chest. I'm going to put it right here. The early game armor is now being retired. Well, 3/4 of it. Look at that. So good. Let's fully gear up though in some iron armor. Not too much of an upgrade, but definitely one nonetheless. And then I'm going to go ahead and make a couple iron pickaxes. Because there's no way I'm taking a stone pickaxe into the mines with me. I already had boots. Whatever, now I have 2. I can also make an iron sword and an iron axe. Don't really need either of those to go mining with necessarily, but whatever. I'm going to start by going down this cave. I don't have a bow as well. Probably should have made one. But I'm not too worried about it. One of these skeletons should hopefully drop one. But I'm going to start by going down this cave. Let's just grab all the stuff I see as I'm going down, because all of this stuff is going to be very useful for me. I wouldn't mind finding some diamonds today either. I think it's been long enough. I can probably upgrade to diamond tools pretty soon. I don't really think I'll get enchanting set up quite yet, but just using some base diamond tools will be a massive upgrade considering I started today with stone. Obviously though, mainly here just for some iron and some coal, and you know, if I just happen to find the diamonds, that will be super nice. I think another thing I'm probably not going to do in this world is strip mining. I don't really enjoy doing that anyway, even if it is pretty efficient. I like just exploring the caves and going about it that way. Finding a lot of coal in this area, not too much iron though. That's alright though, I will always take the coal. I use a lot of campfires, so very valuable to me. You know, I'm really glad that I'm making these like more relaxed style videos specifically for mining. Oh, this guy has chainmail armor. Hold on, he's dripped out. I'll get back to my point in a second. Can you stop? Do you not know I am silver in Valorant? Yeah, get owned. But anyway, what I was saying is I'm glad I'm taking this more relaxed approach when it comes to mining, because I hate editing mining content when I was trying to make everything like super engaging and the hardcore kind of mentality, you know what I mean? Mining with that in mind is so annoying to do. There's so many cuts you need, and then you have to sync it with all the music, and it can turn out pretty well, but I like this a lot more. Just having a conversation while mining, just hanging out. I got 15 pieces of iron down here. We need to step it up. You definitely can't hear her, but my other cat, cat 2, the second one I showed, going crazy at the moment. Running all over the place. I think she found one of her springs. We have a bunch of these like really cheap spring toys. I'm sure if you own cats, you've probably seen them before. Like the cheapest toy you could possibly imagine. It's like 50 cents for a pack of like 6 of these springs, but our cats absolutely go crazy over them. And whenever they find one, just downstairs, like especially at night, if they like have it in their mouth, which they walk around with them in their mouths, it's adorable. But every time they do that, they just meow the whole time. And it's like my favorite thing. I think that's what she's doing. There's a lot of goods down here, but also a lot of cave to light up. Let me spend the time lighting up this whole thing so I don't get snuck up on. And then I'll run through and grab all my spoils. There's so many creepers in here. What is this, Creeper City? Oh no, it's the spooky deep dark. I should have anticipated that, being in like a mountainous region. But I'm gonna come back to here in a little bit. Let me head back this way and grab all that stuff I just ran by. I don't know if I'll be back there right now, or if that's a future thing. But I do know it's there. There's a pretty good chance then for an ancient city to be down in that direction. Our first lapis though. That's nice. We're gonna need that for enchanting at some point. Really don't know when I'm gonna get into enchanting. Maybe I'll do like some basic enchants in the near future, because I never really use those, and that could be a cool aspect of the game to, you know, kind of explore a little bit. But like when it comes to like big boy enchants, level 30 enchants and stuff, I really don't want to hit this Enderman. Can you get away? Can you get away from the Enderman? Okay, we're good. But when it comes to like big boy level 30 enchants, I don't really know when I want to do that. Got quite a bit to do before I get into enchanting, I think. But I'm perfectly fine with that. And I think a lot of you are here for the journey along with me. Over a stack of iron at the moment, nearly 3 stacks of coal. And there's still some more here, so this has been quite successful. This cave has gone down very, very deep. Oh, this is one of those copper veins. I'm gonna take a screenshot of these coordinates here, just in case I don't end up finding a Trial Explorer map anywhere near me and I need copper. That goes down pretty far. Could get some tough. Look at us making moves to get some new stone blocks. I do need to start using some tough. One of my favorite blocks in the game for sure, and I haven't used any yet. I was actually just talking to my boy Cobb about this a little bit. If you don't know Cobb, definitely check him out. I'll put his link down below. But I feel like in some of my previous worlds, I would like over texture a lot, over detail quite a bit, especially when it came to like stone stuff, because there's just so many stone blocks to choose from. But since I haven't really gathered that many different stone varieties in this world, I kind of can't texture as much as I normally would. And I'm really, really liking the results. Like for example, my retaining wall, it's like 3 blocks. It's smooth stone, or 4 blocks. It's smooth stone, cobblestone, mossy cobblestone, and moss. There I go again, saying smooth stone instead of just stone. I'm working on it, okay? I'm trying to break the habit. It's not easy. And I really, really like how it turned out. It's very simple. There's not even that much detail in the walls themselves. Like I didn't use any like Minecraft walls for any depth or any slabs or stairs or anything like that. And honestly, I think it's okay. I think it just lets the wall breathe a little bit, if that makes sense. And I'm starting to try to do that a little bit more. A lot of detailing could look phenomenal, for sure. But it gets to a point where I think there is too much detailing and too much texture that it just looks a little messy. Finding that balance is incredibly, incredibly difficult, though. That's by far, I think, one of the hardest aspects of building. But anyway, all I'm trying to say is my access to tough here is great, but I need to not overuse it. I am now in deep slate level, though. Deep slate's another block I love to use. It's strange that I haven't used it yet either. There's a mine shaft down here. Got some poison spiders to deal with, though. I hate these so much. Like, I hate this hitbox. Let me hit it. This is the worst. I'm actually going to take a little bit of this string back with me. You can always come back for more. Oh no! Oh, I thought that was the end of me. I thought that creeper was one hit. That's why I got so close. It's really weird seeing a regular spider down here. You're out of your element. I may not have found any diamonds yet. Oh. Hold on a second. I may not have found any diamonds yet. But I do have 44 string. That's what I was gonna say. Pretend I said that before I found those diamonds. Actually, I can just edit that so that I said that before I rounded the corner. No one's gonna know. Wait, is this just 1 diamond? Are you serious? All right, Minecraft, I see you. I don't really want to explore this too much. I was just looking for a chest, yes, because there's a chance for a name tag. Come on. I have a couple best friends. Let me name one of them. No name tag, but 3 diamonds. I'll take that. Oh, hello. All right, that 1 chest is good enough for me. Let me kind of go back to where I was, if I can find my way out of here. That's another place I'm going to screenshot the coordinates for, and then we'll be back. I don't want to overstay my welcome too much down here. I am fairly content with leaving here in a little while. Let me start to head up, and I'll just grab any ores that I seemingly missed on the way. That was a pretty easy mining trip, and I was only there for like 45 minutes. We got all of this stuff. So certainly not bad at all. These 4 diamonds, very nice. That brings our total up to 10, I think, yeah. And I actually only mined 1. Once all this stuff smelts up, we can progress onto some building. Obviously the main focal point of all these videos. I do want to get to that mine building today, but there's actually something I kind of want to do first. And it relates to the 1 custom tree per episode kind of thing that I'm doing. Once this stuff smelts up, I will explain. Another wandering trader, and once again, no mangrove wood. Why do you have to do this to me? I received a bunch of comments in the last video saying that I should turn this section right here into a pond. And that's exactly what I'm going to do. And that's how this kind of relates to the custom trees, because I want to make a couple custom trees around this pond. I do want to make them in a different style. So in the first 2 episodes, we made this tree and that tree over there. Both kind of the same design. The trees I want around this pond, I think I'm going to make out of birch wood. I'm thinking that this could be a really nice way at framing out the mine building. Also, let me go grab these bones before they despawn. I could always use more bone meal. But yeah, so I think I could frame out the mine building super well with a couple trees, like one right here or so, one right here-ish, around that area. Could make for a pretty cool looking thumbnail. I'm always thinking about the thumbnails, all right? That's how you get people to watch. But anyway, yeah, so I have to put a whole bunch of water in this area. And honestly, I don't know what kind of shape I want this pond to be. This sort of works right now. I might have to round this off a bit more though, because I think this corner over here just looks a little bit awkward to me. Yeah, it's a pretty subtle change, but I think that shape's just a tad bit better. I might have to run around this whole thing and kind of fix up a little bit more of the shape, because it does look pretty awkward. The shape doesn't look too much different, but I feel like it's a slight improvement. Still a bit of an awkward shape. Honestly though, I don't think it's going to be that big of a deal. From down here, it should look fine. I feel like I'm not going to be looking too much from that like aerial position on this. I mean, I do use a lot of free cam, I guess. But as I'm just walking around, I think this shape will be perfect. Perfect is a strong word. It's certainly not perfect. As I'm working on this pond as well, I need to try to remember to harvest my crops and replant them. Because I think this whole thing is grown in. I haven't harvested it once. Now, I do want this to eventually just be a wheat field. I wonder if I have enough seeds here to plant that all back just now. And don't worry, I will certainly be making fields for every crop in the game, probably. I love farming. That's one of my favorite things to do in this whole game. But actually, hang on, before I do anything else, let me shout out who gave me this idea first. A bunch of people actually suggested this, but I want to find the first comment. I think the first comment is from Ezekiel Alexander 1354. A few other people, like I said, commented this as well, but I'm fairly certain Ezekiel here was the first. So thank you so much for that comment suggestion. I got a bunch of suggestions on what to build in this world, and I love reading them. You guys have some amazing ideas. Definitely keep them coming. Because not only does that increase the reach of this video by having more comments, but it also just provides me a whole bunch of ideas to add in this world. And, you know, I love including my comments in my worlds. But I got a lot of water to place, so let's begin. The water is now completely in. Now I have to just kind of go through and tear out this underneath to make it look just more interesting. Because if it's completely flat, that doesn't look great. Got a lot of digging to do, but honestly, I need dirt, so this is nice. And you know what? While I'm actually working on this as well, I should probably plant down some sugarcane. I have not started a sugarcane farm yet on this world. I kind of figured this pond could act as one. I don't want this entire thing surrounded with sugarcane. I just want some like decorative sugarcane in a couple spots here. So it's not going to be like a super efficient farm by any means. But it's just me on this world. I plan on playing this world for a very long time. It should give me plenty. So I'm just going to make these rings here going all the way around. And then I will proceed to get rid of all the dirt in the middle of the ring. And I'll just keep doing that until I feel like I go down far enough. Oh man, this is going to get so annoying to do once I get to this level. Maybe I should have just dug the whole thing out first and then placed all the water. I don't know what's more annoying, honestly. Oh, I didn't even mean to find a spawner like this. I just heard a couple zombies and some skeletons, and I just went into free cam just to see if there's like a little cave pocket down here. And there is, but there's also a spawner. I promise I didn't mean to do that. Let me go light that up, though. I had no idea there was even anything like that under me. I really did not hear many skeletons in this area. Well, actually, I don't know what kind of spawner it is. It just looked like skeletons, right? There was like a million of them down there. And here's the spawner. Hello. Oh, God. Hold on. This is not the best approach for this. I should probably make a shield. Oh, wait. Did I just get a music disc from that creeper? I think I might have. Surely they gotta shoot each other at some point, right? Oh no. Oh, there goes the spawner. I can't even use it anyway. That's hilarious. And those guys traded. That's actually so funny. I can't believe I just let that creeper blow up the spawner. That is directly under my base. I was excited to get unlimited bones as well. I use a lot of moss. That would have been huge. That's so funny. I also was excited to see if I got a name tag out of that chest, but it doesn't look like it. I don't think the creeper could destroy the contents of the chest. Like just by itself. Maybe. That'd be really unfortunate if there was a name tag in there. Now that that distraction's over, back to the pond. So I think this shape looks pretty good on the inside. And that wasn't as painful as I thought it was going to be. Got a lot of dirt out of it too. So that's nice. I'm definitely going to use that to, continue terraforming around here. Next up, I definitely need some moss. Because I want to use a lot of moss and mossy cobble and stuff to texture up this pond. Luckily though, I do have a decent bit of bones at the moment. So I can make a lot of bone meal, a stack in 8. That's still actually not even that much. It's fine though. Soon I'll get like a massive surplus of seeds. So I'll just, have a good bone meal generation that way. I'm going to head to my little moss collection area, which is right here. And I'm going to convert all of this stone into moss a whole bunch of times. Probably going to go through my stone hoe and this iron hoe right here. Luckily though, moss is actually really easy to gather. Because I think with an iron hoe, it's insta-mine. Oh, it's insta-mine with a stone hoe even. That's amazing. My moss supply is decently restocked now. 5.5 stacks should get me, hopefully, through this episode. That might be a little ambitious, because a lot of that's going to be turned into mossy cobble as well. Also, this is for everyone who was telling me to use scaffolding in the last video. I know, I wanted to use scaffolding, I just didn't have any string. I actually did go to the abandoned village last episode. I don't think I showed that off. But there's an abandoned village just like over the mountain this way. I went there and gathered up a lot of string, and then also just today, I got some more string from the mineshaft that I found. So using that string and some of that bamboo over there, I was able to make a whole bunch of scaffolding now. I just couldn't make it last episode. The reason I went over to the abandoned village last episode, it was actually to make scaffolding. But it was just to make this little window over here. Another thing that I don't think I showed off, but there's a window there with scaffolding in it. I didn't actually need all that much at this point in the build. Like, the build was pretty much completely done, at least on the outside, so I didn't really need too much scaffolding, so that's why I didn't really show it off. It was just for that small little accent. I keep forgetting the blocks that I need. Hold on, I need some cobblestone. I may also finally make a stone cutter. I'm gonna bring this with me because I'm gonna make a whole bunch of variants of this stone. Now that I have all this moss and, subsequently this mossy cobblestone, I wanna go through and texture the hell out of all this dirt. It's Editor Shram, back again, doing a post commentary over something that I've already commentated. Because my live commentary at this point was all over the place. I just could not make one coherent sentence. That just kinda happens. If you're a content creator, you probably know this, or maybe I'm just weird, I don't know. But there are days where I feel like I'm on, like I'm good. Everything I say, I'm like, that was perfect. I said it, I enunciated well. It's a good recording day. And then there's days, like right now. Well, not right now, I guess. Back when I recorded this section, whatever. There's days like this where I just can't think of a sentence. My brain, no work. It just doesn't want to say anything. So I think it's way easier for me to just kind of post-com this section and just talk about what I did. Nothing I did here was really too special or too unique around this pond. I kind of just used all that moss that I just gathered. I utilized some regular cobblestone along with the mossy cobblestone just as a nice little texture gradient sort of thing within the waters of the pond, and also just on the outskirts. I don't really like leaving the dirt exposed when it comes to making ponds. I just think cobblestone and mossy cobblestone and moss just look way better underwater, and I would probably like to include some tuff and maybe even some deep slate in this area. Just at the moment, I didn't have any. And I'm using the same technique when I'm placing these blocks that I used in the walls. So every time I put down a moss block, I made sure every block surrounding that was a mossy cobblestone block. And then every block surrounding that, for the most part, was a regular cobblestone block. This is my favorite way to texture and detail, just adding in these little blotches every so often. And if you keep the texturing within those blotches consistent, it's usually going to look good. I guess as long as you chose good blocks. But in this case, mossy cobblestone and cobblestone all work really well together. So as long as I'm consistent by putting blocks next to each other in the same way, it should look good. Now, after I replaced a lot of the dirt underneath the water, I went back through with some bone meal to get some seagrass and just some nice greenery under the water as well. I would have loved to have some coral blocks at this point, but it's fine. I'll get those eventually and I can come back and replace this stuff. but just some base bone meal should look good for now. And once I felt that was in a good spot, it was time for some custom trees, and I'll let Live Shram talk about that. Now, in order to actually make the trees that I want to build, I have to go ahead and collect some materials first. I don't have any birch wood, really, at the moment. I think I have 2 logs, and 1 stripped log, I guess. And also, I want some diorite, which, do I even have any? I have 7. So I definitely need to go gather more birch logs and some more diorite. Neither of which should be difficult. I think I have a little birch tree amalgamation over here, and if you just find 1 patch of diorite underground, you can get a lot. I'm gonna shoot to build like 2 or 3 trees at the moment, so I'll just collect these materials for a little while until I think I have enough. I think this will probably be enough materials for 2 decently sized trees. I'm not trying to go like huge with these, but they're definitely going to be bigger than the 2 oak trees that I've made already. I'm going to go ahead and convert some of this diorite though into walls, probably some stairs as well. Let's do 27 stairs, that should be enough. Like I said before, I do want to make these a little bit taller. I just don't know if I want to make them straight up or if I want to change how the branches go. I think I want to have a little bit of curve into this. I feel like up to here is probably tall enough as well. I'm gonna go a little bit higher and then put 2 walls on top. Yeah, I think that'll look fine. I need to grab my scaffolding for this, but I'll do as much as I can now before I have to fall off. So the absolute top is going to be the acacia leaves. That's why I got these. I want this to be like the highlight at the top of the tree. So I think that looks pretty good there for the top. And then as we go down the tree, I'm going to extend a couple of these walls to act as branches. Also, I'm probably going to go back through and remove some of this birch wood and replace it with these diorite blocks, just to add some nice texture into the tree. And I will also be building up the bottom a little bit, but let me just get the shape down before I really start trying to texture too much. That's the most important part of a lot of builds. I feel like that was my mistake for a while when I was building. I just kept trying to texture as I was going. And I've just had a much easier time lately, just texturing after I get the shape completely down. So now we're gonna transition into these birch leaves. And then all the way at the bottom when I get down there, we're gonna have the spruce. Honestly, I feel like that might be good for the leaves. Let me take down all this scaffolding and let's take a look. Yeah, I think I like that. The change in the leaf color looks pretty subtle from back here. I think when I get really close to it, it might not look the best. I mean, even still, this doesn't look that bad. I think that works. I think that works pretty well, actually. Now I just have to, like, build up the rest of the structure and make the tree just look a little bit more supported. I think I'm all right with this being the final product of the tree. I do have to put some lanterns on it, for sure. But I'll come back and do that when I put lanterns everywhere, because I still have a bunch of spots that need lanterns. And let me make another one then right over here. I think this challenge of building 1 custom tree an episode is going to be really good for me, because it's going to get me out of my comfort zone a lot. Normally, I would just make like the oak custom trees I've already made, and then make some very, very basic birch trees. But I think this is going to help me a lot as a builder. I'm excited to work with these leaves a little bit more. I might actually have to run through my oak trees and maybe do this kind of like leaf shading there too. Yeah, it's kind of exactly what I had in mind. These 2 trees should frame out this new building quite nicely. I was originally worried that they were going to block the view of it, like for the thumbnail, but I think they just enhanced it, honestly. Can you just go away? You don't do anything. Yeah, just go down to a cave. Leave me alone. Anyway, I could definitely see myself putting up a couple more of these trees in the area. I'm glad I was able to find out a design that I like, because I should be able to replicate these quite easily. I still would like to continue working on this pond. It's not completely done yet. I need a little bit more moss though, because now I want to go through and throw in some like fallen over birch trees and birch logs and stuff. And let me grab some of this mossy carpet. But I'm just thinking something kind of like this. Just have some logs just chilling on the ground. And then we can put some moss in this too. And then to connect that up with the birch logs, just some moss carpet. Yeah, I think scattering those around is going to look good. Could probably put some leaves in too. Going to throw one of these designs over here as well. Probably closer to this moss patch. Running a little bit low on birch logs, but it should be okay. I'm not going to put too many more of these down here. Dude, I wish you could make mossy versions of the other stones. Like mossy diorite and mossy andesite and granite and stuff would be so cool. Oh, mossy deep slate? Don't even get me started. I would use that everywhere. Oh, that would make me so happy. Maybe in a future update. Please, Mojang, do it. These fallen down logs are tying this area together nicely, I think. Now, I want to put something else on this side. I just don't know what I want at the moment. So let me look in my storage room, See what kind of like green blocks we have. I think I might throw just a couple too tall flowers in the area. I'm gonna spend the last of my bone meal on these flowers probably, but that's all right. And then I think I might do one of those like fallen over tree things just with the oak tree. Don't mind me, just gonna steal a couple pieces of stripped spruce wood. Need a few for this one. And I don't feel like going to my spruce trees at the moment, so I'm just gonna take it from my starter house. Who cares? Oh, and the sunflowers face that way, so I'm gonna see it as I walk by. That's so good. I got myself a very tiny little flower field over here with some rose bushes and sunflowers. And I also put in this oak fallen over tree. I'm gonna put these last 7 flowers that I have just over in this area. Kind of do the same thing I just did with this very loose border of leaves. And I think this area is, for the most part, decorated now. Now that this is done though, I have to start considering this mine building. I haven't really thought too much about it. I think I'm gonna have to do a decent amount of terraforming before I can actually build anything. Let me go into free cam for this though. It'll be much easier. I'm thinking I push this little mound back a couple more blocks, probably to like here. Kind of straighten off this whole area. Maybe not completely straighten it off. I'll make it look natural and stuff. But then I think the mine building itself is going to come out kind of like this. Right? That's why these 2 trees are here. I already mentioned this. I kind of want it in the middle. The tricky part then is behind the mine building. I kind of think I want a pathway. Like a nice retaining wall pathway behind it at the level of my starter house. So then I can walk from my starter house all the way behind the mine building and continue over to this section where I'm going to have another building in the future. That'll actually probably be more like over here, but just to get the idea across. So mine building, kind of like right here. Pathway going behind it, and then another structure over here in the future. That also allows me to make another structure like right here. Because if the pathway comes kind of where I'm looking now, to the right then, I can have access to another building. So maybe I can just kind of keep building up. Maybe not completely up to like the top of the mountain, but maybe I can go up a little bit more and have my civilization like against this mountain. That's about as much planning as I feel like I'm gonna have for like any build in this world. I think my next steps for now then is to cut down this mound and then flatten off this whole area back here. And I don't think I've had any time lapses yet in this video, so let's cut it away to 1 and I'll prep up this area for our build. All right, so the area here is now terraformed and prepped for the build. As you can see, we have this nice platform over here to the left, and this will be for like a future build. I'm not sure what I'll put here yet. Kind of thinking like a nice wizard tower or something could look kind of cool, but I don't know. I'll have to kind of figure that one out. But I'm thinking the actual like mine entrance could fit nicely right in there. Obviously, then we'll just have a nice big building around it. And now I have to figure out the color palette for this building. I don't want to go with the same exact color palette I've been using. I want to switch it up a little bit. And once again, I think I'm going to try to look for mangrove wood. I'm not going to lie. Because I really want to make a red roof on one of these builds. So let me clear out my inventory, and then I'm going to take Ghost on a journey once again. And I'm really hoping this one is better than the last few. Spoiler alert, it was not any better. Arguably, this one was actually the worst, because this is definitely the longest I've looked. And this trip also gave me a small amount of optimism, and then immediately crushed my spirits. I'm not going to showcase my entire journey because I searched for like 2.5 hours and came back empty-handed in terms of mangrove wood. But I think Minecraft is just completely messing with me at this point, because I found a regular swamp. I was hopeful that maybe there was a mangrove swamp like attached to it or somewhere nearby, and there just wasn't. At least that I saw. Maybe I somehow just barely missed it. I guess one positive takeaway from this journey is that Ghost now has diamond horse armor, so completely dripped out. That's pretty cool. I will find mangrove wood one day. Don't know when. Might be like day 5,000 in this world, but I will get my hands on a mangrove propagule at some point in this world, I promise. Ghost is definitely exhausted. He's been running and has been dragged through many oceans. And I also have an entirely full inventory, so let me clear that out. The inventory is all cleared out now, and I am ready to start gathering up the materials for this house. And honestly, I don't have the color palette down yet at the moment. I was going to go over it and then just gather up all the stuff that I talked about. But I think what I'm going to do instead is just go chop down a bunch of trees, gather up a couple like red blocks, and then I'll really iron out exactly what this color palette is going to be. So I'll be right back once I have a whole bunch of materials in a chest, probably around this area. I smacked up quite a few blocks, and they're all here in this chest. It's really not that many, but specifically, I don't have that many red blocks. I have almost 4 stacks of red concrete powder, and then a little bit of red terracotta. I do have some red sheep now in the barn, though. I'm gonna try to shear them, get some red wool. I just don't know what other red blocks to use right now. I think I want to use more terracotta. It's just kind of annoying to get. It uses a lot of fuel. And I don't have a lush cave like immediately nearby. If I did, I could get a lot of clay that way. It's just annoying having to harvest clay from the water and whatnot. But these sheep over here should help a little bit. Just trying to make my way over here to show off that I made the entire family red. Look at that. So I have to shear those guys after a little while. Actually, I need to shear them right now. They're all completely grown. I don't know why I said after a little while. Let me go make my way to get some shears. I just don't know what other red blocks to use. I was thinking like mushroom block could work, but I'm fairly certain, like 83% certain. That seems like a accurate amount. I'm about that certain that you need silk touch in order to gather the mushroom blocks, and I just don't have that at the moment. I was also thinking about possibly using crimson wood, but the problem with that is I would need to go to the Nether. There's another block I also kind of want to get in the Nether, so I might take a little peek. And that baby got out. You've bested me, all right? You can go enjoy your life. I think I'm going to go to the Nether. I'm not going to make my absolutely permanent Nether build right now. That'll come in the future, but I think I might just make a very temporary Nether portal just to kind of check out the spawn and see if I can figure out where the blocks I need are. So that other block that I think I'm going to need from the Nether is some basalt, because basalt looks really good with like regular stone. I'm going to try to stop saying smooth stone. There's also a bit of an alliteration. Stop saying smooth stone. Younger me would be so proud. I grew up with a lisp. I wouldn't have been able to pronounce that sentence back in the day. Look at that, Mr. Miller, if you're watching. My speech pathologist when I was in 3rd grade. Very high chance you're watching for sure. You did a great job. Anyway, weird tangent to go on, but with regular stone, not cobblestone, basalt looks nice like underneath it as if it's like streaky. And there's like a good shadowy effect that it makes. I kind of want to try to implement that into this build. But let me get my obsidian together. This is a temporary portal, not putting the corners on it. And hopefully this spawn is exactly what I'm looking for. I just want to find a crimson forest. And then also, I don't even want to say a basalt delta. I don't want that biome. I just want some like the basalt pillars nearby. I would never wish a basalt delta on anyone, not even my worst enemy. I don't even know who that is, but I would never wish it on them. I can tell you this much, I was not at all expecting to go to the Nether today, and that's a baby zombie chasing me. How did you even see me from there? That was impressive. What is the hitbox on this thing? Jesus. All right. And please just give me a boring, like, Nether wastes spawn. I actually wouldn't hate that. That's kind of what we got. Oh, this is a super safe spawn. Kind of obnoxious, honestly. But at least I'm not going to die immediately whenever I get in here. Let's see if I can, you know, find the rest of the Nether. I don't really plan on being here long at all. I just want to see if I can find the few blocks that I need, and then I'm gone. I'm unsure of how much of this crimson wood I'm going to even use. I don't know if I'm going to make it the main block of the roof and then just kind of highlight it with the red blocks, or if I'll make it mainly red and then just have some patches of this. I haven't really decided, but I just think having the block at my disposal is probably the best course of action. I'm just going to mine straight this way. Surely I'll find something. Oh, there we go. Basalt. Okay. That's one of the blocks I need. That sucks. This is something I didn't actually know all the time I played Minecraft, but you can break netherrack decently fast with your fist. Not sure if you guys all knew that, but it's not terrible. Like, it breaks faster than wood does. Actually, I don't know if that's true. It's probably about the same. I'm not sure if that tip's even useful. I guess maybe if you're stranded in the Nether without a pickaxe. It's not the worst thing ever. It definitely feels faster than breaking a log, right? Oh, absolutely. It's absolutely faster. Yeah, you're welcome for that tip. I know that's why you guys watch me. Minecraft tip channel over here. That's certainly the content I make. And I got about 10 minutes before my girlfriend gets out of work and calls me. So let's see if we can find this in 10 minutes. All right, I'm getting zombified piglin noises. So surely there's regular nether nearby. I saw a tweet earlier today too that made me feel really old, but it had something to do with these guys. And it was like, I still call them zombie pigmen. And I kind of do too. Zombified piglin just does not sound right. They're still zombie pigmen to me, all right? I don't care if that makes me look old, but they are. That's another fortress. That's good to know. I don't really want to go in there, but I'm wondering if maybe it connects to the regular nether. I really don't want to bother with this at the moment. This could be my way out, and it is. I think. Surely this opens up completely. Oh, hello, guest. The first try? Oh, almost got him. That's it. There it is, time to break my eardrums. Oh, I gotta like put torches to lead me back. I'm gonna get lost. Especially considering my girlfriend's gonna call any minute, then I'll have to do this in another recording. Because, you know, women, am I right? I'm completely joking. I love her so much. Please, if you're a woman watching this, all right? I'm joking. I don't mean that. Thought it would be funny. All right, I think I can find my way back from here. Just up that way. Should be good enough. Let's continue the search. What's good, brother? Look at me. I'm one of you. All right, let me actually stop messing around. Let's find one of the crimson forest biome things, whatever they're called. Right there. I'm the best. Okay, cool. Yep, just love that. Good thing I got fast reflexes. Do you want to see how fast my reflexes are? Hold on. Okay, here we go. Ready? Reaction time test. Let's see what I can do. I'm gonna put all my focus into this. I feel like I can do better. No, I can't. Hold on. I'm getting slower. I can do this. That was better. All right, 178, the score to beat. I'm 27 years old, all right? What do you want? That was probably the most random tangent I've ever gone on. But that's what you get over here on the I'm Shrammy 2 YouTube channel. Should be able to kind of like seal this off, make it a little bit more safe. Because I can totally see myself just running up here and just straight off into the lava. And we're good. We're golden. Now, please, please, not Sabrina Carpenter. No hoglins, okay? That's that. I'm on fire. Man, you stay on fire for a while in the nether. All right, I'm gonna chop down all these trees here. In this little like island. That's not really much of an island, but this little patch that I'm on. And I'm gonna hope that's enough. It's not gonna be enough. It's not gonna be even close to enough if I decide to use this block for the main part of the roof. But a Shrammy can dream. And there's my girlfriend calling right now. Everyone say hi in the comments. Sometimes she reads my comments. Let me see if I can get her to say something into the microphone.
Just tell them hello to all my fans from my previous video commentating. I will be back whenever Shrammy needs.
Sounds good. They could definitely hear that. It was being picked up for sure.
All of it?
Yeah, this whole conversation still. It's still being picked up right now.
Oh wow. So do you wanna tell them anything?
No, I should probably just cut away until I have enough materials to build this thing I'm gonna build.
What do you mean cut away?
Like just stop the video like right now, maybe. Maybe like cut in the middle of this sentence as to add some like comedic effect or something. I think this is at least enough materials here to get started with the build. I might have to go out and gather some more later, but I kind of just want to get some blocks placed down so I can see exactly what this thing is going to look like. Very quickly though, before I get that done, I recently got a comment saying that I need grass for the sheep to regrow their wool, which is obviously absolutely correct. And the floor in here is not grass. But I think what I'm going to do is just tear out all the stone in here and replace it with dirt and then just move the sheep over to this pen. Honestly, not sure if grass can grow like under a block like this. But I'll check back on this later to see if grass has actually grown in there. All the sheep are now moved over here. Hopefully that grass actually can spread underneath those blocks. I'm gonna start out exactly how I've started out with the rest of these builds here, by building up the foundation first. This allows me to at least see what kind of shape I'm working with here. So it's kind of just like a long rectangle at the moment. But this is the approximate size that I'm thinking of for this build. And as you can see, it fits pretty nicely in the middle of those two trees. It's not like perfectly in the center, but I think that's okay. Now my idea is to have like a second floor to this. And I want that second floor accessible from like the pathway up there. And as you can also see, this foundation isn't the typical foundation that I've been using. I wanted to use some tough blocks for this just to change it up. I'm also then thinking that the wall colors for like the first floor down here, the main section of the building, I'm thinking the wall colors are mostly going to be gray. I'm going to make the walls out of all those gray blocks that I collected. And then that second extra little building up top is going to be out of like probably the wood that we've been using all over the place. I think that'll look pretty nice and it should fit in with the area quite well. So let's build up these walls a little bit. I have some stone cooking because I'm going to need some regular stone. I almost said smooth stone again. That's not right. I'm going to need some regular stone here in a minute. But while that's cooking, I can place in all these other blocks. All right, so I'm aware it looks like a mess, but just trust the process, okay? I think this is going to look pretty good. I threw in some of these spruce pillars to better map out the build, and let me kind of show you my idea with these. I want to do the same thing that I just did on the barn last episode. So I want to have this like second floor jut out one block, and I want it to come out one block from all of these pillars. So I'm going to put a stair just like this on each of these, and then I'm going to build up a couple more blocks. Probably about to like here or so. How tall is that? I think one block higher actually. And then I will connect these all up. And that's also going to connect then over here. Hopefully once I get the roof on, it'll look a lot better. It looks really weird from this angle, but once all the walls are put in, it should be okay. And I also think the roof is going to be a nice big swoopy one, like I have in the barn here. So I'm going to cut it to a time lapse for now, and then I'll be back with some kind of an update. I've now figured it out. I've figured out the exact patch I want to put on the roof of this place. I know earlier I had the crimson stem and the netherrack and stuff, and that looked good. But I think what I just did is a lot better. Because I am a genius builder. Of course, you guys all know that about me. Look at this. Look how good this is. Ready? More crimson stem, but facing that way. You don't understand the power of this. You'll see. Hold on. Check it out. I'm going to pan back a little bit. And look how good that looks. Oh, that looks so good. I love that. I feel like it blends it in so much better to the crimson planks. Really big fan of this. I'm kind of upset that I put in all the patches first and then only just thought to do this. Kind of wish I did this as I was going. But it's fine. At least I figured it out. I still have to run back through and throw down some other random like exterior decoration pieces and stuff. But I'm pretty bad at commentating that because honestly, I'm bad at doing that. I never know what to do. I usually just default to the same kind of things. So what I'm going to do is actually just cut away until I put the final touches on this build. I think that includes the interior as well. I'm also quite bad at talking whenever I do interiors. That's kind of why this one over here was quite abridged. So I will be right back, and once I'm back, I will have a completed build. I've been working for pretty long on this, and I think I have a finished build now. Also, my audio recording software that I use just isn't working properly. So hopefully this all gets recorded. So without further ado, let me show you the completed build. Might as well do this in free cam. Look at that. So pretty. So beautiful. I love it. I added this little middle section just to break up the roof a little bit. I think it looks a lot nicer. We have this chimney on the back. I was going to put this middle section on the back as well, but I feel like the chimney looks good enough back here. It just adds a little bit of something to the flatness of this roof. Pretty big fan of how this building turned out. Honestly, doesn't look like a mine, but once again, I mean, my barn doesn't look like a barn. I don't really care. Honestly, it just looks like a cool build, so I'm glad that it's here. I have a few different, little mining decorations, I guess. A couple, baskets or bundles of different ores that maybe we mined. This scaffolding's not supposed to be here. I'll get rid of that in a second. We have a couple anvils over here, a couple furnaces. Didn't really know how to design the outside here. Maybe once I get access to more stuff and have better tools and whatnot, I can actually come back and make this area look a lot nicer. The interior is also mildly decorated. Just have a whole bunch of storage. This is going to be very useful storage because this is actually going to be where I store all of my stones and stuff. And I actually just realized something I missed. Please tell me I have more oak. I don't have like any more oak. I need to put slabs outlining this chest area, like kind of like I did over here. I did hear a llama though. Where's this wandering trader? He is up here, please. Just give me mangrove wood. That would be very upsetting again, considering I just, you know, came up with this like purple roof design. But I would still take the mangrove wood for sure. Small drip leaf. I will take me some small drip leaf. I think I have a couple emeralds in here, right? I have 17. I think this is the only way you're able to get it. I could be wrong, I guess. But regardless, 10 small drip leaf. At least it's something that I could buy. Once again, though, I am completely out of iron. I think I have 3 pieces left, so I used a lot of iron in this build. I used like the last of my iron on this stack of iron blocks and these 2 anvils. So they went to part of the decoration. Oh, I need another piece of tuff there too. I thought this build was done, but apparently not. I also continued the retaining wall off here to the left, but I changed up the block palette a little bit. So on the retaining wall by the starter house, we have moss, mossy cobble, cobblestone, and regular stone. Honestly, I was out of stone and a little lazy. Didn't really feel like waiting for some to smelt. So instead, I went with this little design in some places. So we have basalt, like the top texture of it. And then I also have some regular deep slate, which I'm actually completely out of. Some regular deep slate with this top texture showing. Bleeding that into some tuff, and it makes for some really cool like dark patches on the wall. I really like it. It fits well with the mossy stuff because I think like the mossy cobblestone and tuff blend really well together. And then it's easy to blend the tuff into these little dark patches. I think it looks pretty nice. I'm glad I did that. I think if I made the same wall texturing all the way around, it would have gotten a little bit monotonous. But let me go ahead and throw on some shaders quick, because I haven't actually walked around this place with shaders on yet. A little bit bright because it's like in the morning. Oh, that block looks weird. Is that gonna make the whole roof look kind of weird? It doesn't look too weird. Kind of glows a little bit in those like darker spots, but I kind of like it, honestly. I'm still gonna take the thumbnail with this. So the only things you've seen with shaders on in this world are the thumbnails. I haven't actually played with shaders on yet, but here's a look at the area. I think it's coming along pretty nicely. And the color palette of this new building still fits in really well, even though it's a different roof color. It's just close enough where I feel like it looks like it's meant to be here, you know? And a couple more of these like red and purple roofs, and we'll tie in everything super nicely. I built a lot today. We're on day 175. Played this world for quite a long while in this episode. We got this nice big pond. We have 2 more trees. I'm really, really happy with how my area is turning out. I just realized that I never pointed out how this building is even going to be a mine building. I just recorded my whole outro and I never did that. So, I didn't actually dig out anything yet, but I'm imagining the mine will just go straight back here. It's a little dark in here with the shaders on. Let me throw a torch down. That didn't do anything. That's a little bit better. But I imagine that the mine will actually just go straight back. So there's an entire mountain, obviously, straight back. I'm hoping if I just dig straight, maybe just keep going down, I'm hoping I find a big cave. And I can kind of excavate that whole thing. Maybe not, excavate's not the right word. But I can kind of go through that entire cave, get all my materials that way, and then just keep going. I don't really want to make like strip mines and stuff. I could just have a water elevator going all the way down. And that's a pretty easy way to find diamonds, but there's no real risk in this world. It's regular survival. If I die, it's whatever. If it was hardcore, maybe I would go that way. Just with this kind of playthrough, I don't really want to do that. I'm hoping I can find a nice big cave. And also, hopefully, I could find like an ancient city over there, considering this is a big mountain. That's where the mine's going to be. I didn't carve anything out yet. I'm gonna have to go mining again, probably at the start of next episode, because like I mentioned earlier, I still have no more iron. And I didn't want to do a lot of this carving with stone tools. That's kind of why I didn't do it. But anyway, thank you so much for watching this video. I really hope you guys enjoyed this one. And I will talk to you guys soon. Bye. Welcome back to my survival world. You guys are absolutely crushing this series. I don't even know what to say. Every episode I make, I get so many comments. I get so many amazing people watching these videos. Thank you so much. Honestly, I can't thank you enough. I really appreciate everything. But last episode, I built up this mining building. Doesn't really look like one, I'm gonna be honest, but it looks cool, and that's kind of all I care about. I also built up this pond, and these 2 birch custom trees, continuing the streak of building 1 custom tree, or at least 1, per episode. I also then extended the retaining wall, and let me actually go into free cam for this. There's a nice platform up here that I can build on. I don't think I'm gonna do that today, but I just wanted to show it off. Today I have a bit of an ambitious idea. I don't know how this is gonna work. That's kind of the point of this series, you know? I'm just kind of vibing, just doing my thing, not really planning anything. And when I say planning anything, I mean like I'm not planning anything in too much detail. I have like very basic plans in my head of what I want to build, but nothing's like concrete. Like I haven't already built anything yet, if you know what I mean. But my idea, I guess, for this episode, the very ambitious idea, is to make like a cool dwarven entrance over here, because I want to make a YouTube member hall. I think that would be cool in this world. This build is going to be just purely aesthetic. It's not going to serve any actual purpose. Like it's not going to help me progress in the world at all, but that's fine. I don't think every build in Minecraft needs to serve any kind of actual purpose in the game itself. But I have at the moment 13 YouTube members, and the tier that they all joined, it's actually the only tier that I have, grants them to be named after a block in my Minecraft world. And in my hardcore worlds, I kind of just kept all those blocks in a barrel and they were just chilling. I kind of always wanted to make some big builds surrounding that. I just kind of never got around to it. I did build a castle in my season 2 world that was supposed to house all the YouTube members, but then I just kind of never finished that build, I'm not gonna lie. I wanted to get started fairly early in this world with the YouTube members, so I'm going to be naming every YouTube member here in a second after just some block in this game. And I want the main build of this episode to be like a really cool dwarven entrance, dwarven building. I don't know just yet, I'm gonna have to look up some inspiration, but I think it being in this mountain over here could be really, really cool. And then I could just continue this to go back forever. So if I keep getting YouTube members, I'll always have space to display them. I'll probably end up displaying them on item frames somewhere in the build, maybe glowing item frames. I don't know just yet. I'll figure out the interior at some point. But this is probably a pretty ambitious project for me at the moment, considering I have a stone pickaxe. That needs to change really, really soon, because I'm not clearing out a huge area in a mountain with stone tools, all right? Like, I'm taking this slow, but not that slow. First things first, though, let me go ahead and name a whole bunch of blocks after my YouTube members. These are the 13 blocks that I chose, so let me introduce everyone to all of these beautiful YouTube members. We got Andrew, we got Eugene, Lou the Toilet, Sylph Dream, Tipidus, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly, but it kind of sounds like a D's Nuts joke, I don't know. KB, Jess H, Azels, or Azels, MJ, The Cake is Alive 72, Ariana, Midnight DRV, and Captain Rex. Thank you all so much for being a YouTube member, for being a Shram-a-lamb. I'm thinking of making some more tiers. I just haven't gotten around to it quite yet, but I have some ideas. I have some things brewing that I think could be kind of cool. I know a lot of like creators do like behind the scenes stuff and like early access stuff, but I kind of struggle to get these videos out as quickly as I want to anyway. So I feel like just postponing my uploads one day just for that is not ideal. I just want to upload these just as often as I can. And I don't know what I would do for behind the scenes. Maybe I'll make a tier that's just like cat pictures. And every couple of days I just upload a cat picture or something. I don't know. I feel like a lot of people would join that one. For now, all these YouTube members are just going to chill right here. And obviously I will move them into the big dwarven entrance area thing once I get it built. Before I can get to that though, like I mean I kind of mentioned this earlier, I have a stone pickaxe. That needs to change. I have 4 pieces of iron left, which is quite upsetting. I need to do some mining. I also have 12 diamonds. We might break into those today, or I might not. Honestly, I don't know. Because what I kind of want to do, I sort of want to enchant some iron stuff. I don't know if I've ever done that before, really. Like, I think I have in the past, but I've never, like, really used them for that long. I would usually enchant them and then, like, in the same episode get diamond. So I kind of want to enchant these iron tools and maybe rock with these for a little while. I'm going to go ahead then and make the first enchanting table of this world. Man, it's day, 178, just finally made an enchanting table. Love that. Let me grab a couple sticks, and then I'll probably make all the bookshelves that I can, though I don't have, like, any wood. But I wanted to get some level of enchant on this. I know I'm only level 16 at the moment. That's all the experience I have. But I kind of wanted to get something rather than just a level 1. Because, like, a level 1 enchant on iron tools is kind of useless. I'm just going to chuck this over here for now, because I think this is where the enchanting setup is going to go eventually. But for now, I'm just going to keep it here in the middle of this little plot of land. Okay, so let me go get a little bit more wood. And you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do it. I'm taking this iron block. I'm desperate, okay? This decoration does not look good out here. I got to do something. By the time I got to that in the last video, I was really tired. And I just wanted to finish the build. So admittedly, I didn't try too hard on that. I think it's pretty obvious that I didn't. I'll come back and redecorate that, don't worry. All right, so let me go cut down all my spruce trees. I'll come back and make all the bookshelves that I can, and we'll see what kind of enchants I can get on some iron stuff. I'm hoping for at least, like, Unbreaking 2. I think that would be pretty nice right now. That should last a while I'm mining. I want to actually start using the mine building today as well, so I have to carve out a pretty big chunk under there. But it's not going to be that bad, since I'm going to need a ton of stone for the main build that I have planned. I continuously say the word planned. You gotta realize that when I say that, it's a very loose definition. The only aspect of the build today that I have planned is that I want it to be like a dwarven entrance, and I want the YouTube members to go in there. That's all that I have planned. I guess, I mean, I kind of have the location picked out somewhere over there. And even that's not even finalized. I've just never really played Minecraft the ultra planned out way. I know a lot of content creators do that. And I understand why, like, it does save a lot of time if they're building these, like, huge things. I would probably plan out some of my builds if I built anything, like, colossal, like a mega base sized thing. I'd probably want to plan that out. But that's just not the way I play this game. I've only ever planned out, I want to say, one build. I used Light Matica one time, and it was on the castle I actually mentioned earlier in this video, that castle in Season 2. I had that full schematic. So I planned out that build completely. Other than that, every other thing that I've ever made in this game was freehand. And you can kind of tell with a lot of the things, like, they're not very polished, I'm not gonna lie. Like, some of my older builds, like, pretty obvious, I didn't really do much planning with them. Just this way of playing has always just felt way more natural to me. Like, I feel like this is, I don't want to say the way that Minecraft is supposed to be played, because it's a sandbox game. You can play Minecraft however you want. There's not really a right way to do it, but I just like being confined to the limitations of survival. I do think if you're trying to learn how to build, though, you should definitely use creative a lot. That's what I did. I would just watch, like, Flip and Mythical Sausage and stuff. I've said this before. I would just watch all these content creators, and then after I watched a couple videos of theirs, I would just hop into creative worlds for hours and just build and try to copy what they did. I still think that is the best way to improve as a builder, especially if you're not very experienced at building in this game. Certainly just watch creators and just do exactly what they do for a while. And then at some point it'll become like second nature to texture or to use a gradient or something like that. Like some of the, I was going to say more advanced building techniques. I don't even know if those are advanced at the moment. Building has gotten insane lately. I see some of this stuff on Twitter or just anything that B-Dubs does, and I'm just absolutely blown away. Like, I'm speechless. I don't understand how some people build as well as they do. I feel like watching creators and trying to copy them works really well as long as you don't try to watch anyone too advanced. Like, I just mentioned him. So B-Dubs, B-Double-O, arguably like the best Minecraft builder ever. I don't know how true that is, honestly, but he builds in such a unique way. It's insane. Like, he's so difficult to copy. I honestly would not recommend trying to build like him. You could do it, you could do your best, but for me, I can never capture exactly what he does. He just uses blocks in insane ways. He absolutely revolutionizes the world of building. Okay, let me stop talking about B-Dubs so much. I just want him to notice me, okay? What did I just come up here for? My books. That's what I came up here for. All right, so let's get 11 bookshelves. That's all I can make at the moment. That'll get me some decent level of enchanting. And like I said, just for now, the enchantment setup is going to go over here. I will move this into its own building eventually. But this is what we're working with right now. Fortune 2 is actually pretty good. Unbreaking 3 on a sword is also good. Ooh, I'm gonna go for Fortune 2, I think. I'm not level 22 yet. The best way I think I have of getting experience right now is probably mining. But I wanted to do this before I mined. Slight change of plans. I'm gonna hop into the Nether, actually. And I'm gonna grab up some quartz. Oh, what's good, man? I'm sorry that you're in here. Hopefully you make your way back out, because this is a tough spot to be in. What's good? It's Editor Shram. Back again. Your favorite, I know. Could anyone tell me why my audio sometimes sounds like this? I don't understand what's going on. If anyone has any insight on this, please let me know. I read all the comments, so if you say anything, I will read it. I use OBS to record, by the way, if that helps at all. I think I'm just gonna go until I'm level 22, because that's the level I need to enchant my pickaxe. I got really scared there for a second. that zombified piglin got hurt and I thought I hit it or something. But yeah, I'm just gonna go until I get to level 22, enchant the pickaxe, and then I can actually hit the mines. Because once I'm in the mines, I should gain some more experience, and then I can enchant my other stuff. Like, I don't need to enchant my axe right now. That's not going to be useful in the mines. And it looks like these last 2 pockets of... Oh my god, I cannot make this jump. Okay, please, lock in. That wasn't so hard now, was it? This last pocket should get me to level 22. Actually, a pretty large pocket of quartz. Look at that. Perfect. Okay, so level 22. Let's head back. Hold on. I see another pocket. Now, hopefully this enchant is more than just Fortune 2. I would love some level of Unbreaking. Considering this is iron, like Unbreaking is pretty valuable. Here we go. That is an insane pickaxe for a level 22 enchant. Fortune 2, Efficiency 3, Unbreaking 3. I mean, that's not going to last me that long, but that's still absurd. My next enchant then is Silk Touch. Why are these enchants so crazy right now? But that's going to be very useful because I can actually put grass in the sheep pen then. Sweet. So I'll do that once I'm done mining, because I should get to level 22 pretty easily just by hitting some caves and whatnot. I think I'm ready to go mining. Got some tools, got a crafting table, got some spruce planks, got some more food. I'm feeling good. So let's start here by carving out the backside kind of the mining building. I'm just gonna try to go straight back, maybe down a little too. I'll probably detail this at some point. Oh, it's nice and spooky back here. Something could have spawned. That would have been bad. I'll come back through though and detail this a lot nicer in a little while. For now, I'm just gonna start carving out. And I hope I run into like a nice big cave back here. I'm not too sure if I'm gonna find anything too quickly. This might be a project that I have to work on for a while before I find a nice cave entrance. But I do know in the mountain, like over here-ish, sort of towards where I'm going to be building today, there is a pretty big cave. I remember seeing that a couple episodes ago. I think it was when I was going to the flower forest. So I might just head over there if this doesn't really lead to anything after a little while. Yeah, I was definitely overly optimistic. This is hardly anything. But it's fine. I can continuously work on this, probably a little bit each episode, and then I'll carve out a nice big mine entrance, and it'll look cool. I'm thinking about probably turning this staircase maybe to the right here, just so I don't have to decorate as much, if I'm being honest, because if I turn it, I only really have to decorate down to like right there. You know, because you're not gonna really see that part that I turned. I'll do that later. I just want to mine some stuff right now with my new pickaxe. I could also hit the cave that I went in last episode, which is like over there-ish. That could have been pretty bad. But I'm just going to continue this way because I want to see what this cave has to offer. I'm still pretty badly in need of iron and stuff, and I think I got a lot of the iron out of that cave I was in last time. At least like in the early sections of the cave. But yeah, this is what I was talking about. Okay, maybe this continues going down. It's going to take a lot of torches to light this up, but it's fine. I have a bunch. You have an iron sword? You're going to do damage. How much damage do you do to me? That's a lot. 3.5 hearts? Man, I'm weak. Oh, it looks like it goes down that way. Okay, so that's the way I'm going to be heading. I looked over here, and that kind of just falls down a little bit, and then is like another like cavern like this. But I feel like that continues going down. A lot of mobs over there, too, so I'll have to be a little careful. Oh god. Don't die. I'm dead. No! No! I'm alive! I ran directly back into that skeleton. I was trying to jump back over the gap and then make it back to my safe area. That's unfortunate. And you guys are right here, guarding the mine entrance. How did you know? Just gonna kind of sneak by. Y'all don't see me. We're good. Hello, how you doing? All right, admittedly, that death was quite embarrassing. Probably should have just kept going that way. Where's my chest piece? Over there. Okay. I probably should have just kept going this way. Just a little worried because it's very dark. I thought there's going to be more mobs. But it's fine. We're good. Got all my stuff back. Honestly, not too worried about it. Though this cave is huge. It's going to take so much to light this up. But it's fine. I got a lot of torches. And there's a whole lot of coal in here. Not seeing too much iron. I got a little bit, but I need more. I need iron way more than I need coal at the moment. I knew this game felt weird. My FOV was on 80. That's exactly why I died. If it was on 90, I wouldn't have. Man, this cave goes down very far. Oh, there's some deep dark down here. What's up? Oh, this is the cave I went in last time. Look at that. It's all connected. I'm just going to bypass that whole section over there. Might be some iron in the walls that I missed, but whatever. There's a lot over here. I should be fine. Oh, and it keeps going down this way too? Perfect. Oh, is that the mine shaft I found last time? It probably is. I'm going to explore that a little bit more here too. Because if I can find some name tags, we can actually start naming our best friends. But I do want this place nice and lit up for when I come back, if I even manage to make it back through this way. I'm not lighting up there. Never mind. I'm immediately giving up on that dream. There's diamonds! I don't want to die! Okay, we should be okay. It's only zombies chasing me. I've played my fair share of Call of Duty zombies, alright? I know what to do. This is a lot of zombies, though. Arguably, like, too many. Is there a spawner anywhere near here? Now, while I still have the chance. Okay, hello. Diamonds! And I know the stone diamonds are pretty rare. I don't care. I want them. Oh, I never picked up my wood from when I died earlier. I guess good thing I'm in a mine shaft. But that's annoying, because your boy needs some more torches. I found another spawner! And this one I didn't cheat for. And a geode. A lot of stuff happening down here. I don't want a spider spawner. Name tag! Let's go. Another name tag. Alright, I'm going to clear up some of my inventory here by making some of the ores I have into blocks. Didn't clear up much, but it's something. I guess I'll screenshot these coordinates. I honestly don't know if I'm going to be back here. There's a geode, though, which is pretty cool. Honestly, if I'm going to come back for anything, it'll probably be this. Whenever I'm in a mine shaft, I kind of just run through it really fast. That's kind of the approach I take, rather than like being really careful around every turn. I kind of just run through it and hope nothing shoots me. Okay, that keeps going down to the deep dark. I do want to explore that. I think I'll pop in there a little bit today, I think. But I do want to continue checking out this mine shaft. I'm also at the point where I have no idea where I've come from. Okay, there's a lot of drops there. See, that's what I'm saying. I kind of just run through the mine shaft like that, just in case anything drops after me. Because a creeper shouldn't be able to blow up in that time, you know? I feel like this mining session has been a little bit chaotic, but it's fine. What's life without a little bit of chaos? I feel like I've explored a lot of this mine shaft. Just give me another chest or another spawner or something. That'd be kind of cool too. Oh, that's an ancient city. I want to check that out. I'm going to put the mine shaft on hold for a second. Great water bucket, man. Good job. You're just truly the best. I'm in like a really weird section where I'm like above it completely. Okay, if I can just make my way over here, that could be all right. I just want to peek into like a chest. Just one. Okay, I think we're safe. I'll take this iron. And I'm going to try to make my way down there for like 2 seconds. Just going to look into a chest. I imagine you could probably find a name tag in an ancient city as well, right? Not going to overstay my welcome. Did I expect to be in an ancient city today? Not really. Do I care? No, because I'm a big brave man. Oh wait, hold on. I can actually make my way down a little bit. Some progress has been made. Now, which one's gonna yell at me? Is it you? I don't actually know which one it is, I'm not gonna lie. Wait, that thing just alerted nothing. So I think I'm actually okay to drop down. We're gonna do it. Well, that didn't work out. I'm gonna get rid of you. Hello? Am I alive? I think I'm alive. I didn't even do anything! I'm just gonna open the chest, screw it. Okay, is that the warden? That might be the warden. Oh my god! Oh my god! Can you hear this? Yep, turns out they can. How does this work? Do you know I'm here? I'm just gonna screenshot these in case I die. Oh my god! I don't know how this works. Do you know I'm here? I have no idea. Whew. Oh, hello. Am I good? Or am I gonna die? I'm just gonna keep crouching away. I might die. Oh my god. Nothing to see here, Mr. Warden guy. Nothing to see here at all, man. Hey, look at, get distracted by this lava that doesn't make any sense. Look, it's defying Minecraft logic. Like, what's happening there? Isn't that's cool, right? I immediately used all 3 of my strikes. I don't think I could have played that any worse, I'm not gonna lie. Are you still behind me? Brother! You are so persistent! I can't even see where I'm going. Is he done? I can see again. I think my life just got about 10 years shorter. There's another chest over there. Here's a question. Does this make any noise when I break it? No. Okay, give me this. Wait, I can make shears, can I? Oh my, I'm gonna loot one more chest and then I'm out of here. Oh my god, he's back! What did I do? What did I do? I walked over something. No! Dude. Okay, I gotta get out of here. I actually gotta get out of here. What are the chances I could just pillar up and make my escape? Probably not too great, right? Because he has that like laser attack thing. And I honestly don't even know where my escape route is anymore. I'm just gonna screenshot my stuff. I'm completely surrounded by wool. I'm just gonna wait. Will I die? Yep, I'm dead. I don't know where I am. I'm completely underground. Okay, yeah, I'm dead. I should have just kept walking around. I was hoping if I surrounded myself in wool, he wouldn't have noticed. Yeah, kids, so here's a PSA, public service announcement. Don't mess with the warden. Especially when you have iron tools and armor and stuff. And even more especially after you've been mining for like 2 hours. Because you could probably lose everything that you just got in that time. Like exactly what happened here. I tried to make my way back down, but I died on every attempt. And then my stuff despawned. So, I lost everything. That was probably the worst way to approach an ancient city. I don't know how I managed to do that. Like, every wrong decision was made there, I think. That sucks. Well, alright. I'm just gonna do some nice and relaxing mining in the mountains. I'm gonna get my iron that way. I've had enough risking my life for one episode. After about like 45 minutes of going up in the mountains, I was able to get roughly 2.5 stacks of iron. So, not too bad. I can at least make some tools again. I'm still very upset that I lost all my stuff. I really can't believe I did that. Oh, I made boots again when I have a pair of boots in here, don't I? Made that mistake twice. I really wanted to put my iron armor, like my initial iron armor, up on an armor stand as well, along with this. Like I wanted to immortalize it, but it's completely gone. I can't get over it. Anyway, making up the rest of my tools though. So let's get an iron axe, iron pickaxe, iron shovel. I don't know if I'll do any enchants on these. Should I? I'm level 15. How much lapis do I have? 26 and then 7 blocks. I could probably do a couple enchants. Might enchant my armor too. Silk Touch is still my next enchant. Oh, I need to be level 22 for that though. Silk Touch would actually be huge right now because I'm gonna need stone for my build for sure. Let me breed up my animals once more, or at least the cows, and then maybe kill a couple of them and see if I can get to level 22 that way. No, this isn't gonna get me to level 22 most likely. I'm getting close to level 20 though. It looks weird only having baby cows in here. I'm gonna breed up the sheep as well, but let me replenish the barn first because I left a gap to try to allow the grass to spread inside. I honestly can't tell if it's working or if it's just moving really slowly. But someone did say that if I put a wall down, the grass should still be able to spread through it. So I'm gonna try that. You know what I actually might do to get some levels? I might fish. There's also another wandering trader. Okay, this could be my chance, but I might fish. I haven't fished yet on this world. And since I just lost 2 name tags, it seems like a decent way of trying to get them back. Pretty rare to get while fishing, but there's a chance, for sure. Where is this wandering trader? I just heard it. What do you got for me? Small drip leaf. Again, you piss me off. How does fishing work? I always forget exactly how big of a space you need to fish in order to get all the loot that you can get. Okay, to catch items in the treasure category, the bobber must be in open water defined as the 5x4x5 vicinity around the bobber. I think this spot in the middle might be all right. Maybe as long as I put the bobber like right here, I think I might be good. I'm gonna go try it out and see if I get any treasure. If I do, then I know that it's a valid spot to fish. I think I'll eventually put like a nice little dock area for this pond. For now though, I'm just gonna put some slabs on top of the water. Is this like in the middle there? It pretty much is. I think I'm good. I feel like this should allow me to get some good treasure. That was a stick. Not off to a great start. Oh, there's a fishing rod with Unbreaking 3 on it. This is gonna cost some levels, but I'm gonna combine these two right now. Cost 8 levels. Now I have to get 10 levels back. I don't care. Honestly, I don't care. I'm here for the journey. Fishing for longer is not a punishment to me, all right? It's nice. And it's also Sunday. It's the middle of the day. Can throw in some red zone while I'm doing this. Some NFL red zone. What's better than this? Watching NFL red zone and fishing in Minecraft. That is a crazy good book. Sharpness 4, power 4. Fishing was a good idea. Wow, man. Shram, you're a genius. Thanks, man. Let's go. That's 1 name tag. I would love to get the other few before I get to level 22, but not likely that that'll happen. But, you know, at least I got 1. I can name Ghost. Figured I'll just go in order of when I got the animals. So Ghost, Bjorn, and Rut. I think that's the order. That's another name tag. Let's go. 1 more. Come on. That's also a really good book. Efficiency 4. Density 4, I don't actually know what that does. I know it's on the mace, but I have no idea what it does. Fire protection's whatever, but looking at efficiency 4 there, that's nice. And maybe if density ends up being really important, I'll use it on that. Honestly, I don't know when I'm going to get a mace. They're hard to get. I'd like to get one day, but I don't know. I am now level 22, so let's go ahead and enchant this iron pickaxe. Only Silk Touch. Not great, but I'll still take it. I think I'm just going to put some pretty basic enchants on everything. Projectile Protection 3 on a helmet's actually pretty good. For a level 2 enchantment, I'll take that. Fire Protection, whatever. Protection 2, I'll take that. And Unbreaking 1, sure. So now we got fully enchanted iron armor. That's nice. And I think I'll save the rest of my levels. Only got 11 left. And now with these 2 name tags, let's actually officially name some of our friends. So we got Ghost, and we also have Bjorn. So Bjorn is this one, I think. I can't go back now, so gonna commit to that being Bjorn. And then, of course, we have our initial best friend, Ghost. Now, with this newly acquired Silk Touch pickaxe, I'm gonna start gathering up materials for the Dwarven entrance. I don't know what I'm gonna call this. I keep just saying a Dwarven entrance. Dwarven something. I don't know. But I'm gonna start collecting materials for it. And I'm gonna begin by clearing out some more of the mine entrance. I need stone. Gonna need regular stone and cobblestone. So actually, let me make another pickaxe. And sadly, this is not gonna last very long since it doesn't have Unbreaking on it. I do want this eventually to go down to deep slate level, probably. Maybe I'll make a couple stops on the way down. That is if I don't hit a big cave. I really hope I can hit a cave down here. If I don't, though, I'm just going to have this staircase go all the way down to deep slate level. I'll probably like spiral it all the way down just to make it look interesting. And that'll be my way of gathering deep slate in bulk and tough and stone and stuff like that. I can make a couple pit stops at some different levels. I could also make some pit stops to like strip mine at different levels, but I kind of don't want to do that. I mentioned this before, but I don't really want to strip mine in this world. It's just not very fun. It's not very engaging. I like actually going into the caves. Way more dangerous that way, but it's fine. Even though it is annoying when you die, like, you know, to a warden or something and lose like an hour and a half of progress. That's pretty annoying. And of course, it starts raining now after I'm done fishing. If you didn't know, it's more efficient to fish in the rain. I think you catch stuff more frequently. I think that's how that works. Someone in the comments suggested that I download some like rain improvement mod or resource pack or whatever. I do want to do that. I just haven't gotten around to it yet. There's a couple other mods I want to download based on the comments. Like that, I want to download Distant Horizons. I think that could look pretty cool. I just gotta, you know, actually do it. Enough with the distractions, though. Let me actually go ahead and mine out a whole bunch of stone. And we'll see how far I can actually make my way down here before I give up. Mined pretty far down. It's gonna take me a while to get down to deep slate level, but that's fine. I can just continuously work on this like every episode until I actually get to the spot that I need to, you know, get to. Though I probably should get some deep slate in this video because I'm probably gonna use some. Because I think I kind of want to go with this gradient here. Which also means I'm gonna have to go back to the nether. That's a little crappy, but it's fine. I kind of want to use this gradient. So I want to go with the basalt to the deep slate to the tough and then bleed that into some stone. I'm over here now at the build site, at least like close to it. I think it's gonna probably go like right here. Just gonna start a little chest pile of materials that I'm going to use in this build. So I think I'm going to continue gathering stones, but just going to go a little bit deeper and get some deep slate and some tough. And instead of continuing the mine to go down, I'm just going to hit this cave over here again because that gets to deep slate very quickly. So I'm just going to gather the deep slate from down here, I guess. Hopefully I run into a tough pocket as well. Oh, right there. Sweet. I didn't see that when I put this torch down. So I can get both of these at the same time. That silk touch pickaxe would have been pretty useful right now because I want the regular deep slate block and not the cobbled one. I also mine into another cave. Don't really want to be here. I do need to explore this cave fully, though. This still goes down for a while, probably. Maybe next episode I can mine once more. I have 3 mining trips in 3 consecutive episodes. I'm hoping this is enough. Got like 2.5 stacks of tough, over 3 stacks of deep slate. I'm gonna assume that's enough. I mean, both of my iron pickaxes broke, so I can't even get any more right now if I wanted to. If I have to come back later, so be it. I'm gonna reluctantly hit the nether again because I do need more basalt. This shouldn't be too bad though. The basalt is right here. I just hate being here. 4 stacks should be plenty. I'd be quite surprised if I used all of these. I should definitely gather up some more moss as well. How many bones do I have? Just 7. 21 bone meal. That's not a great number. I don't think I have any chilling around either. That's all right. I will just use it all up. Let's see how much moss this gets me. Though, I could probably get some more bone meal here really quick if I need more moss. I have a lot of seeds at the moment. I've harvested my crop field a couple times at this point, and it generates a lot of seeds. So if I just make like a little auto bone meal converter thing with a composter and a couple hoppers, then I should be able to get actually a lot of bone meal that way. Oh, I can get a little bit more. This is quite a bit of moss. That bone meal actually worked out pretty well. So far, I've only really gathered stone stuff, and I guess the moss. I mean, but I classify it the same kind of thing because I use them the same sort of way. Now I'm going to transition to gathering up some wood. I don't really know if I'm going to use spruce. Like, I want to make this building mainly out of stone blocks and stuff, but I'm sure I'm going to work in some spruce somewhere. I really can't imagine that I don't. I use spruce all the time. And I think after this spruce, I'm probably good to start at least preparing the area. So let me go chop down my singular spruce tree right over there. I only have 1 planted at the moment. And once I do that, I'll be back in the area to try to figure out what this is going to look like. The area down here is now nice and flat. And also I carved away a little bit of the mountain. I think it normally came out to like where the stone ends. I got like this nice raised platform once again. And much like the starter area and the like mine building area that we built last time, this is going to be a retaining wall. I'll build up the stone and stuff once I'm done with this gate. And honestly, been stressing a little bit about this gate. I don't really know what I want this thing to look like. Usually by this point, I have at least like the shape in mind, but I kind of don't. I'm just gonna have to throw down some blocks and just come up with something. And because of that, I think I'm gonna time lapse the majority of this build. I would typically like to walk you guys through my whole process. That's kind of what I did with a lot of the builds so far, but I don't really have a process at the moment for this one. If I tried to like articulate my thoughts as I was going, it would be very incoherent. This is gonna be a tough build, I think, but here we go. I feel indifferent about this build. It's a tough one at the moment. I might have to sit with this one for a little while to see if I actually like it or not. I'll give it like a week, and then if I still don't really vibe with it too much, maybe I'll try to tweak it. I don't even know what I would change necessarily. I think I'd probably start with the mud like window shutter frame things. I don't know. This is a tough one. I think the gate in the middle looks kind of interesting too. It's not really much of a gate. It's just wood. I didn't really know what to do there, if I'm honest. At times I look at it and I think it looks cool. Maybe I can continue this kingdom like up like the mountainside. This kind of turned into more of a like a castle entrance almost. And then it did like a dwarven gate entrance. I think if I maybe put more like towers and maybe a bigger castle up top in the same kind of design, it might fit in a little bit better. I tried to do like a lot of shading in this build too. You can see like the basalt up top there. I think that looks nice. Especially if you're not really looking right at it. If you're kind of like seeing it out of your peripherals, like it looks good. It looks like the stone is just a little bit streaky, which is exactly what I was going for. And then that middle section, the wood, I got a whole bunch of like dark oak and some jungle surrounding the spruce. And that's another thing that I think looks pretty cool. Up close, it doesn't look great because the jungle wood is pretty ugly, honestly, but I think it's fine. It sells the effect, in my opinion, at least from back here. So overall, I think it's all right. Hopefully I don't hate this build in like a week. I have not done the interior. I also got to figure out like a doorway to this. I'll probably just put it like right here or something. I don't know. That might look weird. But I have not done anything on the inside. I do not want to dig out all of this with iron tools. I'm sorry. I'll probably be back to do the interior once I enchant, or at least once I get diamond tools. Maybe next episode we can kind of attack that. I wanted to finish this whole thing. I wanted to put all the YouTube members inside here, but I just don't think I can at the moment. Honestly, that interior might be its own separate episode because that thing's probably going to be really big. I do need to get some glass. I'll have to run back to the storage room, grab some of that, and also, hold on, let me get rid of this dirt that's in here. But to finish off this episode, I have not forgotten, I will be building a custom tree. I think right over here is a good spot for one, actually, right next to the new build. I'm thinking we build a spruce tree. Haven't built that type of tree just yet, and I feel like it could look pretty nice next to this new area. I have 33 stripped spruce logs with 15 regular spruce logs as well, so that's probably enough wood. I get my spruce bits out as well. I'm trying to use fences less. I just like what other blocks look like for branches. I don't know. I'm not a big fan of the fences. I used to use those all the time, but I feel like it looks better if you have a combination of like stairs, trapdoors, slabs, and all that fun stuff. How many spruce leaves do I have? Because I'm probably going to need a lot. 52. Probably not enough. Though I do kind of want to put some like birch leaves on here, probably for some highlights. I'll just grab some spruce leaves real quick, and then we can start building up this tree. Yeah, this should be plenty. I'm only building one spruce tree, and it's not going to be that big. I think I have enough stuff on me to build this tree, so let's go ahead and get started. I'm gonna set it like right here. It's gonna be pretty tall. Not like absolutely colossal, but maybe to like there. That's pretty big. Nah, I think I want it higher than that. Yeah, that's better, I think. I think I have probably my least experience building spruce trees, if I had to guess. But hopefully I can come up with something here. So just put a couple birch leaves going down the tree a little bit, I'm gonna start extending out some branches here using some stairs and a couple slabs. And I want the branches to go out further the lower I go down the tree. That's the idea. And let me actually just break my ankles. Cool. And then put down some scaffolding because I need to get all the way around this thing. And also throw in some trapdoors as some branches. I think those look pretty cool. You can't really see it because of the scaffolding here, but I'm gonna say these branches are probably good enough. Now it's time to put a whole bunch of leaves on this thing. I honestly can't tell if this is shaping up nicely or not. Ooh, okay, broke my ankles again. Let me take a step back. Yeah, I think that looks pretty good. I feel like this tree might have gotten a bit too bushy, but maybe once I build up the bottom of it, it'll actually be all right. Let me keep going. I'll trust the process. I think I like it. Yeah, I'm good with that. I think that's a nice looking tree. Let me just put a couple more blocks at the bottom there, like some more spruce and some stairs and stuff, just to make it look a bit thicker down there, make it look a little bit more supported. And I think we're kind of chilling. Oh, I also need some fence gates as well. Yeah, so that looks a little bit better now from the bottom. Let me grab some spruce fence gates. 10 of these should be plenty, and also a couple more trapdoors, just to make the shape look a little bit more interesting. Especially wherever I put these stairs. I guess not everywhere that I put the stairs, because I do like putting fence gates like that underneath stairs as well. So in a few of these spots, let's get rid of the trapdoors, put those in. Yeah, and I like them at the end of the branches like that. That looks cool. Just a few more final touches, just 2 more slabs at the bottom. And I think this tree is done. Didn't like it like halfway through, but I feel like this actually turned out pretty nicely. I still have a lot of space right out here. Honestly, unsure what to do with that space. Do I have any like bone meal anywhere? Just so I can put some very basic decoration in? No, it does not look like I have any bone meal left. All right, so what I'm gonna do is just, I guess, sprinkle in some flowers. I have a lot of these peonies. Peonies and sunflowers. Maybe some dandelions too. And I guess these pink tulips. I'll get the pink and yellow theme going. Let's just get a nice field like right here. I like that. It's pretty basic, but I think it adds some nice color to this spot. That's pretty cool. And I have a couple leaves. I don't know what to do with these. I could just kind of scatter these about in random spots. That always looks kind of decent, but the problem is, like, there's no more foliage here, so I'm not really sure that's going to look great, but I'll put it in a few different spots, like, I guess leaning up against the hillside here. And I actually feel like that made a pretty big difference, I'm not going to lie. Since I don't have any bone meal, let me just grab some grass. I'll just hand place all this. Try to have, like, patches of grass, rather than trying to grass the whole place, you know? I think this little bit of grass definitely helped out. But let me clear out my couple chests and workstations and stuff. And then I'll probably just put in a very basic path leading up to the front. And that'll be the end of the build for today. I finally put in those windows and also just made a very basic path to the front. Probably gonna change that. I don't really like how just straight on it is. Maybe I'll have the staircase like shifted over to here, so then it's like a bit of a winding path. I don't know. But anyway, I think that's going to be it for this build. This is probably something I'll come back to and touch up again. I'm just kind of out of ideas. So once I consult the comments and, you know, just sit here and think for a little while, I'll be back to touch this up. That'll be in a future episode. Of course, though, the interior in general is still going to have to be done in a future episode. Didn't obviously do any of that today. I think next time, though, I'm going to get enchanting completely set up. So that means I'm going to be making an enchanting building. Kind of already have an idea of what I'm going to do there. So I'll sit with this build for a couple episodes and kind of see what I think after a little while, and more importantly, see what you guys think. But thank you so much for watching this episode. I really hope you guys enjoyed this one. Please let me know what you think of the build in the comments, and I will talk to you guys soon. Bye. Welcome back to more of my survival world. I hope everyone is having a fantastic day. Last time, I built this, and I'm still kind of unsure about it. Parts of it look nice, I think, but then parts of it are kind of awkward. And I think a lot of you guys thought that in the comments. I mean, I did get a lot of nice comments about it. A lot of people seem to like it, but then I got a whole bunch of, constructive criticism on what to change about it. And I will definitely be implementing some of those changes eventually. I'm probably going to have another episode dedicated to this thing once I do the interior, because if you watched last time, There's nothing behind this. It's literally just a facade. But I do eventually want to hollow out a whole lot behind that, because the main reason this build is even here is to commemorate the YouTube members. This is going to be the YouTube membership hall, which reminds me, hold on a second, let me find the comment. Dude, I've been getting so many comments that I have to go on the video and control find like the specific words I'm looking for. Never thought I'd be here. I found the comment. Okay, so this hall is going to be, from now on, named the Council Hall. Thank you so much, Summer-PE5TH, for the name suggestion. The idea is that, you know, since this is housing the YouTube members, and I consult the YouTube members in a way, I mean, I consult everybody for build ideas in this, so just the fact that I consult them for my build ideas, that's why it's going to be called Council Hall. I like it. But speaking of the YouTube members, I have gained 6 since having this video posted. Thank you for joining the channel. I will have more tiers in the future. I just have to sit down one of these days and actually come up with a couple. I have some good ideas. Also, a couple people commented some good ideas for other tiers. So I'll just have to sit down one day and iron them out. But let me go ahead and name 6 more blocks after YouTube members. Man, I'm gonna fill up a barrel soon. That's crazy. Let me introduce everyone to these new 6 members. We got Scampy13. We got Raphael. I'm imagining that's how that's supposed to be said. We got Bree, Shadow Odin, Ditzy Dawn, and Kenyon E. Thank you so much for becoming Shramalams, and welcome to the barrel. I promise I will do the interior of the YouTube member hall, the council hall, pretty shortly. It's not going to be today, but in the next couple of episodes, I will get working on that build again. And I think I'll probably touch up, I guess, is like the right word. What I'm trying to say is I'll be back, once I do the interior, I'll be back, you know, to kind of fix the outside and make it look a little bit better. That'll be for a future video. Today's focus is going to be enchanting, because I still have unenchanted iron tools. I mean, I did some enchanting last time. I enchanted a pickaxe and all of my armor, actually. So I think my armor is kind of chilling for now. Not too worried about getting like perfect enchants on that at the moment, but my tools need some kind of an upgrade. That's mainly why I don't want to do the interior of the hall right now. I just don't want to dig it out with iron tools. I might wait until I get, you know, enchanted diamond tools for that. I do have 10 diamonds at the moment, so I think it's time I finally make some diamond weapons and tools and stuff. So I'll make a pickaxe for sure. I'll also make an axe. Then we got 4 left. I could make a sword and maybe then just a shovel. I kind of want a hoe though, I'm not gonna lie. I'll make the hoe in a little while. I won't do that just yet. I do want to do some more mining again. So another episode, another mining trip. But this time in the caves, I want to specifically just look for diamonds. In my recent mining trips, I was just looking for iron and coal. And, you know, sure, I'll gather that when I'm down there today. But I really want to keep going down, get deep into the caves, and really try to lock in and find some diamonds. Because I'm completely out now, obviously, aside from that one. So with these iron tools, though, I'm gonna hang them up on item frames, I think. How do you make an item frame? Is it leather and sticks? It is. I could actually decorate this pretty well because I have the invisible item frame mod on, and like the item frame tweaks or whatever they're called, so the items look like this. Look pretty cool, honestly. So I'm gonna scatter these just about the starter base here. I want to quickly interject into this part of the video and actually go over all of the mods that I use. I've been receiving a ton of comments asking which mods I use to make my game look like it does, so I kind of want to just quickly go over that. And I figured since I just talked about the invisible item frame mod, pretty decent time to interject here. Oh, I didn't even introduce myself. What's good? It's Editor Shram. Back once again, your favorite. So I have a lot of mods downloaded, and I'm not going to lie, I don't know what some of them do. I'm pretty sure they're needed to make other mods work. I don't know, actually. If you don't know how to download mods or you're not very familiar with it, please watch a video and figure out how to do it. I don't want you downloading something you shouldn't. There's a ton of different things to click on whenever you go on like CurseForge to download mods. Just please be careful. You don't want to download something wrong. And some of these mods won't work with some other launchers. Like I use Fabric for my Minecraft stuff. So if you use Forge, some of them won't work. You have to make sure you download the Forge one. It gets a little complicated if you don't really know what you're doing. But just please try to educate yourself on how to download mods if you don't know how to do it. Can't stress that enough. I think instead of going through each of these separately, I'm just going to highlight some of the more popular ones, but I'm going to put the entire screenshot on the page. So if you want to pause the video and download everything I have, go for it. The first two I want to talk about are Better F3 and Better F1. Gotten a couple comments about each of these. This makes my F3 look like nice and neat and clean and colorful. Like it way more than the base F3 that the game has to offer. And then Better F1 makes it so if you hit F1 once, just your hotbar goes away and you can still see your hand and your tools and stuff. And if you hit it again, the entire, interface goes away and you don't see anything. I like this better. Calls for some cooler thumbnails if I ever want to have my perspective in it or something. And I think it looks cleaner whenever I'm walking around my area with, just my hands out. Pretty sure I've been asked about the clouds before. That's from Better Clouds, one of my favorite newer kind of edition mods that I have. Better Clouds, they look so good. They're so much better than the vanilla clouds, I think. But, all personal preference here. Free Cam, I get asked about this one a lot. The mod's just called Free Cam Fabric. It's pretty easy to use. I think there's even more I can do with it, but I want to say the base hotkey is like F4 or something. If I hit F4, I can just leave my body and fly around in my area. I use that all the time. It's really, really helpful for building. Honestly, even if you don't make videos or anything like that, if you're just trying to build and you want to step away without having to actually move your character, it's huge. Saves you a lot of time. For my zoom feature, you guys see me use it all the time. I have Zoomify. So I used to play with Optifine a lot. I got super used to the zoom feature when using Optifine, so I knew I had to get one here once I switched over to Fabric. So Zoomify, pretty nice. It's a lot more fluid, I feel like, than the Optifine zoom in. You can also use your scroll wheel to zoom in further or, pull it back a little bit. It's pretty nice. I think those are all the mods that people often comment about. So I'm going to move on to the resource packs now, because there's one resource pack in particular that I want to shout out. People ask me all the time about my leaves. Huge fan of the bushy leaves, and so am I. The resource pack I use for that, it's not a mod. It's called Germs' Better Leaves. Huge fan of this leaf pack. It's the best one that I've found. That's like free, I guess. You can probably pay for a better one. I don't know, but I like this one a lot. That's what I use. So if you want to make your leaves look like mine, go ahead and download that resource pack. And I'm also just now noticing that the invisible item frame and enhanced item frame is a resource pack and not a mod. So a little bit of a difference there, but I have both of those on. Invisible item frames makes it so you can't see the item frame on the wall, and then enhanced makes it so that they like stick into the block that they're a part of. Like the axe actually sticks into the wood or whatever, It looks kind of cool that way. You can probably do it with some other things, but I've only ever used it with tools. I don't know how it works with other blocks, but anyway, those are all of the mods and resource packs that I use. So there you go. Go crazy. I'm actually going to put these in better areas, I think. So for example, the pickaxe, I'm going to put it by the mine building in one of those blocks over there probably, just to make it look kind of cool. And I can probably stick the axe in one of the trees I made. I feel like that would actually look kind of cool. I'm going to put the pickaxe right there, or maybe on this side. That's cool. I like that. And now let me go get the axe. I'm going to put it in... Let's do it the first tree I made. Why not? I have been getting some comments about my custom trees. Someone said they look like mushrooms. All right. I saw it. And I only cried a little. All right. No, I'm kidding. But yeah, so I do need to get better at these. I think they look pretty good. But at the moment, I think they're just like slight upgrades over the Minecraft trees, like the base Minecraft trees. That's kind of what I have always gone for whenever I made custom trees. I tried to just improve what the base ones look like, but I feel like I gotta expand. Gotta make them look a little bit more like real trees. Watched a video recently by Mr. Matt Ranger, and he has a great video on oak trees. So I'll probably be taking a lot of inspiration and just straight up copying what he did. Copying his techniques, I should say. I'm not gonna make the exact tree he made. So I'll probably do that at some point today. I think I want to build an oak tree. But anyway, I'm getting very much sidetracked. Let's put that there. That looks cool. And the other two, the sword and the shovel. Shovel I'm just gonna put in dirt. That makes sense. I think this is cooler than just having them in my house. Let's put the shovel right here. That's cute. And then the sword. What if I put it in the stone? Yeah, I like that. That's cool. All right, yeah, that's where my iron tools are going to go. I'm still using my iron hoe, but whenever I make the diamond one, I'll put the hoe somewhere, probably in that patch of hay bales. Okay, so that was a decently long distraction for the intro, but I think they all kind of are. Usually takes me a while to actually get going here. I do want to do some mining, so let me kind of gear up for that. I think I'm ready. Finally made a shield too, so hopefully that allows me to, you know, not die. And yeah, I'm not going to an ancient city today. I'll tell you that much. I'm a little traumatized from last time. Hopefully I don't just die to regular mobs. I'm going to go down this cave once more. I've explored this cave a whole lot, but I never really got too deep into it. I'm going to try to make my way down to where I gathered deep slate last episode, because it looked like it kept going down further than that. And I think that's somewhere over here. I didn't get water in my bucket. Hopefully I find some. I also saw a comment that said I should include more cat in every video. It'd be a good way to get like subscribers and viewers and stuff. And I think it's been working. Like every video I've had my cat in so far, I think I've gained the most subs like ever. So I'm gonna do it again. Look, here's Cat. This is where she is right now as I'm recording this video. We have this like futon next to my desk, like my setup and stuff, and she always just chills there. She either chills right there or on top of my computer. She does that a lot. And the issue with her being on top of my computer is sometimes when she jumps off, she turns it off. That has happened plenty of times while I've been editing, and it's really frustrating. So yeah, anyway, if you like Cat, you should totally subscribe. If you don't like Cat, you could also subscribe. But look at her, man. How could you not like Cat? No, I understand. Some people aren't cat people. I kind of don't understand, if I'm honest. I love cats. They're so good. I like dogs, too. I mean, just animals in general are great, but I would say I'm a cat person over a dog person. I think I used to be a dog person for most of my life. I never really had animals growing up, though, honestly. But I think for a while, I wanted my first animal to be a dog. And then I moved out, and we're talking about getting a pet, me and my girlfriend, and then we just saw the cats. And I just fell in love, like, immediately. I would also like to try to start doing something else in these videos. There's a lot of copper. Surely that's a big copper vein. I know I found one down here somewhere. I don't remember if it was here or somewhere else, but that looks like a lot of copper. Anyway, though, something I want to start doing in these videos as well is incorporating like little Q&A segments or something. Just while I'm doing something like this, while I'm mining or gathering materials or even building, honestly. Sometimes it's kind of monotonous when I'm just placing blocks down. So if there's anything you would like to ask me, please leave a comment. It can be related to Minecraft. It could be related to real life, my cats. I don't know. If you want to ask me literally anything, leave it in the comments, and I might answer it in the next video. Or if I don't end up answering it in the next video, I'll probably just respond with my answer, unless it's like a super weird question. But if it's a relatively normal question, it'll get answered either in a video or just by me. That's more deep dark. That does go down, though. I wonder if I can head that way. Though I think... Okay, this is where I'm looking for. Good. This is where I got the deep slate last episode. Awesome. And there's more cave over here, so we're going to continue exploring this. But yeah, like I said, leave comments of questions, please. Also, I got comments about people saying I put torches on the right side. Yeah, I do. The reason I do that, honestly, is because... Okay, look, I'm left-handed, right? So when I'm looking for the correct way to go back, I like when they're on the left. I'm just biased towards the left, okay? Us left-handed people need to rise up. The world is not made for us, okay? And it's tough out here. You right-handed people, have you ever tried to sit at a lefty desk in school? I doubt it, because there's never any of them. Every classroom is just filled with right-handed desks. You know how unfortunate that is as a left-handed person? You know how badly it sucks to write on a right-handed desk? Oh, here we go. Okay, this is what I'm looking for. Keeps going down. There's got to be diamonds around here. More deep dark over here, which I'm not a huge fan of. I do really need to find some diamonds now, though. Please. There's a lot of exposed cave over here. I don't really want to go that way, though. It keeps getting spooky. I don't like it. The problem with going mining in like a mountainous region, I guess, is that you're going to find a lot of deep dark. Diamonds. Let's go. Hopefully it's not only just that one. That's why you always mine diagonally from the diamonds. You never know. I mean, there's only one more, but I'll still take it. More diamonds. Sweet. Also more deep dark. Gonna try to stay away from that. This is a huge diamond vein. Is this gonna be 9? No, it was 8. Awesome. Oh, while I'm here, I should take this water. more diamonds too. Can't really see them, but they're right there. And more diamonds. I can barely see those peeking through. Let me get this water. Let me get those first diamonds. I'll go grab the second ones, and I think we're gonna keep going that way. That looks pretty nice down there. I was just mining that iron, and there was more diamonds underneath. Oh, this is successful. This is exactly what I wanted. I really got to learn from my mistakes last time. I can't overstay my welcome down here, especially with upwards of like 20 diamonds on me. By the way, yes, I know. There's still diamonds behind me. I'm just checking every little crevice. Don't think I see any. Let's go get these. Getting pretty fortunate with these diamond veins, too. Not that many, you know, one veins. Usually, when you find diamonds all the way down here, there's only like 1 or 2. I got 26 diamonds right now. You know, glow liken's been in the game now for a really long time. I still think it's diamonds for like half a second every time I see it. I don't think I'm ever not going to think it's diamonds. Got a stack and 40 more torches to go through. That was all of the coal I had, so once I run through these, I'll head up. Dude, zombies can pathfind to you from so far away. It's crazy. Look at this guy. He's coming already. He was beyond that skeleton. I'm not even honestly sure if you guys can see this. There's a skeleton right there. This zombie was way past that. They pathfind forever away. What are you doing? You have an enchanted sword? What? Hold on. How much damage do you do? I just need to know. That 3.5 hearts again? 3.5 hearts. Enchanted sword. That's nuts. I don't really want to spend too long in here, honestly. I'm going to get lost really quickly if I spend a while in a mine shaft. And I still want to try to prioritize diamonds right now. There's a spawner down there. Wait, is there actually a spawner? That's really far away from where those zombies were spawning. But I do see cobblestone. Did I place this? Oh, I did not place this. But there's no chests. What is this? I smell diamonds down here. I knew my nostrils were correct. That's weird. It's a weird thing to have said. They were really correct. Let's go. This has been such a successful mining trip. Should I ruin that real quick by going down there into the deep dark? No, I'm not going to. Oh, there's a spawner down there. I will peek into that spawner, though. All right, I'm going to do it. And then I think we leave. It's a really weird spot for a spawner to be. That spider isn't detecting anything, so I think I'm safe. I think I'm safe to light this up. Yeah, we're good. Protection 3. That's not too bad. I think I'll start heading up to the surface now. 37 diamonds. Without fortune is actually really good. There could even still be more around here, but really don't want to overstay my welcome. Oh, an enchanted bow. Power 3. Wait, that's actually a pretty good bow. I've arrived back safely. Oh, and I got 1 torch to spare? Man, that makes such a cool noise. Oh, that's cool. Compare that to a regular book. I love that. I actually never noticed that before. I do need a better fuel source at some point. I should probably make a lava farm here in a minute. Because I'm tired of using coal. I'll work on that. It's fine. Oh, I have more books. I had no idea. I can finish off my enchanting table. Wow, I had no idea about that. Okay, that's cool. I am tempted to finish off this enchanting table right now, though actually infinity on a book isn't that bad. I think I'm just gonna do that actually really fast. I know it's only a level 22 enchant, but who cares? It's infinity. I'll take that. So anyway, yeah, like I was saying, the build for today is going to be like an enchanting tower, a big wizard tower. I'm gonna build somewhere back here. So this is going to have to be moved anyway. It just depends on if I want to enchant my stuff before I gather materials or not. I think I'm gonna gather materials with these base diamond tools. I'll enchant at the end of the episode once the whole tower is built. I like that idea. I hardly ever just use regular diamond tools, so this will be nice. So next up, I kind of want to go on another adventure. I'm not very optimistic about this. Really not, since I've tried already like, what, twice? 3 times now? But I kind of want to look for a mangrove swamp again. Now, I'm not going to lie. Someone did comment the coordinates of one. I didn't really read that comment. I was trying to avoid it. I didn't want to see it, if I'm honest. I think I might have seen -8,000 for the X coordinate. But also, I might not have seen that. Maybe it was regular 8,000. I honestly don't know. But yeah, so I didn't actually see that comment completely. I do think I'm gonna head in this direction, and that kind of just so happens to be towards negative 8,000. Just because I've looked that way, I've looked that way. I haven't looked straight this way yet, but I mean, also over here I haven't looked, so I might just head off in this direction. And if it happens to be negative 8,000, then that's pretty cool. I already had a shield. Whatever. But yeah, if it happens to be over there, negative 8,000 something, awesome. But I did my best to not read that comment. It's just kind of hard not to read something if it's in front of you, especially when you're looking at it and actively reading the comment. You know what I mean? Like, it's hard to stop yourself and not see the rest of it. By the time I read too much of it, it was already a little bit too late, you know? Anyway, though, let's take Ghost for another journey. And let me also grab a snack in real life. Oh my, I'm so hungry. And instead of trying to talk while eating, it's Editor Shram again. What's up? What's good? I hope everyone is enjoying the video and having a great day. So off I went on Ghost, my trusty steed, my first best friend. You guys all know he's the greatest. But off I went. I didn't really stop anywhere to look at anything. I was completely set on just looking for a mangrove swamp. Didn't care about any villages that I passed. Didn't care about any nether portals, really. I just was on a mission. So this adventure is fairly uneventful, but I can finally say we did it. I did it. I actually did it. That's a mangrove swamp. Negative 8,000 was correct. I feel kind of bad because I like slightly cheated, I guess, but whatever. I don't care. I'll take it at this point. What day is it? Day 220. And I finally have my hands on mangrove wood. You stay right here, Ghost. I got some chopping to do. And some gathering of mud. This is the worst sound in the game. But most importantly, gimme. Yes! A mangrove propagule. Oh my god, I'm so happy. Look at. I'm so happy. I'm gonna spend a decent amount of time here as well, other than just collecting the mud right now. I'm gonna grab some mangrove too, just to, you know, save some time for myself later. I don't know if I'm going to use any mangrove wood in my build today, but it's just really annoying to harvest. I should probably get started. I only got like just under 2.5 stacks of mangrove logs, and I think I'm going to call it there. This wood is so annoying to get, but I got a whole lot of mud here. That should hold me off for a while. Again, I don't even know if I'm going to really use mud in my build today, but at least it gives me the option. Now I have to make the very long journey back home. Oh my, I got a dog. Can I get two? Oh, I got 2 dogs. All right, let's go. Let's go back home. You guys all know what this means. I need 2 more name suggestions for the 2 dogs. I'll also have to come back to a savannah sometime in the near future to get some wolf armor. Hopefully I can get home safely without hurting these dogs. I am now back home. The pups are safe and sound. Let's let the dogs chill right here. There you go. You can protect the house. At this point, I think I would like to gather up materials for the main build of the episode. I think I'm leaning towards using the same wall color once again. I don't think it's getting repetitive because I feel like if the wall colors are all the same, then it kind of makes it feel like the buildings are supposed to be here all together, you know? I like the idea of just changing up the roof color. I find that whenever I make builds of all different colors, they just all feel so different. I'm not good enough yet as a builder to really mesh all those together. I might work in some other stuff. This is going to be a tower. It's going to be pretty tall. Maybe one of the sections I'll have like mangrove wood as the walls. That could look kind of cool. But I do think I want a section of these like light brown woods. So like the oak planks, birch, and jungle. And then the base is probably going to be of stone stuff once again. Now the roof color is where things get a little bit weird, because I don't know what to make it. I don't want to really use orange. I don't really think I want to use this light purple. I was thinking maybe amethyst. That could look kind of cool. Give like a nice wizardy vibe, you know? But that might be a little bit too close to this roof color, and I don't know if that'll look nice next to each other. I might have to figure that one out later, like once I have most of the building built up. So I think what I'll do now then is just gather a lot of the base materials, a lot of the woods, a lot of the stones, And then I can start building up a nice foundation for the build. And whenever I'm happy with the shape and stuff, then I'll start really thinking about the roof color. So I'll be right back. I'll have like a couple chests over here filled with materials, and then I can start walking through my build process on this wizard tower. It's building time. Got all the materials that I gathered right here in this chest. Got a whole bunch of random stuff, bunch of stones, bunch of wood bits. Hopefully I don't need more. I feel like I run into this dilemma every single episode, but you know, here we are once again. I'm gonna begin by just taking down the enchanting setup. I'll move this into the tower once it's fully built. And I'm thinking instead of making this tower like completely central to this platform, I think I want it back here. I'm thinking about putting a tree next to this as well, so I want to give myself some room. So I think the enchanting tower like here and a tree like here could be kind of nice. I'm going to start here then with a tough outline, and I think we're going to go mainly circular for this. I just got to figure out the right size. All right, I'm going to work with this. So the bottom layer, the bottom couple layers, are going to be out of the stone blocks that I gathered. Just throwing down tough at the moment. I will texture this in 1 second. Kind of like the mining building, I'm just breaking in some of this tough brick. I'm going to build this up a couple more layers. And this is when I'm going to start incorporating some other stones. I did get some andesite. I don't know if I'll use it, but andesite's a good highlight with regular stone. You know what? I might be able to use it. I'm going to build this up a little bit more, I think, still. Yeah, I feel like another 2 or so blocks could probably work. I just now realized I never really talked about my idea. So, let me briefly talk about the idea I have for this tower, and then I'll continue building it. I want this stone section that I'm building up to be like a little shop or something. Maybe I can actually store a cleric in here one day. I don't know. But I think it would be cool to have this as like a little shop. I'll have the entrance like right here, and then I'll design it with a couple chests and a couple like spooky looking things. Then I would like a staircase that wraps around a little bit and ends up on like this level, kind of where my cursor is right now. And that's going to be the entrance to the rest of the tower. Probably then on like the top floor of the tower, I'll put the enchanting table. I think that would be the best spot for it. So that's the idea. Let's see if I can pull it off. Yeah, it's really not much, but that little bit of andesite I think helps. Small like highlight there at the top of the stone. I like it. The staircase up to the main part might get a little tricky. I honestly wanted to push this back more into the mountain, I think. But it's fine. I'll make do with what I have. I am going to throw in a floor up here. Might change this out eventually. I'm just going to use spruce for now and just make my life a little bit easier, I think. And then I think I'll run back with some spruce stairs. And I'm going to start throwing these on the outside. At least on all the flat parts. And this is where all of the glorious spruce is going to come in. And I just have to figure out how high I want to make this section. Oh, this might get kind of big. Oh, hey, look, it's raining. And I downloaded a new mod recently. Someone suggested this in the comments, that I get the particle rain mod. I think it looks way better. It doesn't like tear the screen as much, I think. So hopefully this is coming across better in the recording too. And I honestly might run out of spruce. I probably will. I kind of expected to build a smaller tower, I'm not gonna lie, but here we are. All right, what are we looking like? What's the height there? That's a pretty good height. I think I will start working in like another like building roof area. That's gonna hurt. Okay, now we're good. I landed it. So I'm gonna start working in like another roof area over here. And how am I going to do this? That's a really good question. I'm glad you asked. I'm gonna use these andesite blocks here as placeholder blocks for the moment, because I want like a beam coming out of here. Okay, that looks kind of weird, but I think once I put the roof on, it'll look cool. That is all of the spruce wood that I have, I think. Let me check my chests. Yeah, I have 34 more, but that's not gonna cut it. Okay, let me go chop down my spruce trees right now. I might have to make another diamond pickaxe or diamond axe here soon. I'll go make another one here just to have as a backup. I don't remember the last time I broke a diamond tool. I've restocked now on stripped spruce logs, so let's go place them all down again. This thing looks really weird right now. I'm gonna trust the process though again. I always get to this stage in my builds. I would say like 85 to 90% of the builds that I make, there's a point where I'm like, man, this thing sucks. I'm like, I'm definitely gonna take this down, and then we're just gonna scrap that whole video concept and I'll just redo it. That happens all the time. Kind of happening right now. But hopefully you guys see the final product of this one. I've actually never had to do that. I've never had to completely scrap a video. I feel like if I put another one of these little rooms, like over here maybe, that could look kind of cool. When I was gathering spruce wood over there, another wandering trader stopped by. Don't mind the 2 leather. I always feel bad doing that. Don't talk about it. But he didn't have anything useful. I would have been so mad, actually. I would have probably like tortured him or something if he had mangrove wood. I'm not gonna lie. I would have done something devious. All right, now surely that's high enough. Yeah, that feels high enough. Let's do 1 more block on top, and then I'll connect all the beams. I wish you could place blocks on a diagonal in vanilla Minecraft. I think there's mods to enable stuff like that, but I don't want to download those. Watch this scaffolding clutch. If not, I die. Oh, I didn't die. I'm the greatest. Actually, don't know if that would have killed me. It probably would have. That was a pretty high fall. Now, I had an idea for this roof. Not exactly sure how it's going to work now, though. I'm not going to lie. Let me kind of talk about the idea that I wanted. So I wanted to bring each of these flat sections out a little bit more, and then have like this big swooshy roof on each of them, and then connect them all up in the middle. I can probably still do that, but it might not look great. Let me kind of throw some blocks down and see what I can come up with. I might be onto something. I might be onto something here. Might look weirdly proportioned right now, but I think once I put the big roof on, it'll kind of fit. I'm gonna rock with that. If anything, this will just make a lot more work for me in the future if I have to take it down. And I'm all right with that. I'm gonna do that same thing to each flat section of this build. So let me go around the top again. Yeah, so I'm not gonna lie, this is becoming a little bit of a mess. All this just to enchant, man. What's wrong with me? Okay, so I added another one of those little rooms in. And I think this left one should just come up like 3 more blocks. And I think I'm good with like the foundation here. All right, let's take a look at this. This one's a little bit taller now. I think that'll balance it out more. And it definitely does. All right. I can kind of see the vision now. Once we put in the nice roofs and all these sections, I think this is going to look kind of sick, actually. I still have to figure out what the roof block is going to be. But while I figure that out, I might as well throw in the walls. What are you doing here? How much strength does it take to row backwards in a boat on land? Like, rowing forwards seems tough enough, but backwards? With a zombie in the boat with you? And you're wearing a full suit of armor? That's a little bit impressive, right? Anyway, that zombie piglin is staying there forever. I don't have any more oak in here either. 1 oak plank. That's going to get me so far. You know what I think about this 1 oak plank? Yeah, that's what I thought. I don't know why I did that. That's all of the oak wood I had. Got me up to there. Man. And since you guys have seen me make these walls plenty of times by now, I'm just going to cut away until I get them all completely in, and then I'll be back with some more detailing stuff. This thing got kind of big, huh? Look at me. Look at me down there for scale. Say what's up. Yeah. That's a big building. But I really like it. I think the shape is coming along so well. I feel like once I put the roof on, this is going to be fantastic in this area. And that's kind of what I'm going to get started on now. Oh, I forgot some blocks over here. Wait, I probably forgot some more. This build took quite a bit of wood, though. I will tell you what. I had to go back and gather oak wood a few more times. And I might even need more. Man, this thing is tall from down here. I actually haven't looked at it from this angle. This looks ridiculous, kind of. I still have to figure out what to do for, like, underneath the oak wood up here. I'm sure I can get some kind of, like, spruce trim and make it look good. I think kind of the same thing over here. There's still a lot of finishing touches I'm going to have to do once I put on the roof. Like, over here, it's just, like, spruce slabs. I'll probably change that out, too. Just have a couple placeholder blocks just to kind of get the shape in. But I'm not worried about that at the moment. What I'm worried about is starting the roof here in a minute. Once I actually make sure all the blocks are correct. Oh, there's a stair there. Not a stair there. Should probably do that. Man, there's probably like 15 blocks that I missed. I'm looking over here too. Missed those. Yikes. I thought I was done. But I've thought about the roof a little bit while I've been building up these walls. And I think I'm going to make it red. I've wanted to make a red roof this entire time. I kind of did that with the council hall last episode. Let me take a quick fly. The top of the towers are red, but they don't have mangrove in them, so still haven't gotten that fix done yet. I do have a little bit of mangrove here. 3 stacks and 14. I'm thinking we use a combination of the stripped mangrove and the mangrove planks. And then also, I'm gonna have to grab a few things from my storage room. Though, let me clear out my inventory of everything else. Actually, I'll keep the scaffolding. Just so I can get a clearer head, I guess. I think it would be kind of cool to use this technique again. But instead of going to yellow, I stop at orange. So, like, the big highlights on this roof are going to be, like, blotches of orange. I also changed my brightness down to, like, 50. What is it on? It's at 40. I think this is what B-Dubs plays with. And his videos always just look cool. Like, let alone what he builds. Never really messed with brightness before, but I think bringing it down a little bit is actually pretty cool. Nice little ambiance. I don't know if that's the right word, but whatever. Anyway, let me grab some orange concrete powder. Let's grab this red concrete powder. So these are going to be like the 3 blocks I kind of use. I'll actually have to see which is lighter between the stripped mangrove logs and the mangrove planks. So I want these blocks at some point in the roof. And then I would also like some netherrack. Where did I put that? Here it is. I think netherrack would be nice. I could even use some of this crimson stuff, but I don't know if I'm going to. I think netherrack in some cases will look nice as some darker spots on the roof. I could also use the same technique I used in this build with like this side of the wood showing, because that's pretty bright. We could do something like this, but I don't know if that's going to be too jarring. I might actually just have to end at the red concrete powder. The orange might be a bit too much. I'm not sure how well those blend. But these 4 blocks will make a nice highlight. That red is pretty bright. It was at this point then that I started going into detail about my thought process of these little like netherrack patches on the roof. But the problem is, I ended up not really using the netherrack patches on the top here. I eventually come to the conclusion that the netherrack doesn't really look much darker. It's kind of the same color as the mangrove stuff, so it doesn't really get the effect that I want. So what I end up doing instead is I kind of go for a highlight on the top part of the roof here. For some reason, I was like really fixated on concrete powder, but that ended up being like way too vibrant of a color. So what I decided to do instead is get some stripped acacia wood and try that out for the highlight, and I really like this outcome a lot more. But before I get to any of the acacia wood, I'll just let this part play. Should I go for it? I could lose 26 levels. I'm not scared though. I'm not scared of losing 26 levels. We're going for it. I keep dying. I'm at spawn again. No. Why do I keep doing that? Yeah. I did it again. I jumped off the roof again and died and ended up back at spawn. Made my way to another village close by and had some choice words for the iron golem to kill me quick. Come here. Your mom's ugly. And then once I was able to sprint again, I quickly made it back home. But that's that's another death for the counter. Let's go. Anyway, now that I'm back, I throw in the acacia wood on the top part of the roof, and I really like this as a highlight. I do eventually find like a good shadow block to use, but I do that in a little while here. And now that the roof color palette is, for the most part, figured out, let me toss it back to live commentary Shram. The roof is now in, and this thing is absolutely taking shape. Taking a pretty nice shape, I think. I like this build a lot. It's huge. I've definitely already mentioned that this thing is colossal, but I think it fits in. I don't know. It might be a little bit too big, but I don't care. I'm gonna keep it. It looks cool. So I kind of used the acacia wood mainly at the top. I really like it up here. I feel like the top of the building will, you know, get more sun exposure and stuff. So I feel like it makes more sense up there. I didn't really use too much netherrack up top. I only used it in that section right there. I don't think that's going to be a problem. I'm probably hardly even going to see that little corner, if I'm honest. Down here, then I used the netherrack to like kind of fill out that shadowy area. And while I was doing that, I actually thought of another block that could look good in that shadowy area. So let me go grab Ghost really quick, because I have to take a small journey And I'm gonna see if this block looks good. I think it will. And what we're looking for is actually straight ahead. I'm looking for cherry wood. I think the regular cherry logs could look kind of nice next to the netherrack as like a shade darker. I got a couple saplings as well, so we can replant this stuff. Also, I can't believe I've never mentioned this before in this series, but like my main inspiration for making this world and this series in general is a YouTuber named Etat. If you've never heard of him, certainly go check him out. He makes amazing content. I really like how his world is turning out. Like, not only is he a great builder, but he's just super chill and just very easy to listen to. And, you know, I know I get a lot of comments of people saying, like, they love that I'm taking a very slow approach to the game, and, you know, it's a huge change of pace from all the hardcore videos and stuff, and I mainly got that from Etat. He's the reason why I kind of went ahead and did this series. Like, his videos were doing well, and I was like, okay, maybe this content can actually, you know, work. Like, I was always like a little nervous to make this kind of stuff. I thought I needed to make the hardcore stuff. You guys already know. But anyway, all I'm trying to say is definitely check out Etat if you've not heard of him yet. Makes really good content. He's definitely one of my favorite Minecraft creators at the moment. But let's go throw this on next to the nether rack, and I don't know, man. I think this is gonna be too dark. I'm looking at this block. I don't think this is gonna work. So it doesn't look great from up here, from super close up, but I'm never really gonna see it from here. What really matters is the like the aerial view. You know what? I kind of like it. That's actually kind of cool. Yeah, that like really accentuates that shadow. Dude, that looks so good, I think. I don't mean to like gas myself up too much, but man, I'm a genius. All right, now that I'm completely happy with the roof, I'm gonna go through and start detailing these walls a little bit more. They're very bland. I want to put some windows in. I gotta figure out a window design too. There's so many walls on this building. There's gonna be a lot of windows. And then I can also start working on the little like underneath section of the points that jut out. I kind of did that over here. I actually didn't mention this yet. I just made it look a little bit more supported by extending this like spruce beam out a couple more blocks. I put an upside down stair right there, and then also a trap door to kind of make it a bit more of a gradual kind of incline. That's the right word? I don't know. But I think it looks cool. I think it looks a little bit more supported. I have an idea for some like window shades, window covers. And it's a different idea than just what I've been using with the campfires and the fence gate. I want to try something else. All right, I think I got all the materials on me to try out this design. Let me pillar up to this section right here. I think this will be a good area to try this out. I don't think I'll do this design around the entire building because I don't know if it'll work in the sections where there's some depth on the wall. Might not work as well. I think these flat walls it'll be the best for. So let me break out a window. Let's go to like there maybe. Yeah, I think 3 high works. Throw on the glass. Gonna use regular glass. I gotta start using more stained glass. I don't know. I just like regular Minecraft glass. Maybe I'm weird. Then I'm going to put 2 spruce fences. On top of that, we're gonna get some packed mud brick walls. I think 2 high. Yeah, probably 2 high. I want to hang some chains down here. This might look weird, but I just want to see what it looks like from far. Can I please go up? And then on top of these walls, got some stairs on me. Gonna put, hold on, let me a little bit closer. Put 1 stair there, 1 stair there, and then we're going to put 2 slabs in the middle. And that's gonna be the design. What does this look like? Pretty cool, actually. I think I like it. I can also then hang some lanterns down here from the chains. I mean, I could have hung them from the fences as well. I think that's pretty cool, though. All right, we settled on a window design. Let me throw these around the entire building. I'm gonna have to go up and down so many times. Not looking forward to this. I got all the windows in. I might add some more, but this is what it looks like at the moment with all of those window designs in. I did forget the glass up here, but I'll touch that up here in a second. And I was trying to think of other things to add. Like, there's a lot more decoration I still want to do, but I was having a really hard time commentating it. So I'm going to do what I've done in the past with a couple of these other builds in this world. I'm just going to cut away until I have the exterior completely finished. It's kind of difficult to time-lapse something like this because I'm constantly going around the entire building. So instead of trying to do that or trying to talk my way through it, just going to cut and we'll have a finished exterior. So I have edited this entire video completely up until that most recent section. And the video is currently like 45 minutes long. This is a chunky boy. So I'm gonna try to kind of speed through the last section of this video. I do only have 2 more things planned. I want to do a little bit of the interior, not much at all. And I also want to obviously build a tree. Haven't built a custom tree yet, keeping up the streak of building 1 custom tree each episode. So hopefully I can do these rather quickly. Before either of those though, let me just kind of show off what I did real fast. So, I actually didn't even do as much as I was expecting. I put a whole bunch of lanterns on like the top part of this build, also the bottom part. I don't know why I only said the top. We now have a stairway to get into the building, at least into like the main section of it. This is still going to be like a little shop or something. I think I'll detail that later. That's not going to be today. But now I have this stairway and a whole bunch of leaves on the bottom. I think it looks pretty good. I was going to hang some leaves from the top, but I don't know. I don't like going overkill with leaves. That's something I'm trying to get better at. I feel like normally I would. Leaves are a really easy way to decorate, but they're kind of a lazy way to decorate as well. I mean, even just down here, I really didn't know what to put, so I did get a little lazy. There's a torch, hold on. I did throw some moss behind the leaves, and I really like this effect. It is pretty subtle, but you can very faintly see like an outline of green around where the leaves are, in some cases at least, and I really, really do like that. So that's the completed exterior. At least for the most part. I'll probably put like a pathway and stuff in here, but you know, whatever, that doesn't matter. What matters now is the interior. So I'm just going to decorate the room that I'm going to be enchanting in. I don't really know what to put in these other rooms. So there's that first room I just was in, this room here. We have 2 side rooms as well connected to this one. But then I think the enchanting setup is going to go up here. Oh wait, hold on. There's another room, another empty room. Enchantment setup will be all the way at the top. This is what I want to decorate just right now. And I might make this pretty minimal. I want to decorate this with a lot of bookshelves. I just don't really have that many at the moment. So I may have to wait, honestly, until I loot like the stronghold or just end up getting more bookshelves naturally. I usually get my decoration bookshelves from the stronghold, though I don't know how soon I'm going to be entering one of those. Okay, so I have a whole bunch of decoration blocks on me. So let's head up to the top floor. And I think I'm going to begin with the ceiling on the inside. I'm just going to keep it simple. I don't really like making the interior ceilings too textured or too overcomplicated, so I think I'll probably just use some stairs and some like full blocks just to go all the way around this thing. I just pillared up with chiseled bookshelves and I didn't realize you need silk touch to get them back. Oh, that's annoying. So I don't have any of those to use at the moment. Let's not worry about that for the time being. Instead, let me figure out where my enchanting setup is going to go. I'm just going to pick over here. So enchantment table right there, and then we can decorate this to make it look a little bit better, but I just want to make sure I can get level 30 enchants first. I think that's honestly good. That is good. Sweet. I have 3 more bookshelves to spare. That's good enough for now. I'll come back later whenever I get a lot more bookshelves. Like, that's good enough for, not this whole room, but that's good enough for the enchantment setup for right now. Gonna have a small storage section over here. I do need some spruce trapdoors and slabs and stuff, just so it doesn't look like this is completely floating. Gonna have a crafting table in the corner over here, and then probably an area to kind of read, I guess. I just threw in 1 more level of like storage, so I'll have another little shelf over here, much like how I'm gonna have in this section. Just need to go grab some spruce for it. And then this area back here, it's completely empty right now, but I think this is where the stairway is going to be whenever I decide on that kind of plan. For now, though, I think this area is nice and functional. It could use a little bit more decoration for sure, but I still want more bookshelves up here probably. I think having some bookshelves back here could be nice. And I guess a carpet could be pretty decent. My sheep are currently red. That might not look bad. One small detail I like adding to carpets, which will actually affect the floor beneath, but it's fine, is I like putting some regular pieces of wool in the carpet as well. Yeah, just something like that. Just makes it look a little bit more interesting to me. This room is pretty much decorated. I'm really not great at interior design, but it's fine. It's enough for me. And most importantly, we can actually enchant here. So that's super nice. Last but certainly not least then, for this video, I want to build a custom tree. I think it's probably going to go like right here. somewhere to the right of this tower. And I'm gonna try my hardest to make this custom tree look the best. I mentioned him earlier in the video, but I'm gonna be taking a lot of the tips that Mr. Matt Ranger mentioned in his video. And because of that, I don't really want to go through my thought process, since it's not really mine, you know? If you want to see the thought process of this entire tree, certainly go check out Matt's video. So I'll be right back, and once I am back, there'll be a nice, beautiful tree right here. This is pretty easily the best custom tree I've ever built. So thank you, Matt. I really appreciate all the tips. But look at this thing, dude. Look how good it looks. I'm proud of myself. That's a tree. These are also kind of trees. These are like Minecraft trees, you know? This is a tree. I feel like I could see this somewhere on a walk in the actual outside. Look at it, man. I'm really proud of this. This whole build turned out so well. Man, I might actually be the best. I think this build deserves some shaders, so give me a second. Unfortunately though, whenever I use the shaders, I need to turn off my better leaves because they look really weird. Like, I don't know why they look so funky, but it does. So hopefully the tree still looks good without the better leaves on. Let's peel back and take a look. Yeah, it still looks good. Wow. That's the sign of a nice tree, I think. Look at this build, dude. Man. Did a lot of building today. And the best part about this is the only reason this build is here is right here. This is the only thing that matters in this entire building. I think I did a little bit too much with this one, but you know what? It's for the vibes. Got a nice little, like, village, town, city thing brewing over here, and I love it. But that is all I have time for today. I really hope you guys enjoyed this one. Thank you so much for watching. And I'll talk to you soon. Bye. Do you guys smell that too? Smells like Survival World episode 6. Because that's exactly what it is. Let's get it. A really weird intro, but I don't care. Last episode, I built this guy. Look how tall he is. Wow. Also, there's pillagers up there because they're really stupid. I guess it's not their fault, but they spawned up there. Look at them being weirdos. Anyway, this is my enchanting tower. If you missed last episode, and if you did miss it, go watch it, please. It'll make me happy. Really nice build, I think. It's huge. It turned out way bigger than I was expecting it to. But I think I pulled it off quite well. And I also built probably my favorite custom tree in this world so far. I think it looks like a tree, like an actual tree, not just a Minecraft tree. Love it. I did a little bit of something between episodes. I live streamed, and I was just fishing. My goal was to get to level 30, because I wanted to start this episode off by enchanting my pickaxe with a level 30 enchant. But as you can see, I'm level 17, and no, I didn't die again. But I fished up a really good fishing rod, and I combined it with the other one I was using. That was where all my levels went. That took like 21 levels, I think. So now we have a Lure 3, Unbreaking 3, Mending fishing rod. I believe the fishing rod I just recently fished up in that stream was Lure 2 and Mending. So when I combined it with the other one, this is what we got. Also got all of these goodies. That's not the right chest. I got all of these goodies. Whole bunch more food, a couple more enchanted books that are actually pretty decent. This was my first thing that I caught, by the way, this enchanted book. So kind of set the tone for the entire stream. That whole stream is uploaded on my channel if you want to go back and watch it. If not, this is everything I got. Got a couple other fishing rods as well, but they're not as great. Luckily the C2 down here on this one's pretty good. I can actually add that to my current fishing rod, but I'm not going to worry about that. I did get another name tag though, so that is super useful. I will clear all that junk up at some point. I really want to focus on getting to level 30 right now. I think that's the first thing I want to do in this episode. And I'm even going to do this before I name any new YouTube members. Because I gained like 14 since my last session of naming YouTube members, I think. Somewhere around there. And I'm pretty sure I've filled up an entire barrel. Yeah, I have 29 YouTube members. That's more than a barrel's worth of spots. So I guess I gotta cut into my egg barrel over here. That's sad. No, it's not at all. But if you don't know, if you become a YouTube member, if you become a Shram-a-Lamb, I will name a block after you in this world. I normally do it at the beginning of episodes, but this one's going to be a little bit different. It's still going to be near the beginning, but not the complete beginning, because, you know, I don't want to use all those levels before I enchant. I'd rather enchant first and then name everything. We also got 2 new pups. Look at this, 2 new animals. This was last episode as I was on my way back from the mangrove swamp that I finally found. But yeah, on my way back, I got these two beautiful pups. I will be naming them shortly as well. But to begin, I'm gonna go to the Nether. And I figured while I was doing this, I could go back in the comments of last episode and answer some questions that were left. I asked last time for you to leave me questions so I can answer them when I'm doing random stuff in this world. I got so many questions as well. I think I pretty naively thought that I'd be able to answer the majority of them in this video and then just respond to the rest. But I don't really think I'm going to be able to do that. So I'm probably going to have to answer these questions across a couple videos. Because of that, I'm not going to ask for any more questions for a little while. I got a lot. But first question here is from Hunter Lawrence. They ask, do I do this full time or do I work during the day? If so, what do you do? I think a couple people actually asked about like my IRL job and stuff. So at the moment, I am waiting to start a new job. That's kind of why these episodes have been out fairly frequently. I've had a lot of time off. I've had like the entire month of October off so far. But I will be starting my new job early November. So when that happens, I think the uploads are going to slow down a little bit. I might have to push them back like a week or so, maybe a couple days. I'll still try to upload as often as I can, but it's not going to be once a week like I've been able to do for the last couple videos. And as for what I do, the new job, I'm just going to be a salesman. Just switching jobs. I used to work in a warehouse, and now I don't. Next up, we got Savage, and they asked, how can you keep posting on the same map without getting bored? Honestly, the main reason why I continue to upload on the same world over and over and over again, and what keeps me motivated, is you guys. The fact that I'm making content that people actually want to watch, that motivates the hell out of me, I'm not gonna lie. But also, aside from that, just, you know, this is just how I like to play the game, but playing the game a lot slower and not really progressing too fast and just building what you want to build, that helps me out a lot too. If I just like beat the Ender Dragon on the first episode, like some hardcore content creators do, and absolutely nothing against those guys, or those people, you know, but if I played the game like that, I think I would get bored so fast. Even in my hardcore world, I didn't take it that fast. I still waited like a couple hundred days to beat the Ender Dragon. But by far, the thing that motivates me the most is all of you guys. All the comments you guys leave, all the likes you guys leave. Makes me want to play this world forever. Skylar Litchfield asks, have you played Bedrock Edition and Story Mode, and can I please use Warped Wood in your next roof? I don't know if I'm going to use Warped Wood today in my next roof. Not going to lie. I will use it at some point, but I don't know if it's going to fit the theme of today's build, which I haven't even mentioned yet, but I'll get to that at some point. And then the first part of the question, have I played Bedrock and Story Mode? I have never played Story Mode. And honestly, I don't know if I've played Bedrock because I first started playing Minecraft on the 360, on Xbox 360, a really long time ago. I feel like the Minecraft editions completely split into two different editions sometime after I started playing on the 360. I could be wrong on that. I could have actually just played Bedrock and have no idea. But I did start on the Xbox 360, and then I eventually transitioned to PC. But lately, I have not played Bedrock at all. I have only played Java. And I need to make a better way to get around my Nether. This is horrible. Gabba King FN asks me, what football team do I support? I'm an Eagles fan. Go Birds. I'm from Eastern Pennsylvania, so I feel like it only makes sense. I've been a diehard Eagles fan like my entire life, ever since I can remember watching football. Ethan Still Games 6185 asks me what my favorite build style is, and if I can give any tips for a rustic town build. I'm going to be a little basic with the tip answer, but look up a lot of inspiration. That's what I do for everything. Just Google like rustic house or rustic like blacksmith, whatever you're building. Just look it up on Google and then just kind of see what a bunch of other people are doing. That is the best tip I can give for building, like at all. I still do that. I think a lot of people probably still do that. Even really good builders, I'm sure they take inspiration from something. So I'm sorry if that's a pretty basic answer, but that's honestly the best advice I could give. It works really well. I will always say this as well whenever I give that piece of advice, because I've given that a lot. But if you take a build, take inspiration from someone's build, and you're making a video about it or posting it anywhere, please credit them. Don't be weird. Don't just play it off as yours. I give credit to like everything that I take inspiration from, even if it's just like a random picture that I saw on Twitter and I liked like the shape of one of the rooms or something. I'll still give credit because it just feels right to me. And the second part of their question, I guess the first part of their question, what's my favorite build style? It's definitely medieval. That's the build style I always go with. I just feel like that translates the best to Minecraft, and I love it. It's also probably one of the easiest. I need to branch out. I'm just scared. The last question I'm going to answer in this video is by Amy, and they ask, what does Shrammy come from? Does it have any particular meaning? No, not really. It's just like a nickname I had growing up based on my last name. That's literally it. Kind of boring. but I've just been always called that by my friends. A lot of my friends still call me Shram, even like non-YouTube friends and stuff. That's kind of all there is to it. It's really nothing special. But thank you all so much for the questions. I will be back and answering more next video. Like I said, there's still a lot. So if I didn't answer your question today, I'm sorry, but I mean, that just means you have to watch the next video. Oh no, what a pain that would be, you know? You gotta watch me build something amazing again? Nah, I can't. Okay. I like having a little bit of a cocky persona sometimes, but I can't keep it up for too long. You know what? I think I'm gonna get to level 33, because then this way I can enchant an axe as well. Pickaxe and an axe makes the most sense just for gathering materials. Okay, there's level 33. Let's hop back through the nether portal and let's see what my first 2 level 30 enchants are going to be. I can hear the pillagers from up here. They're like right over there. That's so funny. All right, so I'm gonna start with the pickaxe, Unbreaking 3, and Efficiency 4. That's not bad. Efficiency 4 and Unbreaking 3. Okay, got the same exact enchants. Punch 1. That's such a bad level 30 enchant. All right, now that I've done this, let's go name all the YouTube members. All of the new YouTube members have now been named. So let me introduce you all to the new Shramalams. We got Brittany Hall, Heidi Hoffland. I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing any of these, by the way. Daniel Versteeg, again, I don't know. I'm sorry. We got Rakor. We got El Raccoon De Hyperion, AMDQ, Sergio Ballesteros, Bunny, Mindset Blind, Daniel Butkovic, Callum Baker, and Lou Knowles. I feel like I mispronounced plenty of those, and I severely apologize if I did. We also have Zachy Poo Poo. What a name. But he wants to be named after a coral block. So I just put him up on a sign for now. And whenever I get coral blocks, I will name him after one. So this is officially the first YouTube member barrel completely filled in. Look at it. Oh, I have to change this name. I'm gonna go do that in a second. But it's all completely done now. Crazy. So now you guys are just gonna be hanging out with eggs. Hope you don't mind. Yeah, so Ozzel commented. I think I'm pronouncing that correctly now. But they commented and said that the name is just Ozzel and not Ozzles. I put the S at the end. I just usually copy the YouTube name. Their name was, at the time, Ozzles POV. So, there we go. Ozzel, your name has been changed. Alright, so now we officially have one YouTube member barrel. That looks insane. I'm not exactly done naming things. Let me go get Rut named real fast with this name tag, and then I will unofficially, but also kind of officially, name the dogs. So there's Rut and Bjorn. First 3 animals have been named. Also name this chicken next time. Damn, that would have been cool. Okay, hold on. Now let me get names for the dogs, and then I could progress on this episode. One name I'm going to use for sure for one of these dogs. I'm just going to go to the one on the left here. This one's going to be named Phantom. A couple of people actually suggested that name, and I think it's really cool. It fits in nicely with Ghost. I like Phantom quite a bit. And the second dog is going to be named Mangrove. All right, we found a mangrove swamp right before I found the dog. So his name is Mangrove and his middle name is Swamp. So that we're gonna have Phantom and Mangrove Swamp, I guess. I'm not gonna name the second dog completely Mangrove Swamp. I think middle name Swamp is great. I also want to take a moment to say that I got a bunch of comments of like name suggestions for the dogs that were based on real dogs people had who have passed away. And firstly, I just want to say I'm so sorry. It sucks so bad losing an animal. I understand. I just didn't want to take any of those names for these dogs because I would have felt bad to every other dog name I didn't take of someone, you know, whose dog passed away. I got a bunch of those comments. I didn't want to try to pick favorites between those dogs. That felt wrong. I'm sorry. I just wanted to bring that up. I'm really sorry for your loss, but that's why I didn't pick any of those names. Oh man, okay, that was a bit of a low point of the video. I'm sorry. Let's try to get the spirits back up. What do I want to do now? Plant a field? Maybe? That could be fun. I only have this one wheat field. So I think making more around the barn would make sense. Yeah, that's what I'll do. I'm gonna make a carrot and a potato field. Look at me go, making plans. And then after I do this, I can start working on the main build for the episode, which I'm sure you've seen in the title and the thumbnail already, but I want to kind of go over it. I want to make a super smelter. I don't really need one right now, but I'm probably going to need one at some point. And just getting one established pretty early on, well, I say early, it's day 287, but getting one established now I think would be a pretty good idea. They're not too hard to make. They just take a lot of iron, but that's fine. I think I want to put it somewhere around where I'm standing now. I'm gonna have to do some terraforming for sure. I think this building being like the entrance to my little civilization could be kind of nice. I'll go into way more detail about this obviously when I start building, but I'm gonna give you my basic plan for right now, the shape of the build. I think I kind of have this figured out. I want to have a long rectangular build, like over here or something. That's gonna be where the actual super smelter is. Then I want to have a bridge connecting to another building, and where you can like walk underneath the bridge. And I kind of want that to act as like the main entryway to my whole civilization thing here. And then on the right of the bridge, we're gonna have another long rectangle, probably oriented differently. But we're gonna have another long rectangular building that's going to be like the house, I guess, for the blacksmith or something. Just where the guy can stay and, you know, live next to where he does his job. That's gonna be like a building looking like this. Not the exact shape, but it'll be like this kind of vibe. Whereas like the super smelter building, I think is going to mainly be out of stones. That's my incredibly tentative plan. I want it to go over here somewhere. That was why I really wanted to enchant a pickaxe, by the way, because I think I'm going to use a lot of stone for this build. But that's not what we're working on at the moment. At the moment, I'm working on 2 farms. So let me go get a whole bunch of stone blocks. Hopefully I have enough to make 2 quick farms. If not, I have to go dig out a little bit. That's fine. I'm just going to go through the same exact process that I used in this first farm, the wheat farm. That was in episode 2 when we, you know, built this building. I'm going to go through this same exact thought process. And it's honestly been a little while since I've had a time lapse. I don't think I actually time lapsed any of the tower last episode. So I'm going to cut it to a little farming time lapse. I really like what it looks like when you make crop fields in a time lapse. It's pretty satisfying when you till all the ground, you know? So I think that would look nice over here. So let me plant 2 more fields and I'll be back afterwards. There are now 2 more crop fields over here. This one is carrots, and this one back there is potatoes. Pretty much the same style as the first one. They all look just slightly different. This one back here has more moss than the rest. This one over here has a little bit of tuff broken into it. Just wanted to differentiate them a little bit. They're all about the same though. Get the same vibe, right? At this point in the video, I want to start prepping the area for the main build. And I briefly touched on this, but it's going to go like over here-ish. Let me pop back into free cam again. It'll go like here-ish. But in order to prep this area, I need to do probably a lot of terraforming. I think what I'm going to do is level off like a good chunk of this area completely. I'll probably have a couple different areas of elevation, but it's not going to be too drastic. How much dirt do I even have though? I might not have enough. I have a decent amount of dirt. I don't know how far this is going to get me, but I suppose I'll find out. And watching me place dirt is probably incredibly boring, so I'm just going to put my head down, watch some football, as it is Sunday at the moment, and terraform a whole lot of land over here. Yeah, this dirt did not get me very far. I'm completely out of dirt once more. Oh, that Enderman is in a block. Interesting. I'm gonna let you just keep doing you, man. I think this is all the terraforming I'm gonna do for today. There should be enough room for my new building that I have in mind. Still have a bunch of work to do back here. I'm unsure if I want to bring this completely down or if I want to have like a retaining wall holding up this whole thing. Or maybe not the whole thing. Maybe I'll have a retaining wall hold up like half of it, jut out a little bit more over here. I don't know just yet. I'm probably gonna have a big like terraforming session in one of these videos, because I have to fix up over here too. Like this whole area is kind of gross. But if I do it all at one time, I might not be able to do the best job. I like doing it in little increments. I think it gets the best outcome, you know? Over here still has to be kind of done. Back there has to be touched up. So I'll return to terraforming at some point. I'll probably have an episode as well sometime in the future where I kind of just go through and revamp a lot of this area in general. Like the pathway is still just, you know, regular path block. I'm probably going to texture that up. There needs to be some like grass and leaves and stuff probably around these buildings too. Maybe not leaves, but definitely grass in a lot of these areas. There's a lot of work that could still be done to my previous builds, but like I said, I will work on that in a future episode. Now though, I have to go gather materials for this build, and I'm honestly not exactly sure what materials I want to use. So let me go think for a little while, and I'll be back with some color palette. I've been thinking for a little while, and I feel like I've come up with a pretty cool color palette. So this is going to be 2 separate buildings, pretty much connected by a bridge over top. So the left building, where the super smelter is actually going to go, I think I'm going to mainly make the walls out of stone stuff, like gray blocks. So like these tough bricks, the tough blocks, cobblestone as well. And we also probably are going to throw in some andesite as some highlights, and then some regular stone, which I actually don't want to put up there because I don't want to have to re-smelt this. And then as for the roof up here, I kind of want to make it mostly out of bricks. So we're going to have another like red roof, but it'll be a slightly different shade of red once again. And then also in the roof here, we can mix in some granite and probably some like coarse dirt for some darker patches. The granite and the coarse dirt have a pretty similar texture, and I think they blend in pretty nicely together. So that'll be the left side, where all the work is actually going down. And let me sleep quick, and then I'll tell you guys about the right side. Over here then, I think I'm going to have a stone foundation once again, but I'm thinking I'll mainly make it out of the cobblestone, the smooth stone. I'm actually going to throw down a couple blocks. And then the mossy cobblestone and moss, which I actually don't have on me right now. Whatever, you get the idea. And then on top of this, we'll be working in the usual wall color, but I'm going to change it up slightly. So I'm still definitely going to have the stripped oak, but I think I want to mainly make it out of birch. And then we're going to use the stripped oak every so often as like shadowy parts. This section over here will be 2 stories tall. And then the roof over here on this section going to be the same blocks as over there. I just don't have enough bricks to really show it off, you know? That's the main idea then. I think this will look pretty cool together. This section over here, the one that's mainly out of stone, I also want to have like 1 or 2 really big chimneys, and I'll probably use the deep slate and basalt kind of gradient that were used in the wall over here. I'll probably use this to darken up the stone around the chimney. I think that'll look really cool. Again, I don't really want to place any of the deep slate because I'll have to re-smelt it. And then one other thing with this left side, I also have some mud. Now, I don't know if I want to use the mud for like the roof. That could look kind of cool. Or I might just break in a little bit of mud into the walls. Looks really messy now because it's like such a small scale. But if you build with stone, you can kind of just really easily break in mud, and it looks kind of like it's supposed to be there. It looks like it's just stone covered in mud. It's a pretty cool effect. I think this build is going to turn out really nicely. Got a nice color palette. I feel like I can make this one work. Let me go gather up a whole bunch of each of these materials, and I'll be back once I fill up like an entire chest, probably, worth of stuff. I nearly filled up this entire double chest with materials for this build, and there is certainly more things I'm going to have to go get. Just looking now, I'm probably going to need more birch wood and likely more oak wood as well. And then I'll probably have to go get some more stones just from my house. Oh, I didn't get any tuff just now. Just noticing that. That's a little bit annoying. I should probably just go gather like 3 stacks of that real fast. Yeah, but before I do that, let me set up a very, very starter-worthy super smelter, because I need to smelt up all of my bricks. Which actually means I have to break all of this clay once again. Alright, I got a lot of these clay balls. So, let me smelt them down. Gonna be getting a ton of bricks here in a minute. This should smelt, hopefully, while I'm getting the tuff. But it'll certainly smelt while I'm building this, so that should be finished soon enough. I really thought I was done getting materials, but here we are. It's fine though, it shouldn't take long to get tuff, considering this new pickaxe that I have. Also, yeah, a lot of people comment about the emeralds that I've been passing. I just don't even process that emeralds are there. I feel like it's almost pointless to mine them. Maybe that's just me, but here, I'll mine this one. We got 1 emerald. I just completely tune them out, because I pretty much always just get my emeralds through villagers. I don't really see the point in mining them, especially without fortune. But even with fortune, you still don't get that many. So that's for everyone who's been commenting about emeralds in this series. I've gotten plenty of comments. All right, I got like 4 more stacks of tuff now. That'll hopefully be enough for this whole build. Now with this, it is finally time to start building. So I'm just gonna start throwing down some of this tough brick and regular tuff mixed in. Let's go 19 blocks this way, and then I might have to extend this to like 9. Oh, this is gonna be large. You know what? I actually really mainly want these tough bricks on the bottom layer. So let me take out some of this regular tuff. Oh, another wandering trader. Literally just spawned. This might be the worst wandering trader I've ever seen. And pillagers spawned. I have killed so many waves of pillagers. You guys are getting annoying. All right, I've almost entirely phased out these tough bricks. I'm going to throw a couple more on this level. And then we'll start introducing some regular stone as well. Let me take a step back here for a minute. Let's see what this looks like. I think it's looking pretty good. Texturing is definitely on its way. These are what the walls are looking like at the moment, and I quite like them. It's coming along pretty well, I think. It's just, you know, pretty easy blocks to use together, the tough bricks, the tough, and the stone. But it always looks good, in my opinion. I think I got the walls to a height that I'm comfortable with, so I can start working on the roof. And I have an idea of how this is going to go. This is also where some andesite is going to come into play. I just need to figure out if I want to go up 1 block or 2 blocks. Let me do 1 for now. And since I'm waiting on my stone to smelt, I'm just going to use all cobblestone, and then I can always come back and replace this. I think I want the roof to be taller. I don't think that 1 block is just going to work. I'm going to be putting walls on the edges here, but still I don't think that's going to be tall enough. I just don't want to go too tall. So let me let me see what this looks like. This might be the opposite end of the spectrum. You know what? I actually think that looks pretty good. Yeah, I thought that was going to be too tall, but it certainly isn't. All right, cool. I actually quite like that. This is going to be another pretty big build for today because I have to build an entirely separate building as well, aside from this one. And this one building might take me a while. But the walls are almost done. I would say like 85% textured, maybe 90% textured. I still have to replace some of this cobblestone with regular stone, and I do want to also throw in some mud. But I'm going to put in the roof first, and then I'll do the rest of that stuff. So let me take some of these bricks that have already smelted, make them all into brick blocks, which is only a stack there. That's tragic. I'm gonna grab some granite, some coarse dirt. I also have some rooted dirt. I don't know if I'm gonna use any, but I grabbed some just in case. I think it's mainly going to be bricks, granite, and coarse dirt. I just went ahead and put some walls on the tops here, and I really like this. The shape of that roof is coming along pretty nicely. So now I can throw on the inside part of the roof, which is going to mainly be out of bricks. I don't know about mainly. That might be a bit of a stretch, but there's going to be a lot of bricks in this roof for sure. And I also want to throw in some granite as well to add some texture and to save on materials, more importantly, because getting a lot of bricks sucks. And then I do think in some of these sections I can put in some coarse dirt, because the coarse dirt and granite look pretty decent together, actually. Or maybe I should use regular dirt instead of coarse dirt. Or maybe I should use both. I think I'm gonna use both. I think the coarse dirt to granite is a little bit too drastic. That's pretty good with a little bit of dirt in the corner. It darkens those little areas and I think it adds a nice effect. Okay, I think that's good. That's good for the roof. Now I just have to do that on the other side. Let me briefly describe what I did with these little patches of dirt just in case anyone is trying to follow along with this technique. It's the same thing that I've been doing on a lot of the roofs, but I'll just kind of describe the process once again. So I'm starting with coarse dirt as the darkest spot. As you can see up there, there's a bunch of coarse dirt. Every block that's touching the coarse dirt, I'm gonna put regular dirt. You can replicate this with any gradient pretty much. Just as long as you stay consistent, it should look good. So whatever block is touching this stage of the gradient, I'm gonna put the next stage. You can kind of generalize it that way. So in this case, it's coarse dirt and dirt. And I try to make it not only the block just completely adjacent, but sometimes I'll extend it a couple more. Like right here, we have 2 blocks of dirt instead of just this one. Same thing up here. I think it just makes the build look a little bit better that way. And you get a more like natural looking transition between the gradients. So then next up, every block that's touching this dirt, I will put the next stage of our gradient, which is granite. And then last but not least, gonna finish it off with some bricks. And that is how you get this effect. Never really expected to use dirt in a roof, but here we are. This is definitely something I've been trying to get better at in this game. Rather than thinking of the blocks as what they are in the game, I'm just trying to think of them as colors. So instead of thinking that this is dirt, I'm thinking that it's just brown with like a little bit of gray in here, you know? And it has a lot of texture to it. That's what I'm trying to think of it as. And I think it works a lot better that way. I actually really like this roof. Man, every episode, I impress myself more and more. Look at me go. This kind of looks like a church. Again, though, who cares? I feel like none of my builds look like what they're supposed to be. I mean, this kind of looks like a wizard tower, I guess. But this doesn't look like a mine building. This doesn't look like a barn. So this doesn't have to look like a smeltery. I'm going to put 2 big chimneys on this, or I don't know if it's going to be 2. At least 1 big chimney on this. Maybe once I do that, it'll be better. For now, though, it's definitely giving some church vibes. There is something I would like to do for the outside, though, because it looks kind of weird that it just goes straight from the stone right into the roof here. I want to put a little trim around the edge of this. So I'm going to grab a bunch of granite slabs, I think. I don't know if spruce trapdoors will look good with this, but I mean, they are spruce trapdoors. They look good with pretty much everything. What if I just do this all the way across? I'm gonna try it. Yeah, that works. Gonna do this on the other side here then. And then I think I might work on the chimney. I can probably put some brick slabs in this, but whatever. I'll come back and change it if I am not too lazy later. There's a very good chance I only have enough materials to make one chimney. If that's the case, we might only make one. I don't know. But I want the chimney to be out of deep slate, basalt, and then tuff. Very much like how I did this chimney here in the mine building. So as you can see, we have this side of the deep slate showing, this side of the basalt showing. I think that'll look the best here. And this is going to be a wonky chimney. It's not going to look perfect. Yeah, that's not too bad. It's quite big, but that's exactly what I wanted. I should be able to like shape this out a little bit better too with some walls. But let me just get everything down first and then I'll work on that. It might look a little weird, but I like this. It looks pretty good from over here too. All right, that's a nice chimney. I don't think I'm going to put another one on. I think this one is probably good enough. I did want to darken up these blocks like around the chimney though on the wall, but I don't have any more basalt or deep slate or anything. So I'll have to do that near the end when I'm putting the final touches on if I can remember. I do want to go through now though and get rid of a lot of this cobblestone I put just as some placeholder blocks. I'm going to leave some of it, but I don't want it all here. I think this looks better. And also while I'm up here, let me finish off the roof because this middle section is still not filled in. And this worked out perfectly. Look at that. I love this little fence gate, like wall design thing. Looks so good. All right, and now, if you thought I was done detailing these walls, you're mistaken because I'm still going to do stuff. And this is going to be in the form of mud. So all I'm going to do is just destroy some of the stone and replace it with mud. So I'm going to do this all the way around this building. Then it should kind of look something like this if you're following along at home. I think it looks pretty cool with the mud there, especially with the roof. Alrighty, I got mud around this building now. There's definitely more I want to do to this building. I want to put an entrance in, probably some windows as well. But I think it's probably time to figure out the building this one's going to be connected to. Once I get that shape completely down, then I can work on the final touch details. So I need a bridge. I'm gonna need to build a bridge that connects this building to the one that doesn't exist yet. Now, I am entirely unsure what blocks I want to use for this bridge. So just for the time being, I'm going to use cobblestone just as the placeholder block. Okay, I think that's probably long enough. I think if we make like a little archway in front of this, it'll look a lot better. I mean, right now it looks horrible. It's just cobblestone and it's completely flat. But I think this is going to be a really, really cool underpass to like walk into the city. Now, building number 2, let's start with the foundation. All right, then over here, this might look small, but it's gonna work out, I think. Because the second floor of this building is gonna jut out one block. I might have a section over here that juts out as well. Yeah, so that'll be the floor plan then. I like that. I think that looks all right. Used a lot more birch in this build than any other build here. And I also even used birch planks. Deviates from the color palette a little bit, but still the vibe is kind of there. And I don't mind it. I think I'll probably come up to like here then for the second floor. Yeah, that should be big enough. I am a little worried that the color palettes between these two buildings are going to be too different. And it might not look good. Actually, no, I'm going to go up one more block. I think I went up 5 over there. I think I like 6 more. But yeah, I'm a little worried that the color palette isn't going to mesh too well with one another. Oh well, though. Let's just keep going and let's see what happens. Yeah, it looks pretty weird right now, but I kind of just have the foundation going on. The size of this building will work out fine. It's going to be another like swoopy tall roof, like the one I have over here. It's not going to be that big. It'll be closer to this, I think. Yeah, that'll work out fine. Let me actually throw in the roof. That'll really tell me what this thing's going to look like. All right, so the roof is now on the second building. And this thing is starting to take shape a little bit. Though I still am a little worried that it's not going to mesh too well with this completely like stone building. I've mentioned this before, and I think it was honestly just last episode. But pretty much everything I build, there's a stage where I don't think it's going to look good. And that's kind of where I'm at with this one right now. It's a little different, I guess. It's not that I don't think it's going to look good. I feel like it'll look fine, but I think it's just going to look like 2 separate buildings. Maybe the bridge will bridge the gap between the two. That was horrible. I'm sorry. But yeah, maybe it'll help. I don't know. But enough talking. I'm gonna throw in the second floor walls, and then I will be right back when those are done. The walls of this building are now completely in, and as you can see, I used a lot more birch than in the previous buildings in this area. I think they turned out pretty well. I like the shading difference between the stripped oak and the stripped birch. I think it looks pretty cool. I also gathered up some deep slate and some basalt, along with some blackstone as well. I don't know if I'm going to use any blackstone, but if I want to get really dark in the walls, I have the option to now. And you also might notice, I'm level 8 now. And the reason for this is while I was getting the deep slate, I ran into a miniature zombie that was just too much for me to handle. It had an enchanted iron sword, and, you know, he smacked me up. Thankfully, though, I was able to get all my stuff back. Still, unfortunate that I died again. And, you know, once more, I ended up at spawn. That's the problem when you keep sleeping and then destroying your bed right away. I should probably stop doing that. I was getting kind of close to level 30 again, so it's actually really unfortunate that I just died. I was hoping I could enchant pretty soon. Anyway, though, with the new blocks we just gathered, with the deep slate and the basalt and stuff, I want to start working on this bridge connecting these two buildings. And hopefully I can come up with something pretty cool here. I'm smelting up all my deep slate, but I'll just take what I have for now. And then also I will grab some of this blackstone. This might be too dark, but I don't know. I'll try to throw it in some places. Let me inset all of these cobblestone blocks one block, just so I can have something to place the deep slate up against. Of course, also the basalt, because I want the top texture of this block. And then I also need some tuff, because I want to bleed the deep slate into the tuff. This is becoming one of my favorite gradients. Just these 3 blocks together, I think they look so good. This is kind of where I was talking about. Maybe like the really dark sections, I can break in some blackstone. I don't know if that's too dark though. You know, I kind of like the little patch of blackstone in here. I don't actually think that's too dark. I think I made this bridge 8 blocks across. Oh, I'm kind of stupid. It's fine, I'll make it work. So we're gonna have, I guess, a beam in the middle that's 2 blocks wide. I don't really like that too much, but not much I can do about it now. Yeah, I guess it has to be like that, huh? Whatever, I still think it can look nice. You know, let me actually bring this down 1 whole block. I think I'll like that a lot more. Yeah, that looks pretty good. That works for what I'm going for. Because then we can just have like 2 entrances then into this little village area. Let me build up the same thing on this backside. And then for the actual blocks on the inside here, I think I'm just gonna use mud, granite, and this mud brick. And this still works for the border. This is why I wanted to have a 7 block gap and not an 8, because with 7 this would have just been 1 wall, but it still looks fine, I think. Yeah, okay, I think that works as the bridge. I do have the scaffolding in the way, but just imagine it's not there. I think it looks pretty cool. So now that I've designed that, let's go back through and touch up these buildings because they are both incredibly bare. The window design I would like to use for this part of the building is from some YouTube video. I feel so bad, but I completely forgot where this is from. I modified the design that I saw a little bit, but the base idea was just these fence gates like inset 1 block and then the bamboo trapdoors behind them. And I just really like what that looks like. I put the spruce trapdoors on the outside and the campfires up top. But just that base idea, I completely forgot where I got it from. So if this is your idea, please let me know, and I will certainly give you a shout out. I'm sorry that I forgot. I found the video that I got the window design from. It's from my man Eagle. Look at him up there. Beautiful. He actually used the trapdoors on the side too. That's funny. I only took the interior part. I did that on my own, but I do that all the time. Anyway, that's the place I got the window design from. Thank you, Eagle. I appreciate you. As for the main door for this section, I kind of want to keep it open. You know, like the barn over here is mostly open. Might do the same thing here. Let me grab some spruce and see if I can make a cool like little spruce archway kind of thing. I feel like that's pretty cool, though I might be just trying to convince myself to like it. I don't know. I think it's good enough to rock with for now. Maybe I'll come back and change it later. I kind of think I do want these windows 1 block taller, though. Yeah, I think that window going up 1 block definitely helped. It's a pretty tall building. I feel like this works. Going to add this window design over here as well. Cool. All right, so I'm mostly content with those walls. I kind of just have to run around and do this design and a few other window spots. So let me hold off on that for now, since I kind of have it figured out. And let me work on the window design over here. I think on the right building, I'm just going to keep it incredibly simple. and just use my campfire and fence gate design. Though I'm gonna have a couple 2 wide windows, but I think that's okay. If you have a 2x2 window, I think using scaffolding works the best. Ow. Hold on. I think using scaffolding works the best for a 2x2 window. I'm still gonna use the campfires, and then I will put 2 fence gates. Like that. Yeah, that looks good. Okay. This building, I'm gonna use a lot of scaffolding. I'm gonna run back through then and decorate these walls a little bit more, and I'll be back, I think, when I'm done with the exteriors completely. So now the exterior of these buildings is completely done. Even the back. Look at me. I did the back of the build. For this one, I didn't really know what to throw back here. It was pretty bland, so I kind of just put this like covered section with some like blackstone and basalt. Also with a pickaxe leaning up against it. A couple cauldrons. I think it looks pretty cool. And then for the wooden structure, I did not know how to decorate the exterior of this. I'm quite bad at exteriors. I'm sure you guys have kind of realized this by now. I mean, like, look at the mine building. I had to take my iron away, so now it looks even worse. But yeah, so I didn't know what to put here, so I kind of just threw some basic storage and a couple leaves and stuff, and some lanterns. I think it looks fine. I also connected up a pathway from this main pathway over here. And I did the interior. I kind of got a little carried away. It's nothing special, but we do have a functioning super smelter in here. It's very small, I'm aware. I think eventually I'm gonna put a bigger one in here. I just didn't have too many hoppers. So I kind of just made what I was able to with the resources I had. I will throw the video in the description that I watched for this little like micro super smelter. It's by iCraft MC, so I'll put it down in the description below. I think he also has a bigger one on that same video. But like I said, I think that required like 30 plus hoppers or something. I only had 16, and that's exactly how many this required. It is fairly functional though, like it works pretty well. I smelted up some food in here and like some iron and stuff. Oh, and I guess some stone. Didn't even mean to do that, but the steak smelted. It was like 2 stacks and 16 or 15 or whatever. That smelted pretty quick. So honestly, this thing should be good enough for me for a little while. I also have a lava farm, but I need dripstone for it. I want to use this as my main fuel source. I'm tired of using coal, and I feel like having that right next to the super smelter is probably a good idea. I will have to hit the mines though and try to find some dripstone. Probably at the start of next episode. I would do that now, but I sort of want to live stream it. And I want to, you know, get this episode out first before I stream again on this world. I don't want to show off the build too much by accident, you know? So anyway, that's kind of the plan for the interior of this building. This is literally the only functional part of this entire place. And yeah, I kind of went a bit overboard again, but that's what I do over here. A little bit of storage back here. I'll probably actually use this too. Like I think I have my buckets. Yeah, there we go. I have my buckets in one of these chests. There is a stairway up top. This is completely empty back here. Not sure what to throw up here just yet, but there's a lot of room. I can cross this bridge now, and on this side, this entire building is empty. I think this will eventually house a villager, and I will probably decorate that whenever I get villagers in this area. But this floor up here, there's absolutely nothing, and honestly the same with down here. All I did was throw in the floor and a ceiling. So that's the entirety of this build. I think it looks pretty nice. Though I'm not ending the episode just yet. Obviously, I still have to make a custom tree, and I think I'm gonna make another spruce tree. I've been getting a lot of comments of other trees to make, like trees that aren't in Minecraft, like maple and like a willow and stuff like that. I will probably make those eventually, and by probably I mean I definitely will. I want to make more trees that are just, you know, in the game of Minecraft. But I've been outside a little bit lately. I know, it's insane. Minecraft content creator going outside? Ridiculous. But I've just been taking these walks, right? And I've been looking at trees, been studying them, trying to figure out how to actually make a good tree. I want to make more like the one I just made last episode over here. Let me get the best view of this tree. I think it's from right here. Oh, it's so good. But the spruce trees, like the pine trees and stuff around my area, all of the branches like curve up at the end, from what I've noticed. And I want to try to replicate that here. I don't know if I'll be able to accomplish it, but it's worth a shot. So let me go grab a whole butt ton of leaves. I'm probably going to use birch leaves and spruce leaves in conjunction with one another. Now this is sad. I have one birch tree left in this area, and I'm gonna take all of its leaves. I think I'm gonna follow the theme of like every other episode. I'm gonna put this tree just next to the new build. I think I've done that everywhere so far. Now what I've noticed is that up top, these trees have very, very small branches. So honestly, I think just this is probably good. And then as we go down, the branches are going to continually get longer. But then I want them to slightly curve up at the end. Nothing like drastic, but that slight curve should look pretty nice. I also noticed that these trees have so many branches on them. I don't know if I'm going to be able to emulate that well here, but I'll do my best. I feel like this looks okay, actually. Branches look a little funky, but I like them. I might throw in a couple more, but honestly, I might just do like little fence gates like this. And kind of string a few of those together to make some really small branches. I like the look of fence gates a lot more than fences when it comes to trees. And honestly, even if they don't connect perfectly like this, it could still be alright. Because if I just put leaves touching both of these fence gates, it honestly should look fine. I think trapdoors will also make as some pretty good small branches. I don't want to go overboard with this, but there are so many branches on these trees. Okay, I think I'm in a pretty good spot with the branches. Now I just have to go fill in all of these leaves. And much like this tree over here that I built last episode, I do want to leave a bunch of air gaps. Because in real trees, you can see the branches a lot, you know? So I'm going to mainly start by just filling in leaves at the ends of the branches, and then I can work my way back in. I'm also trying to place like leaves up higher at the ends of the branches to try to really accentuate the branches like dipping up at the end. I don't know if it's going to work too well, but we shall see, I guess. This is a moment where I really wish we had, like, leaf slabs. I understand why we don't. That doesn't really make any sense. But it would be so useful. I have no idea how this looks. I'm not feeling too good about this one. But I did just put leaves on all the branches. So, let me take a step back. I'm kind of nervous to look at this. You know, that's not that bad. Do I like it? I think I might even like it. Yeah, you can kind of really see the branches like curving up. Some of the branches are a little odd. Like this one here looks a little bit funky. Actually, no, it doesn't really. I kind of like it. Huh. Yeah. Yeah, that's not bad. For like my own design of a tree, I think it's good. Look at that. I saw something outside and I tried to build it. I might be the greatest. I would absolutely love your feedback on this tree. You could provide your feedback on the entire episode, like the whole build, if you want. But if you could, please tell me if you like this tree. Or if you don't like the tree, let me know what I can change on it. I have a couple pairs of shears on me. I'm gonna go and grab some grass. There's a ton of grass over here. And I feel like most of this area is going to be covered, so honestly, I don't care if it's completely bare. I'm going to get many stacks of grass. I got like 4.5 stacks of short grass. This should be enough to detail the area. I could run through and add a couple other pieces of foliage. But I think I'm just going to start with the grass for now. Especially under the tree. I want to make this pretty grassy. Try not to go overkill with this. I'm just kind of placing grass in very small sections here, just around this whole build. I wanted to mention this too, actually, in this episode. I got a couple comments regarding this sword. Someone said to make like a stone in the middle of my pond and put the sword in that stone, and I really like that idea. I just don't want it completely in the middle of the pond because I think that might ruin my fishing experience over here. I don't think I'll be able to fish up all the treasure. I do think I will build a stone, maybe back here somewhere closer to the mine building. I think that would be kind of cool. I'm not going to do that right now, but I just wanted to point out that I did see that comment. I've been reading every comment, by the way. I don't respond to all of them. I don't favorite all of them, but I definitely read them all. So if you suggest something, I have 100% read it. Okay, I guess I can't say 100%. I have like 95% read it. There's probably some comments that I missed because I've been getting so many. Thank you so much for that, by the way. But yeah, if you suggested something, I most likely saw it. And I will be incorporating a lot of those ideas into this area in the near future. One final thing I would like to do before I end this video is I want to put a sign on every tree that I made, just saying where I made it, like which episode I made it in. I think this could be cool to look back on when I have a whole bunch of trees in this area, just to kind of see the progression. So that one by the starter house was tree number 1. This one over here by the barn is tree number 2. Both of these birch trees were made in episode 3. Maybe I should use a birch sign for this one, but whatever. I have to wander all the way over to the council hall for tree number 4. Well, not tree number 4, but the tree I made in episode number 4. And I think if you compare the spruce tree I made today to this attempt at a spruce tree, The one I made today looks a lot better, I think. My biggest advice for making better trees, I guess, go outside. See what trees actually look like. So this was episode 4. Episode 5, of course, was last episode. That was the tree I made. Oh no! Hold on, I got distracted. I see this. I don't like that. I don't like the dirt there. I'm taking the 2 slabs that were at the front there. This is way more important to me than those 2 slabs. That was almost catastrophic. But episode 5, the tree in that episode was the oak tree I made next to the tower. I still think this one here is my favorite. I just like the shape of the trunk a lot and how it branched off a whole bunch. That was also kind of something that I saw while walking around. I mean, I did watch Mr. Matt Ranger's video on how to make better trees, but this trunk definitely looks different than the ones that he made. And again, when I was just like, you know, taking walks and stuff, a lot of the trees I was seeing like split off pretty early on in their trunk. So that's kind of why I did this. And then of course, last but not least, this spruce tree over here. And I'll try to remember to label each of these trees every time I make a new one. And then we can see what the trees look like at the end of this series compared to the beginning. Well, not the end, I guess. This is my forever world. It'll never end. But I guess later on in the series compared to the beginning. I keep seeing incredibly small things I want to change with this tree. And I should probably just end the episode so I don't go crazy. I think I want this one to be spruce. And this one to be spruce. Yeah, I like that more. These birch leaves just blended together from this angle right here. And I think it looks better with the spruce beneath. Anyway, though, I'm going to end the episode. Thank you so much for watching. I really hope you enjoyed, though. Thanks so much, and I'll talk to you guys soon. Bye. Welcome back to more of my survival world. I hope everyone is having a great day. I just streamed earlier. Again, and it was a lot of fun. Huge shout out to everybody who came out to the stream. The entire stream is currently uploaded on my channel. If you click on the live section on my channel, you should be able to watch it back if you would like to. But if not, I will just kind of give you the rundown of what I did. I went mining, I got a whole bunch of iron, and I also found some dripstone so I could finish off the lava farm that I built last time. Speaking of last time, we built this, and I really like it. We have like a super smelter blacksmith building, and then a place for the blacksmith to live. I think I'm gonna actually put a villager in here once I, bring villagers over to this area. And I also made a custom tree again, obviously. I made this spruce one. I like it. Got a lot of feedback on it. A couple people suggested that I add more diagonal branches, and I completely agree. I added one, you can see like up here, but then for some reason I just didn't do it again. I will definitely add more diagonal branches the more trees that I build. But in that stream, like I said, we found dripstone, so I can finally get this lava farm going. I also gathered up a whole bunch of iron, though I feel like some is stuck. Yeah, it is stuck. I thought so. I put torches in here. Somebody pointed that out. Oh, I dropped my pickaxe. Somebody pointed that out in my stream, that I put torches in the furnace by accident. Yeah, okay. So now more of it should be going through. But we have like, I want to say 4 stacks of iron or so. Somewhere around there. Let me take a quick sleep though, because I don't want to die. It was a really good stream. Streamed for like 3 hours. It was a great time. A bunch of people came out to check it out, and I really appreciate that. So if you're in the stream, thank you so much. I'll probably stream again, hopefully relatively soon, at the time of me recording this. That won't affect you guys watching because it would have already happened. Weird. It's getting a little meta now at this point. But I do want to do some terraforming. I was going to get to that in the stream if I had time, but then it took me way too long to find dripstone. So I didn't end up terraforming anything. I do think a terraforming stream would be pretty chill though. I am running over to the enchanting tower right now because at the end of my stream I decided to fish, and I fished up these 2 bows. Insane. Power 4, Unbreaking 3, and Power 4. I just want to store them in the enchanting tower for right now, and I also want to put an anvil in here. Now that I have a lot of iron, I can afford this for sure. I feel like an anvil in this area makes sense. I should also probably put a grindstone. For now though, I'm just going to stick the anvil right there. I'll probably put the grindstone somewhere near it as well. I also enchanted a shovel at the end of the stream. Efficiency 4, Unbreaking 3, so we're continuing the trend of getting exactly that. The next enchant is currently Unbreaking 3, so maybe it'll be the same thing again. Or Luck of the Sea 2, which I kind of don't care about. I just wanted to drop all these things off in the enchanting tower. And probably this pickaxe too. Yeah, I'll keep a pickaxe in here, because if I ever see like Fortune or Silk Touch or something, I will definitely take that on the pickaxe. I do want to take the rest of the iron that I have on me. I have 33. I want to make a couple buckets. I want to keep these buckets in the super smelter area, just so I can continually have a fuel source. I'll try to remember to come back through here every so often and just gather up the lava. And this is currently only 6 cauldrons. But I do want this to be 8, considering I have 8 furnaces in this super smelter. I really don't have a crafting table in here. Why did I not put a crafting table in here? So I'm going to extend my lava farm out 1 more block, so we're going to have 9 cauldrons. This way I can very easily provide each furnace with, you know, an adequate amount of fuel. I do need a couple more pieces of dripstone though. But thankfully, I am able to grow dripstone here, and I don't have to travel all the way back to the dripstone cave. That took a very long time to find, by the way. I kind of feel like I was trying to find a mangrove swamp all over again. So let me make a little dripstone farm, probably in the 2nd floor of the smelting building. It's not going to look good. I'm not going to design it. I'm just going to make it very basic. I really shouldn't need much of this dripstone, just in general. I guess unless I want to use it for building. Maybe then I'll make a bigger farm. But this should be good enough for now. That dripstone will continue to grow down, and then I'll come back here and harvest it in a little while. But this lava farm actually fills up decently fast. So it shouldn't take too long, honestly, to have like a full chest of lava buckets, and then this thing will run for a really long time. Also, I do want to check something. I'm level 27. And I just want to show you guys a little tip if you don't know this. If you make a super smelter like this, you might be wondering how you get the experience from the thing smelted. If you break the furnace, you will get all your experience. It all kind of stays there. At first, I thought this super smelter was going to be not enough. But the more I sit here and think about this, if each of these has a fresh lava bucket in it, I can smelt 800 items. That's 12.5 stacks. That's not bad at all. And since I'm so close to level 30, let me see if I can get there quickly before I name any YouTube members. Let's see if breeding the animals will do it. I'd love to enchant something else if I could. Dude, I'm like completely there. There we go. All right, level 30. Let's go enchant one more thing, and then I will be back to name the YouTube members. I should consider making some diamond armor, probably. This iron armor is like completely dead. I only have 13 diamonds though. That's enough to make a chest piece and some boots. I'm gonna do that. I mainly just want the boots here just so I can check the enchant right now. Because if I can get feather falling, I'm gonna take that immediately. All right, what do we got? Fire protection, don't want that. Unbreaking 3. I don't think I'm gonna take that. I think I'll only take an enchant on the boots there if it's like the last thing I have to enchant, or if it's guaranteed feather falling. I'm gonna do this Unbreaking 3 diamond pickaxe, because maybe this will give me fortune. It's the same enchant again. I've gotten the same enchant 4 times in a row. And then next one is Unbreaking 3. It could happen again. What is going on? I need to put a grindstone up here. I'll try to remember to bring a grindstone up here. Though I'm actually gonna switch out these pickaxes. Might as well use the fresh one. I'll keep this one here just to keep enchanting. And what's my book? Band of Arthropods. Get me out of here. Dude, the channel is up to 41 YouTube members? You guys are crazy. Let me now introduce everyone to the YouTube members. The new ones. We got Crave for Carnage, Silent Sharpie, Logan Brandt, Zezus himself. One of those two might be right. I don't know. Quagmire, my guy. Amy, Diamond Boots, no. Raccoon, Snarn, Sir Guinea Pig, D-Star Gaming, Luis Moreno, or Moreno, I think it's probably Moreno, Jacob Rellinger, Panda Cult Gaming, Amanda Panda, look at that, Panda theme, Blake Brooks, Wolfie, Headstrong, and Cosmic. Actually, and Seth D. Can't forget Seth D. Thank you all so much for becoming Shramalams. I am almost filling up 2 barrels. What is happening? I'm gonna need an experience farm soon just to keep up with all the new YouTube members, I swear. Also, I am like 95% sure one of those YouTube members asked me to be named a specific block, and I completely forgot, and I could not find the comment. I looked for a little while, and yeah, there's a lot of comments. I'm sorry. If you recently commented that, please comment it again, and I'll do my best to like screenshot it so I can remember. These like intro segments to the videos are just getting longer and longer. But you know what? Who cares? We ball. I think I want to make a pumpkin patch at this point. It's nearing the end of October. Spooky season is kind of over. The best season of the year. But you know, it's still fall. Pumpkins still fall related. I think that can work. I'm just gonna figure out a spot for it. Maybe somewhere behind the barn? Back in this flat area could be kind of cool. Yeah, I think that's probably what I'm gonna work on now. Because I'm sure I'm going to use orange roofs again in the future. I'm just lighting up this cave so nothing can spawn back here. But I'm probably going to use orange roofs again in the future. So, honestly, just having a good source of pumpkins would be pretty good. Also, might as well take this coal. I should be saving on a lot of coal now with that lava farm. That just means more campfires and lanterns for your boy. So yeah, let me plan on it going back here. And I think I'm probably going to have to cut into this hill a little bit. I think I'll eventually level off back here at some point and then make another retaining wall. But for the time being, I'm gonna just cut this way. And you know what? I'm gonna use my new shovel. Oh, it's so much faster. I mainly wanted to enchant a shovel soon because I'm pretty sure I'm going to be doing some terraforming in this episode. And I'm gonna need a lot of dirt for that. And honestly, this helps quite a bit. How do I want this landscape to look, though? That's the weird thing. I think I can probably take away this entire hill right here. It looks kind of awkward here anyway. I'm thinking like straight back here, over there. I think that'll probably look the best. Yeah, so this really did not take long with this new shovel. Man, I'm so glad you can insta-mine dirt this easily. So now the area back here looks like this. I do want to like make this curve a lot less harsh. So let me actually grab some of this dirt back. I just threw it all in this chest over here. This shape should be a lot better now. Put a couple torches down here. And then I'll just build this up to the terrain. And then a retaining wall around this will look nice. You can just picture a nice retaining wall right in this area. I'll flatten up more spots over there. And then we could probably extend this like farming district up this way. Maybe that's actually where I'm going to build today. I think that might be the plan for today. I don't know. I'll figure that out more. But I do want to level off the rest of this area, like filling in all these gaps. And you know what? I'm going to shear all this grass. I don't want to waste it. I got a lot of the grass removed here from this interior area. Got like 3 more stacks of it. That's nice. I'm going to use grass quite a bit. I kind of have been in sporadic areas, but I do want to use it more. I should also probably close off this cave. And honestly, seeing as I'm probably going to do some work in this area today, I'm not too worried about this terraforming looking perfect. Terraforming is definitely a challenge to get it right. I mean, this looks fine. Yeah, whatever. I'm probably going to change that very soon, but just to get something down. I did just think of something else I really want to do, and I keep putting it off for some reason. So now that I've flattened this out to an area that I'm comfortable with, let me go do this thing that I've been thinking about. It's not even like a big deal. I just want to make one of those auto bone meal converter things with all the leftover seeds that I have. They're very simple to make, but in case you don't know how to make one, let me show you. In order to make one of these, you're going to need 2 chests or barrels, but there's a barrel over near the barn that I'm actually going to use, so I'm only going to bring 1 chest. You're going to need 1 composter, and then 2 hoppers, so I actually do need 2 more chests. And let me just surround this thing in trapdoors, just so there's some level of decoration. Honestly, I have 7 trapdoors. I don't think that's going to be enough. But there's this barrel here. I'm just going to use this one. So you put 1 barrel on the bottom, hopper on top of that, composter on top of that, hopper on top of the composter, and then chest all the way at the top. Now if I put seeds in this top chest, it'll automatically go into the composter, which will fill up and then make bone meal. Like you see down here, there's 1 piece of bone meal. I'm just gonna leave it out like that. I don't mind seeing it. This works. I'm gonna do that with all of the seeds that I have, because I have such an excess of seeds at the moment. As you'll see by this chest, I have an entire double chest full of seeds. All right, now, while that works through all the bone meal, I can build up this little pumpkin patch, pumpkin farm kind of thing. And I think I'm going to do this in a time lapse. I don't have enough time lapses in my videos, I don't think, so let me throw one in right now. Yeah, so it isn't really anything special, but here is our new pumpkin farm. Pumpkin patch, whatever you want to call it. There's probably more detailing I can do to this, but honestly, this should be good for now. And as for like the actual land that I tilled, I kind of just ran through and randomly did it. Because pumpkins grow weird, right? They grow like adjacent to the block, not on the block. There could definitely be spots where pumpkins can't grow that I've planted in this area. But there should still be enough here where I'll be getting a decent supply of pumpkins after a little while. I do have to wait for them to grow though. I couldn't, replant the whole thing. I also decided to throw some jack-o'-lanterns in here just to light it up. I think it looks pretty cool. I do actually want to put these in the roof of my starter house and of the barn, since I actually have pumpkins in those roofs, because you can turn the jack-o'-lanterns away so you don't see the face, but I'm pretty sure light still emits from the back. And actually, let me test that out really quick. If that's the case, I definitely want to put some of these in the roof once I get a decent supply of pumpkins. Don't mind me, I'm just going to borrow this decorative hay just to pillar up to the roof real quick. Yeah, that does light it up. That's sick. Okay, I want to do that in a couple more spots once I get more pumpkins. That's awesome. I'm pretty sure somebody suggested that. I'll try to find the comment if I can, but if I can't find the comment, I apologize. But thank you so much for the suggestion. At this point though, I would like to do another Q&A section. So 2 episodes ago, I asked for you guys to leave me a bunch of questions and I would answer them in these videos. I pretty naively thought I could answer all of them last episode, but there was a lot of questions. I only got through like 5 or 6 last time. I'll probably get through a similar number today. And while I'm doing this, I think I'm just going to dig out some of the mining building. Before that though, I want to heal up my armor. I'm just going to put 2 pieces of iron towards each piece. And that looks a lot better now. But I eventually want this mine going all the way down to deep slate level. So let me try to get a decent chunk done here. The first question here is by DragonDoodles78, and they actually have 2 questions that they ask. Number 1 is probably my most asked question. What are my cats' names? And honestly, I'm going to keep this a secret until I hit 100k. All right, cat name reveal at 100k. The second part of their question is, what got you into playing Minecraft? And honestly, it's a very basic answer, but one of my IRL friends did. I think it was like 2011, 12, somewhere around there when I first started playing. He told me about this game, and I just decided to play with him, and I really liked it. Very basic answer. Nothing really too interesting happened. Kyle McCann, 9133, asks me, I'll be moving away for university soon. I like to think I'll be fine, but I can't help but worry about some things. What was moving out like for you? There's like 2 levels of moving out, right? At least for me. I kind of went through 2 different phases. I moved out for college for the first time, and then I moved after college into my own apartment with my girlfriend. And both of those I was fairly nervous about, even though in college I had my best friend with me and also my girlfriend. I mean, she wasn't living with me, but she went to the same school that I did. And just having them around was like a huge support system, so it definitely helped with the, huge transition. I'm unsure what your situation's looking like, if you have anyone who you know going to your university. If you do, that's huge. I think that makes the transition so much easier. But if you don't, I'm sure you'll still be okay. Like, you'll adapt to the lifestyle at some point. It might feel overwhelming, like I might feel like you have to completely support yourself or whatever, because that's kind of what I went through, but that's not really the case at all. There's a lot going on on university campuses, like you have a lot of support. And then moving out on my own after college, it felt the same way. It felt like I had to completely support myself. But again, I mean, I had my girlfriend living with me, so I didn't actually have to just fully support myself. Our parents still lived kind of close. Like, I'm not sure how far your university is away from your parents, like your home, but if it's pretty close, going back and visiting is huge. I'm not really sure if my experience is helpful at all, but just know that I was definitely incredibly nervous. I'm pretty sure like everyone who's going through a big change like that. Just know you're not alone. Gage LeBreak 8578 asks me, also, how do you handle stress in public when surrounded by lots of people? They have severe anxiety and struggle with it in the adult age. This is a tough one because I also have a ton of anxiety, as I think like most people do. So being in public still isn't like the greatest. I still don't really like it too much, honestly. Like, I'd rather not be, But I've tried to train myself to realize that like no one really cares about you. Like, I don't mean this in like the bad way, like you're worthless. No, I don't mean it like that. I mean like everyone's usually very preoccupied with themselves in public, Everyone kind of has, I feel like, the same mindset where they all think everyone cares about them so much. And again, I'm not trying to say people are conceited, but the moment you realize that people are worrying about themselves way more than they're worrying about like what you're doing, I guess unless you're doing something crazy, then I feel like your anxiety goes down a little. At least mine did. Obviously, anxiety is a tricky one. It's completely different for everyone, and it really sucks. But it helped me a lot when I tried to start thinking about it more that way. I just kind of stopped caring as much about what other people thought. Like, obviously, I still care a lot about what other people think. I'm not trying to be an idiot in public, you know? But, like, everyone is far more concerned with themselves than they are with, like, the general public around them, I think. You know, so if you're struggling with anxiety, this doesn't even just relate to the person who asked this question, but if you're struggling with anxiety, just know you're absolutely not alone. I'm pretty sure the vast majority of people struggle with anxiety as well. So I feel like there's probably a lot of people who are feeling exactly what you're feeling about being in public. Because being in public is a little scary. I do hope that helped at least a little bit. I feel like I'm gonna mispronounce this name, but Aricha 8054? I don't know, I gave it a try. They ask, about how long are your recording sessions for these videos? Do they span multiple days, or do you prefer doing it all at once? This is another question I've been getting a lot. I've like kind of answered it, I think, in my stream a little bit, but I'm just gonna answer the second part first. I don't do these recording sessions all in one day. I can't play Minecraft for that long, honestly, because they take probably like, depending on the build, I would say 10 to 15 hours-ish to record. Sometimes it's definitely more. Some of my Hardcore Season 2 videos took me like probably 25 hours to record, some of the pretty big projects I did. But a lot of these episodes have taken probably 10 to like 15, 16 hours to record. I usually record in like 4-hour segments at a time, sometimes less if I don't have the time. But I like to go like 4.5 hours at most. I can't really do much more than that. I used to be able to play games for like 12 hours straight. I can't do that anymore. I'm old. And then the editing process is actually pretty short for this series. I don't really add too much editing, which is fine. I like editing this way. I feel like it gives a better feel and a better vibe to the videos, honestly. I was never really a good editor, so whenever I would try to edit in like jokes and memes and stuff, sometimes I think it came across well, but other times I felt like it was just weird and I couldn't get it to work. Because, like I said, I'm not good at editing. But this series, the editing doesn't take too long. It's probably like another 6 hours on top of that. Whereas some of my other videos in my Hardcore Worlds would be another like 15 hours on top for the editing process. Ariana asks me, also a Shramalam, let's go. They ask, do you play any other video games for fun? I absolutely do. So the new Call of Duty came out. I've been playing that a little bit lately. Black Ops 6. It's been sort of fun. I don't know. I'm a big COD kid. At least I was growing up. The best one, in my opinion, is the OG Modern Warfare 2. That's my favorite. I haven't really liked many of the recent Call of Duties. I think the last one I kind of genuinely liked was like Black Ops 4. And that was in 2019 or something, 2018 when that came out. A long time ago. Haven't really had fun on a COD in a minute, but Black Ops 6 is pretty fun. It's alright to play with friends. I think playing solo is pretty bad, but whatever. And then also, I've been trying to get better at Valorant. Man, I suck at that game. It's so hard. People are really good. I think it's because I haven't really played like mouse and keyboard shooters much, honestly. I didn't really play much CS or anything, like I mentioned before. Mainly a COD kid growing up. I have a lot of controller experience, but not much mouse and keyboard. But honestly, at this point, I've been playing Valorant for like 1.5 years now. I probably should be alright. I'm just not. And I think I'm alright with that. Well, I'm trying to convince myself to be okay with that. Those are definitely the two games I'm playing the most outside of Minecraft here. The last question I'm going to answer today is by Cobra HD123. They ask, if I'm fine with using mods for quality of life features, why not use chunk base to look for biomes that you desperately want? The main reason why I didn't use chunk base to find the mangrove swamp is because I just genuinely like exploring in this game. It is fun. I like just taking Ghost on a little ride, seeing what I can find. So I don't know, sometimes like Minecraft mods are a bit of a slippery slope. I like to think the mods I use don't give me like too big of an advantage and take away from the game too much. I try my best to keep them that way. And I feel like chunk base might be a little bit too much for me at the moment. Like it might be a little bit too cheaty. How far did I dig down to? I'm mainly just trying to get the deep slate level with this. 16. We're actually almost there. But thank you so much to everybody who asked a question. You know, the ones that I answered today. And if your question is still not answered, I'm sorry, but you know, I mean, once more, means you're just gonna have to watch my next episode. That stinks. And don't worry, one day I will decorate this. But that day is definitely not today. What I do think I will do today, though, is I think I'm gonna stream again. I did, in fact, not stream again. I just kind of didn't feel like it after recording this section of the video. I was pretty low energy. I didn't really feel like I would have an entertaining stream. My plan was to have a terraforming stream and I still wanted to make some progress on this world, so I did still do the terraforming. I just didn't stream it. So instead, here's another time lapse of me getting some work done in this area. Let me show you all the terraforming that I just did. So over here, we now have a huge retaining wall holding up this entire piece of land. It's not textured at all. I'll go through and do that at some point, but I just kind of wanted to get the shape down first. There's also potentially room for another retaining wall in front here. I don't know if I'm going to do that or if I'm just going to level this whole area off. Haven't really thought that far ahead yet. Just kind of taking this in small portions. That's my favorite way to terraform, I think, because it makes me do a better job, honestly. If I had to do this entire thing in one project, I think I would just get lazy, and a lot of the walls would just look like this, probably forever. So I'm just going to keep it pretty simple for now. I'll come back and texture this at some other point. And then over here, I did a little bit more work as well. There's a bunch of holes over here before, and also this area where like the barn is was floating. So now it's just way more gradual, going down a couple layers. I still have no idea what I want to do back here. I'll probably just do the same thing, honestly, level this off for the most part, because there's a bunch of weird like little hills and little like holes and stuff. It's a weird looking terrain, but it's fine. We have a lot of time in this world. I'm not trying to rush things, obviously. Now though, I actually kind of want to do a little bit more terraforming, if I'm honest, because I want to start prepping the area for the build today, and I'm pretty sure it's going to go back here. The thing I want to build today is an apiary. I want to have a place for bees to be chilling. Also, I didn't even realize my pumpkins have grown in. Oh, it's going to be annoying not to mine the jack-o'-lanterns. Whatever. Maybe I'll put like a slab on them or something, so I don't mine those up. But this is good. I was kind of worried this farm wouldn't be that great, but it's working. That was a jack-o'-lantern. But it seems to be working pretty well. But like I was saying, I really want to make like an apiary today, like a nice greenhouse with a bunch of bees inside. And I think up here somewhere would be the perfect spot. But this area looks kind of horrible at the moment. I did work on this wall a little bit earlier. This is kind of prepped just to have a retaining wall right in front of it. I kind of have to figure out the rest of this landscape here. But my idea, right, is that I can have a pathway come through here. This will connect up to the main pathway. It'll wind this way and then curve back over here again. And then there'll be a staircase like right here maybe that takes you up to the next level. What I'm going to start with though is leveling off an area to build, and then I'll figure out the retaining walls from there. I've been digging out some blocks and replacing them for a little while now, just kind of trying to figure out the shape I wanted for this area. And I think I've finally come up with a decent idea. I'm going to put the apiary on this level where I'm standing currently. I just need to get rid of this whole section here. So now this retaining wall is probably going to come around like this and then kind of just straighten off right back here. Not completely straight, but for the most part, you know? So I need to dig away this entire section and flatten off this whole land here. That should give me enough room. At least I hope it does. All right, so I think I have everything pretty much dug out now. This gave me so many blocks. Probably like an entire double chest full of stone or cobblestone and dirt. But now the area is looking like this. Okay, so this looks pretty good. I think I should be able to fit this building over here. It's going to be kind of an L-shaped building. Like, sort of. I can probably have, like, the one section over here. And then the other section over here. Yeah, that'll work out perfectly, actually. I do want to use some of the cobblestone that I just mined up right now. And I want to put in a very temporary retaining wall. This retaining wall I will detail today. The one that I put, like, over there, like holding up this entire area, I'll detail that just throughout a couple episodes probably. I'm not going to do that all at once, I don't think. Maybe I will. I actually don't know. But just for now, let me just go through some cobblestone and put in a very temporary retaining wall here. Now, it might look like a complete mess of just cobblestone, but the retaining walls are now in. And I think this mountain is starting to look pretty good. I like the platforms looking like this way more than what they looked like before. The whole area, like terraform-wise, is actually kind of coming along now. I do have to populate it with like foliage and buildings and stuff for it to look better. But this is a pretty good start, I think. So now that the land is at least at a place where I can kind of start building, I'm going to start trying to figure out the color palette for this whole thing. Honestly, I'm a little indecisive about this one. I've been thinking about it for a little while now. And I'm between a couple things, but let me kind of show you my ideas. I'm mainly just between whether or not I want to make the build out of stone or if I want to make it out of wood. I think I'm leaning wood. I think it'll look better with like the stone walls and stuff behind. I think if I made it out of stone, even if it was tough, like a different kind of stone than what I have in these retaining walls, I think it would blend in a little bit too much. So my current idea is to have a tough foundation. Gonna have some tough bricks and some regular tough mixed in. Maybe I'll mix in some like mossy blocks and stuff. That looks pretty good with tough in my opinion. Then we're gonna have, I think, mainly oak wood for the wall color. I'll probably do a little bit of birch and a little bit of jungle as well, where I can, kind of like I did here in the barn. But I kind of want to make this one mainly oak. Kind of like how I made this building over here mainly out of birch. I want to flip that here and use mainly oak for this build. And then the roof color here is going to be green. So I want to use a combination of moss blocks, then some of these bamboo blocks, just as a nice highlight, and also mossy cobblestone, just in some areas where I can. I might work in some other green blocks along the way too. I'm thinking potentially copper. The final stage of copper looks pretty nice with moss, so maybe I'll work that in every so often, but I really like the blocks of bamboo. I can also get this texture of the bamboo block just as a little bit brighter kind of yellow green than the regular block of bamboo. So I think that's going to be the main roof color. This will be the wall color, and then the foundation will be out of tough. That'll be one of the buildings. So I kind of said this before, I think, but we're going to have one main rectangle building right here. Might not be a perfect rectangle. Maybe I'll make it look a little bit different, kind of like over here. I jutted out this section a little bit so it wasn't just a regular rectangle. Anyway, so that's going to be this left section. The right section is going to be actually where the bees are. It's going to be the greenhouse, and I think I'm going to mainly make those walls out of glass. Unsure if it'll be like white stained glass or regular glass, or even like green stained glass could look kind of cool. I don't know what I'm going to do just yet, though I don't think I have any cactus, so I don't really know if I can make green stained glass. Doesn't really matter, honestly. I'll figure that out whenever I'm gathering materials, but I do think the right side where the bees actually stay is going to mainly be out of glass. So that's the idea. I'm going to go ahead now then and gather up a bunch of materials. I set up a couple chests and a crafting table and a stone cutter over here, so this is going to be my little temporary workstation. Let me go gather a bunch of these materials here, and then I'll be back and we can start building. I should now be ready to start building. I'm excited to build this thing. I think it's going to turn out pretty well. I would also like to point out that I found 4 diamonds when I was gathering tuff. I mean, they're very useful right now. I'm completely out of diamonds, and my tools have seen better days. I've also laid out some copper because I think I am going to use some in the roofs and some of these trapdoors. I think these are going to be the windows. I kind of want the fully oxidized state, or even this state looks pretty good. I'm going to take that. I'm going to take a couple of these. I think meshing together the fully oxidized state and then the weathered copper would also look pretty nice. I am now just realizing I should probably get some honey now because I'm going to need to stop some of these pieces of copper from oxidizing. I'll do that later. I'll just let this all oxidize first because I'm only going to be using the last stage and the second to last stage of this copper. So if I let this completely age, it's not that big of a deal, honestly. I just don't feel like going to get some honey right now. I really want to start building. So let me load up on some tough blocks because that's going to be the foundation of this build, and also some mossy bits. You can probably sprinkle some of those in. I'm going to change up the foundation a little bit for this build. So normally I would make it just 1 block on the bottom and just texture that stone. This time it's going to be 2, and it starts raining. Lovely. But this time it's going to be 2 blocks. The second level of blocks is going to be upside down stairs. I think it's going to look pretty cool. I did get this technique from Mr. Matt Ranger, so I want to shout him out really quickly. In the first episode of his survival series, he does this in his starter house, and I think it looks amazing. I mean, Matt is a fantastic builder. Like, I was just watching some of his episodes while I was gathering resources. Got me super inspired to start building. He is incredible. Like, I don't know how he builds the way he does. Anyway, let me start laying out this foundation. After a little bit of trial and error, I think I like the position of the building being right here. I'm still going to have a section attached to the right. That is going to be the greenhouse, like the actual glass greenhouse. I think this will be good. I should have room to walk around the entire building if I put it right here. And I'll probably have room for like some foliage and trees and stuff. I think it'll look pretty good. So this is the idea for the foundation of this building. Like I said, 1 level of full blocks, 1 level of upside down stairs. I think it looks pretty cool. I'm considering putting full blocks in the corner here instead. That looks kind of nice as well. I think I'm going to do that. I like the full blocks in the corners. Now that this is completely in, let me go back through and texture this thing with the different kind of tough blocks and with some mossy bits. Yeah, I really like how the texturing in this came out. I think this is a great looking foundation. I don't think this section up here is going to have any walls. I think this is just going to be like a stairway to get up into the building. So just temporarily, I'm going to put these stairs here. Honestly, I might leave those. They actually look pretty good. Whatever, I'll think about that later. The actual entrance to the building is going to be right here, I think. Thankfully, this is an odd number. The actual entrance to the building will be right here. So I brought in some spruce for the pillars here, and I'm now trying to figure out if I want to have depth on like every single wall. Like if I want the actual walls to be right here for everywhere, or if I want some of them to jut out a little bit, you know? Because I think varying up the depth is a pretty good way to decorate. Maybe I'll have these ones jut out in the front, and then the rest will just come along like this. Actually, this is going to remain open because this is going to be the entrance to the actual greenhouse. I think this will actually look pretty good. I'm going to rock with this. I guess I can always tear it down if I don't like it. I'm now going to come back through and I'm going to texture up these walls a little bit more. So I'm still going to do the same thing that I've been doing. Every block that's touching moss, I'm going to put stripped jungle wood. And then on top of all of those, we're going to have stripped oak. But along with this stripped oak, I'm going to put some regular oak planks as well. And then I'm wondering, what will jungle planks look like in a couple spots? Well, I kind of like that, actually. Yeah, I'm going to do that. Why not? Differentiate this build a little bit from the previous ones. Yeah, so this is going to be the roof shape. Nice, tall, swoopy roof, once again. I'm pretty sure it's the same roof that I used on the barn here. So now I just have to fill this out with all of the moss blocks. This might get a little tricky, but I want the brightest spot of the roof to be these bamboo blocks. So let me put a few of these down. And then every block touching those bamboo blocks, I'm going to put the like regular bamboo just face the other way. All right, so something like that. And now every block touching this bamboo block, I'm going to put moss. My inventory is kind of a mess at the moment, but don't worry about it. Hold on, it's all part of the process. So that'll end up looking like this. And I think that's good for like a highlight on the roof. Yeah, that looks nice from far away. I like that. And then I kind of want another section of texturing in this roof as well. This might end up getting complicated, but let's see what I can do. So let me work in some of this mossy cobblestone. And then this is where I'm going to start working in some copper. I'm just going to have a patch of the fully oxidized copper like in the middle of this roof. And then let's bring in some more of this weathered copper. And then every block touching that, we're going to put more of the mossy cobblestone. And then we're going to finish off with the moss once again. And let's throw another one of those highlight sections up here. This is also a really similar technique to what Matt used in his video, like the video I was referencing for the foundation. He also used a green roof and kind of used a similar patchy effect with the copper here. I'm not trying to take his entire build. I really just wanted the foundation. I kind of always intended on doing this for the roof color. It just kind of happened to line up this way. I mean, this just kind of happens sometimes. There might be a little bit more blending I can do between like the moss and the bamboo. I extended it down a little bit over here and I raised it up a little bit more over there. I think that helped a tad, but I like it. I'm gonna stick with it. A pretty funky looking roof, but I'm all about the funk, so we're good. Quick progress update. I have the roof now completely in, both sides. It's all completely decorated. And also I have the walls kind of completely in. I shouldn't say complete because there's still more decoration I want to do. I want to add some windows and stuff, but the walls are at least in and I have like a little archway design all the way around. And I think it's looking pretty cool so far. Now I would like to work on the actual greenhouse itself. And I think I'm going to do this in a time lapse because I don't really have an idea of how I'm going to do this. I don't really have a great plan, and I don't really feel like I'd be able to commentate this well, because I have no idea what I'm gonna do. So, let me figure something out, and then I'll be back at some point to kind of explain my thought process. I've been working on this building for a good while now, and I'm honestly very glad I didn't try to commentate this because my thought process was all over the place throughout this entire thing. But let me show you all the work that I've done, and then we can do a little bit more here. So, I changed up the roof a little bit. It's the same blocks, but it has added more stuff, and I really like it now. I already liked it before, but I think it's like perfect this way. So we got some like grass on the top. I have a couple leaves broken in just to really sell the overgrown effect. Very, very happy with this roof now. Something I've been doing with my exteriors lately is every time I have one of these arches, I've been putting open spruce fence gates underneath, and I really like this. It just sells the curve even more. It's a little bit annoying to continually do this, but I really like it. I did it for the first time on this build over here, and I was happy with it then, so I figured I would, do it over here as well. The interior is mostly done as well. So this first initial building is just kind of like a shop. We have a little area where you can buy stuff, buy like some, flowers and some mossy bits or whatever. And I do think this area actually needs a few more lanterns. Hold on. It's a little dark in here, but it works. Maybe I'll put one here too. Yeah, that's good. Okay, so now we have like a little shop, bunch of chests, bunch of barrels. I kind of figured I would actually store my like honey and my flowers and stuff in here. There should be enough storage. I mean, it's not like a ton, but I'm not going to have that much of any of these blocks, so it should be okay. Got a spore blossom in here as well for the nice particle effect. And then the greenhouse. Looks like it's on fire right now, but I just need to get some beehives to put over all these campfires. I tried to go pretty overgrown with this. We have 2 spore blossoms in here. I have some glowberries growing, a couple leaves draping in from the ceiling, and then also some potted flowers, so the bees can actually pollinate something and then go make honey. I do hope these trapdoors don't mess with the bees at all. Hopefully they don't get stuck anywhere. But I will, I guess, test it whenever I end up getting these bees, which I think is going to be like now. I think I'm going to go grab some at the moment. And it is nighttime, which is actually kind of perfect for this. It's Halloween. Wait. No, don't kill him. I want to save this guy, actually. Hold on. I forgot that they do this on Halloween. We got another friend. Let's go. Hopefully he doesn't burn. I have like almost completely decimated this entire forest. Oh, there's a skeleton. Hold on. Hold on. Wait. Stop shooting at me. I want to preserve you. All right. Hold on. Hold on. No. No, don't kill him. Oh, God. Okay, I'm going to die if I try to save him. Oh, he lived. Let's go. Oh, God. There's a lot of mobs in this area. Is my skeleton friend dying? Oh, he's not. He's still alive. We're all fighting each other at the moment, pretty much. My skeleton friend is still alive. Somehow he's made it out of this battle royale. Okay, he's in the boat. He's in the boat. Okay, I will not forget about you. I don't want to deal with this right now. Maybe when I get better armor. Because I can probably just, like, drag him in a boat wherever I want him. Just whenever I have better armor and, not at risk of dying. Let's continue what I was trying to do. Now, hopefully, I can just do this and then collect it. Nope, that doesn't work. Sorry, bees. But I'm gonna have to kill you. That's sad. Bees are some of my favorite mobs in this game, too. I'm sorry, man. I was hoping that would work, but I think you just need Silk Touch in order to get the beehives. So there is no longer a point in me, chilling in the darkness. So let's sleep, and then I will just shear the beehives that are around here, and then I can just lure the bees back eventually. I'm sorry that I had to kill a bee. I actually feel so bad. I hate doing that. Looks like my boy is also not catching fire, so that's good. And I heard the skeleton on the way back too, so pretty sure he's still there. Okay, I got 3 beehives down. Let me go breed these little bees. I'm hoping that they just eventually go into one of these beehives. So let's go ahead and breed them and get the best baby mob in the game. Oh, dude, look at him. That's my favorite baby mob. He's so small. He's just doing his best. Just a little guy. A little family. I feel so bad for killing that other family. I'm not gonna be able to sleep tonight. I should have looked that up before I did that. Oh well. All right, so now that we actually have bees in here, I can eventually populate this entire place with beehives. The noises in here might get a little annoying. Oh, did you wander outside? Are they gonna get stuck like up there and stuff? Like, what are you doing? Are you ever gonna come down? I don't know. I'll check back on these guys later, I guess. I don't really know what he's after. Now I would like to come up with a window design, and I kind of have an idea. Though it kind of calls for a 2x2 window. I don't really know if I have any 2x2 sections in this entire build. No, I do not. Okay, so I'll have to save that window design for something else. I actually don't have too much room here for windows, which works out for me because I don't have too much copper on me at the moment. And I do want to make these windows out of copper trapdoors. Also, this whole entrance, I want this to be fully oxidized eventually. It'll just take some time. Where are you going? Dude, your beehive is back here. Yeah, man, go back home. But I want the windows to be like this. Well, actually, the fully oxidized version, but whatever. That'll get there eventually. So I think that works for a window in here. And then I can put one back there as well. Looks kind of weird, just chilling, but it's whatever. It looks like the mobs with the pumpkins on their head won't actually burn. That makes sense. I'm still gonna keep that one zombie over here under the tree. That's fine. But I'm gonna go with this inset window design. Pretty similar to what I did in the blacksmith building last time. But I used bamboo trapdoors there. This time we're using the copper trapdoors. And then I will also throw campfires over the top. And then I also throw some spruce trapdoors on the side. And what I really like about this design, with the campfire hanging out like this, is that you can put a lantern on it. And that looks so good. The only thing left then, with this build, is to decorate the exterior a little bit more. I kind of started over here. I didn't actually point this out, but I have a couple small patches of flowers. And that's going to be the vibe around this entire area. So I'm going to put a bunch of small grass, a bunch of just patches of different colored flowers. I'm going to try to keep them, like, each color of flower in their own patch. I think that's going to look the best. Though I don't actually think I have too many different colors of flowers. I could head back to the flower forest. I will probably have to, honestly. And I'm just going to make the exterior of this building look nice and overgrown. I'll probably throw some, like, bushes in, throw some nice shrubbery all over the place. It's going to look cool. So let me get all this done. And then I'll be back, probably to build the tree for this episode. And I do want to texture up this wall. Oh, that's going to be a pain. This is a big wall. Why did I not texture it earlier? Dude, past Shram, I dislike that guy a lot sometimes. Ow. Okay, anyway. Enough lollygagging. I don't think I've ever said that word in my life. Wow. But enough, enough procrastinating. Let me decorate the exterior of this build. And then we can move on. What's good? It's Editor Shram, your favorite. I completely forget in the next section of this video to mention that I didn't texture the entire wall. I textured a very small portion of the wall, the retaining wall that I just built that I was just complaining about. I only ended up texturing just a little bit of it, kind of right in front of the building. I'm going to texture the rest in another video. I think in probably the next video, I'm going to go through this entire area that I've kind of built up for myself and finish it with quotes because it won't be completely done. But I want to just make it nice and neat and like have a pathway connecting everything. And I think in that episode, I will finish off all of the retaining walls that I've built. I will also likely tackle the council hall in that video as well, because we're getting pretty close to day 500 in this world. And I'm cooking up something a little special for day 500. If you've been a viewer of this channel for a while, I'm sure you know what it is. But I like having my starter area kind of completely finished before I get to this section. So let me pass it back to me from a couple days ago. I think this exterior turned out very nicely. It's a good little vibe up here. It's very cozy, pretty overgrown with all the different leaves and the different moss blocks and flowers and stuff. I also decorated the pathway a little bit with some rooted dirt and some coarse dirt. I also put a stairway coming up to the second level here, and it connects up to the path. I'm kind of just waiting now for the bees to produce a little bit more honey because I need to wax the copper on the roof. I waxed a little bit of it. Like, all of this weathered copper is waxed now. But over here, it's still all fully oxidized, aside from these two pieces. And then on this side, this whole patch is fully oxidized. I want, like, the border of this to be weathered. So I'm still kind of waiting on that, and then the build will be completely done on the outside. Something I never knew about bees until right now is that they can enter their beehive through glass. So if I just kind of push that guy over, he'll enter his beehive. These guys keep getting stuck on like everything though. I have a lot of trapdoors in this build, like the windows, and they don't really understand how trapdoors work. They will often just chill and just stare at them. Or sometimes they'll completely like bug out and their wings won't even be flapping, or they'll do something like this. Like that's wood, my guy. It's not a flower. I get there's a flower outside of that piece of wood. I don't know. So this might not be too efficient. This is what I was talking about them just like glitching out. They just don't know how to react to trapdoors. I kind of have to keep giving them little nudges. I'm hoping this farm is efficient enough. Maybe once I get this place completely filled with bees and all these beehives are actually completely occupied, it'll be better. And they also always get stuck on this flowering azalea. Maybe I should move this. They always get stuck here instead of going inside the beehive. I don't know why that keeps happening. Whatever. Anyway, enough with the bees. I do want to start building a custom tree now. And I've been trying to figure out the position for this one. I want it to be near this new build. Kind of completing that trend. I think it's going to go over here. Maybe behind the build. Maybe I'll have like a nice tall oak tree or something back here. I do want to start building different types of trees. Like trees that aren't in Minecraft naturally. But just for today, I want to build an oak tree. I think back here. Maybe I can tower it over the building. This might be a really big oak tree. Or maybe I'll push it back to here even. Maybe I'll push it back to here. Because then I don't have to build it as tall. And it could still just be in the backdrop, you know? So I have enough wood. I probably have enough leaves. I have some mud brick walls. Let me grab a whole bunch of spruce stuff to make branches with. I think we're mostly good to start building here. So let's build this tree on this level up here. I think I want to make it a little bit bigger than the one I built a couple episodes ago. But it is going to be a very similar style. Getting a little weird with the trunk up here, but let's see what this looks like. Okay, I have to put a piece of spruce down here. I forgot one, but I think that could look kind of cool as the trunk of the tree. Like I was saying, I don't remember when I actually mentioned this, but I've been looking at a lot of trees in real life to try to get some inspiration as well, and a lot of the trunks like branch off a whole bunch. Like they split off so many different ways, so I'm trying to emulate that here in the game. I think that looks pretty decent as a start. And don't worry, I will texture this wood. Okay, that's where I need that piece of spruce. Probably one more as well. Yeah, I will texture this wood. Don't worry. Let me go grab all my scaffolding. I always forget that. And then I can start putting in all the branches. And I want to emphasize on this tree. I want to make more diagonal branches. I think my branches have been too like perfect in the cardinal directions, you know? That's not really realistic when it comes to trees. A lot of people have pointed that out, which I appreciate. I appreciate the constructive criticism. So let's try to get all around this thing. I'm just going to put all my scaffolding down pretty much because I'm going to be circling this tree for a long time. I'm going to die making this tree. I've already fallen off like 3 times. Let me put my spawn right there in case I do. All right, so I got 3 branches on. And let me see how they look after I collect up all of my scaffolding here. All right, let's take a look at these 3. Yeah, I like the shapes of those. They look definitely a little weird, especially this one. Like, it doesn't look like it's connected because it's, like, on a diagonal like that. But it'll look completely fine once the leaves are on, I promise. I like those. Okay, so let me replicate this idea around this whole tree. Let me just completely fill it with branches. I think I have all of the main branches on this tree now, and I'm liking the shape. It looks actually pretty solid without the leaves on. It's gonna look way better with the leaves on, but still, I think this is a sign of a pretty decent tree then. And I really tried to make it a point to make a lot of the branches diagonal. I usually just begin by putting leaves at the ends of the branches like this. About this many leaves, and then I can come back through later once I've done this to all of the branches, and I can really detail them more by putting on more leaves and changing out the colors of the leaves. That's gonna take some damage. But yeah, once I get all of the leaves on, I'll be back. Knew I was gonna die. I'm glad I set my spawn right here. I just jumped straight off. Okay, so I got the first level of the leaves completely on. And I think it's looking solid. I need more at the top, for sure. And I also just need more in general, I think, on some of these branches. I really like this section over here because these 2 branches kind of merge together. And I think that looks really nice, especially from, like, this angle. And now I just need to run back through and just kind of throw a couple more leaves on. And I can probably work in some darker leaves. I can work in some of these oak leaves as well underneath. These will mainly be like down here. It's not a huge difference in color, but I do think it's enough that it makes it look pretty solid. All right, so I just threw a whole bunch of oak leaves on. So let me see what these look like. I think I filled this thing out actually pretty nicely. Yeah, that looks solid. Over here is a little bit bare. I'm noticing that now. Maybe I can just fill out this a little bit more. Honestly, I don't even really mind this little bare section. Because I don't know, trees are kind of like that sometimes. But I do think I will put something here. I'm just going to add one more branch. And then I'll put a couple leaves on top of it. That should help. All right, let me see if that one branch helped. Oh, yeah, it did. That one branch looks a lot better, I think, now. I like this tree a lot. I would also like to chuck in a little bit of mangrove here at the bottom. And then I also want to just scatter just a couple roots down here. Yeah, just something like that. Nothing too crazy here. I do have some lanterns. I should be able to hang some. There we go. I think lighting up this tree at night is going to be pretty cool. Let me put one near the top as well. The absolute final thing I want to add is just a couple spruce fence gates just scattered about. I love using these in trees. I think they look so good. They look like little twigs. And if you open the fence gate, then it really rounds off the branches. These are very easily becoming like my favorite decoration block. They're just so versatile. They can be used just in so many different ways. Now I think with that final touch added, this tree is completely done. That's a good tree. I'm really proud of this one. Sadly, I don't really think you're going to be able to see it too well in the thumbnail. I wanted to make it visible. I should have made it taller, I guess. But the thumbnail will probably be like here-ish. I think this is the best angle of this building that I just made. And you can barely see a little piece of moss over there. I don't really think I'll be able to get the whole shebang in the thumbnail. It's fine. You guys all know it's here if you've seen the video. And that tree was the last thing I wanted to get done in this video. So thank you so much for watching this one. Am I out of food? I think I'm out of food. Whatever, I'll worry about that after the outro. Thank you so much for watching. I really hope you guys enjoyed this one. And I'll talk to you soon. Bye. What's good, everyone? It's Survival World. Episode 8 time. I hope you're ready. Last episode, I built this like greenhouse apiary thing for bees. They're chilling inside. They get stuck on a lot of things, but they're here and they're vibing. I love bees. Probably my favorite mobs in the game. Well, I don't know if that's actually true, but they're definitely up there. We're one of my favorite mobs in the game. I really like this build. This is one of my favorite things I've built in this world so far. It might be my favorite, honestly. And I also built this tree over here, which might be my favorite tree. So all in all, last episode, really good building episode. A lot of you guys seem to enjoy it. I mean, you guys are just crushing this series in general. Like, genuinely, thank you so much. It's insane. Every time I upload one of these videos, they get a lot of comments and a lot of people saying, like, they can't wait for the next one and stuff. I just, you know, I appreciate everything. But the bees are chilling. I can actually shear some of this stuff. I do need to clean up my mess from last episode. I actually never did that. Let me harvest up this honey, and I can actually start stockpiling some of this. I still have to fill this completely out. I've been using the honey that I've been gathering to wax the roof, and I think this should be the end. I'm pretty sure there's only like 3 more pieces of this copper that I need to wax. Okay, that one. That one. And I think that's it, actually. It's just 2. Yeah, okay, so I can actually use the rest of this to make more beehives, and then we can profit. All right, 4 more beehives. Is that enough to finish off the entire farm? That was enough, and I have 1 to spare. Sweet. Maybe I'll use this decoratively at some point, because, you know, the top texture of a beehive is actually really cool. It's a pretty good, like, floor texture, I think. And some of these textures are pretty nice. They look like cabinets to me, occasionally, if you put them next to a couple other things. I think beehives are actually a pretty nice decorative block. All right, I should probably start tackling this chest monster that I have over here. I will actually take some of these blocks out and I'm going to store them in the new building. Like all the flowers that I have and also like some leaves and some moss bits, I'm going to actually put these blocks in this new building and this is where I'm going to just store them. I threw a bunch of stuff in these chests just over here. We have like different colors of flowers kind of separated. Those are like yellow mainly. We have like red and orange down there, blue in this one, like purple and pink, white over here. And then also I have my moss up here now. And I have some leaves down here. And then just like miscellaneous stuff that I could use as decoration. So that's what this building is going to be for, along with all the honey. Which I actually have to dedicate a chest for. I'll put the honey back here. And the beehive up there. Why not? Now, though, let me clean up the rest of this chest monster. And I'll be back to talk about the plans for today. Everything is now cleaned up in this area, so the build is now entirely complete, I guess. But I want to address a couple of suggestions I got in the comments of last episode. The first one is, as I was mining my pumpkins, I mentioned that I wanted to put something on top of the jack-o'-lanterns to like differentiate them from the rest of the pumpkins so I don't, keep mining them. And a lot of people suggested sea pickles. I think that's a great idea. It would look like the stem. It would kind of look cool and it would make me not mine them. So I think that's a really cool idea. I just have to get some at some point. I just wanted to point out that I did see those comments, and I think that's a great idea. The second thing is last time I said that you can break the furnaces in a super smelter, and you would get all of the experience that was in the furnaces, and that is still correct. But somebody mentioned that you can put a lever on here, and then flick it off, and then smelt like one thing, and then grab that, and then that should give you the experience. So I want to see if that works. I think this is what they were referring to. The only difficult part is going to be getting to that furnace and that furnace. Every other furnace should be easy to get to. I don't think I can get to this one or this one without breaking blocks. That absolutely does work. That's really cool. That is interesting. I had no idea that worked. Great tip. Thank you so much. I'm not going to lie, I still do think I'm just going to break them. With this setup, it's really not that hard to put them back. So I don't mind just breaking them. So thank you so much for those suggestions. Now, let me briefly go over the plan for today, and then I can name the new YouTube members, because we got a few more that need to be added to the YouTube member barrel. The plan for today, though, is to kind of get this area finished, in quotes, because it's not going to be completely done, but just everything that I've built so far, I want to wrap up this entire area, because we are on day 423. Getting pretty close to day 500. And on day 500, I would like to provide a world download link in case anyone wants to look through this world themselves, look at my builds more in depth, or do just anything, whatever they want to do. It's going to be completely free. It'll be just open to everybody. It'll just be at day 500 in this world. And I'll also probably make a 500-day movie for this series. Those are some of the most popular videos on my channel. People really like watching my long movies, and I think they mainly use them to fall asleep too, but it's fine. They still watch them, and more importantly, they watch all the ads. No, but yeah, so I'm probably going to do that again on day 500, and I want to just get this area into a good spot before then. So the focus for today is just this starter area. I want to connect up the pathways completely. I want to design all the pathways, probably add in a bunch of custom trees. A bunch might be a bit subjective. That can mean like 3, or it can mean like 8. It depends on how I'm feeling. I think I might also deal with the YouTube member hall, the council hall over here. I'm thinking about actually working on the interior of that a little bit today and tweaking the exterior a little bit more based on the feedback I got in that episode. I'll probably connect a pathway all the way over there too, do a little bit of terraforming. It's going to be a bit of a busy episode. We're going to do a lot of stuff around this area, but I think it's going to be a good one nonetheless. And there's actually still some other things I want to do just aside from building around here. And honestly, the first thing after I name the YouTube members I'm going to do, I think, is I'm going to go mining. I need more diamonds. My tools are looking bad, and I think I only have 4 diamonds to my name. But let's do the most important part of the video. Let me go name all the new YouTube members and also rename a few of the current YouTube members. All right, so let me introduce everybody to the new YouTube members, the new Shramlams. We have Gerard Pons, Josh De Berardinis, Sally Beans, Barely Lucid, and Reese Denton. They will be joining the YouTube member barrel, which I actually need to get another one. I'm actually just going to tap into this barrel stack over here. I have filled up 2 barrels. That's insane. There is actually also 2 stacks of eggs in here. I feel like I can't move them. This is their spot. There are a couple other people that I do need to name. Still Zacky Poo Poo as well, of course. Best name probably in the Shramlams, I'm not going to lie. Wolfie wants to be a bucket of axolotl. I have to go get an axolotl, and then I can do that. And then Herple Monkey wants to be a pearlescent froglight. That's also going to take a little bit of time. So I'm going to put that one off to the side for now. I will get all of these done at some point. Whenever we actually go find sea pickles, I should be able to get a coral block. Though, I think I need Silk Touch, right? To preserve the color of the coral block. I'd imagine Zacky Poo Poo doesn't want to be a dead coral block. Maybe you do, Zach. I don't know. But I'm probably going to make you some colorful one. And then the pearlescent froglight, that just takes a minute. I have to go get frogs, raise them, take them to the nether, all that fun stuff. And then bucket of axolotl, I just have to find an axolotl. Maybe I can find a lush cave today. I don't know. But those are all the new YouTube members, and I also changed a couple. Oh, I forgot to mention this. I changed a couple YouTube members. We got Silent Sharpie. They said they wanted just to be a cyan block. I think this is the closest thing I have to cyan right now. Cut Copper is also one of my favorite blocks in the game, so I hope that's good enough. D-Star Gaming wanted to be a stone brick. So there you are. Also, I am reusing a couple blocks. I'm sorry. Like Josh here and Snarn are both the new tough brick. I'm sorry I am reusing blocks. It's just I have a lot of members now, man. It's getting difficult to find a unique block for each one. I do want to say this as well for any of the YouTube members or future YouTube members. I'm not going to name anyone the Dragon Egg. Somebody has asked that already in my comment section. I just don't want to name the Dragon Egg after someone because there's only one of those, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not sure if there's any other block in this game that you can only get one of. But just know if it is a limited block like that, I'm not going to be naming that after a YouTube member. But with all the YouTube member shenanigans out of the way, I think it's time for me to go mining. And I'm tired of eating baked potatoes. I've been doing this for a little while now. I am going to clear out my cows a little bit. Let's breed them up and then only leave the babies. This should give me a ton of food. I also got a friend last episode. One of the days I recorded was Halloween. So I trapped this zombie with a pumpkin on its head in a boat. And there is a skeleton also with a pumpkin on its head. Hold on. Let me fly over here real fast. It's under this stripped oak pillar. Oh, did he despawn? I don't think he despawned. I'm gonna turn on full bright for a second. Maybe just because I'm not close to him. But he is in a boat. I'm hoping nothing happened. I'm hoping he is still there. There is one more comment I wanted to bring up. I forgot to bring this up last time. But when I built this tree 2 episodes ago, somebody commented, it was Croc0178, and they said, "Hi, I'm a landscape architect. The tree you are seeing is probably a white pine. They typically have a straight trunk with upward growing branches. The needles are very acidic and provide a quality soil additive for rhododendron. So maybe adding some azalea shrubs near/underneath would look nice." And I like that idea, so I kind of want to do that. Makes the tree a little bit realistic, I guess. I really appreciate the comment. Thank you so much. So let me just grab a few of these azalea bushes. Where did I put those? I'm already forgetting. Right here. Okay, so I'll get a couple flowering azaleas and some regular azaleas and then maybe some moss carpet. And actually a little bit of moss. Why not? And then I will throw in a couple of these. I don't want to do too many. I don't want to go overkill with it. Maybe like 4 or so could be a good number. And you know what, actually, I'm going to put one in the ground. Yeah, and we put a couple in the ground. That looks nice. And then just a little bit of mossy carpet. Okay, I like that. I think that's a nice touch. Cool. Another pretty long intro, but I got a lot of things to do in the beginning of these episodes, all right? You guys comment a lot of things, and I like addressing the comments right away. I do think I am now ready, though, to go into the caves. But I have a shield, I have a water bucket, bunch of torches, and I have all my tools. And I wonder if this goes down anywhere. Looks kind of promising over there. Okay, yeah, this is where I want to be. That goes down pretty deep. I didn't bring my diamond armor. It's fine. Hopefully, I'm good with just the shield and the iron armor. Oh, this place is huge. I do want to answer some questions while I'm mining down here. First question here is by Trexel K. They ask the top 3 things on my Minecraft wishlist that you feel would make the game more enjoyable to play. I've said this before, but the thing I want the most is different colored leaves. Like, I want, like, red and orange leaves, or yellow or something. I think it'd be really nice to build a genuine, like, fall tree without having to use non-leaf blocks. And there's some diamonds over there. Let's get it. That's probably the thing I want the most in this game right now. Number 2 on that list, I think would probably have to be mossy variants of every stone. I've also mentioned this before, but I think mossy deep slate and like mossy granite, mossy diorite and stuff would be so good. I could just imagine all the possibilities with those blocks in vanilla Minecraft. More diamonds, awesome. We're getting closer to our full set of diamond armor and even more diamonds over there. And I think my final thing, it's a pretty basic answer, but it would probably be some sort of like end update or just like more things to explore in the end, I would say. The end is a little bit bare. I do like raiding end cities, but I just wish there was more blocks that you could only get in the end. Like, I think like a purple type of wood would be really cool or something like that. I think I'm comfortable with that being my top 3. I didn't give it too much thought, but those are 3 things that I really want in this game. I don't know if this question was specifically for the Q&A, but I'm going to answer it in this section of the video anyway. This is by Caleb Williams, starting quarterback from the Bears. No, but they ask, do I find it frustrating sometimes doing tasks like mining that are easier with better equipment that I'm choosing not to get? So they're kind of just commenting on the pace I'm setting for myself in this world. And I would say no. I think me back in the day, I might have been really inclined to use villagers by now, get the best tools possible, get fortune, get silk touch, all that stuff. But I don't know, man. I've just been, with this world specifically, I've just been super vibing with the slower pace. The pace I've been setting for myself in this world has actually made me really want to play it. I've never really been one for like rushing a world or like speed running or anything like that. I would normally even take my time in my hardcore worlds. Like if you go back and watch any of those, I wouldn't usually fight the Ender Dragon until day like 200, 300, something like that. So I was never like super efficient with my time in Minecraft, but I feel like dialing that back even more has just made me appreciate this game just a lot more. Just been kind of enjoying the grind so far. But thank you so much for the comment, Caleb Williams. Can you please throw the ball to DJ Moore soon? He's on my fantasy team and I'm struggling. The Snoop Next Door, 1933, asks me if I could have one wish and it can't be for more wishes, what would I wish for? $300 billion. Now, hold on, wait, I messed up my DPI. Are we good? Okay, we're good. No, I don't know what I would wish for, man. Like, for everyone to get along? World peace? Like, is that a basic answer? That seems like the right answer. I would say to, like, end, like, world hunger or whatever, but I don't know. I think world peace is a better answer. Yeah, it sucks people are hungry in the world, too. Like, absolutely. But, man, everyone's so mad anymore. Everyone's just so pissed at everyone else. Like, people are just trying to live their lives, and people are just mad. I'd probably just wish for, like, everyone to relax. Just a little bit. And I think everything would go so much more smoothly if they did. Now, realistically, I would wish for no more baby zombies in this game. They are the worst. They should not be here. More important than world peace. Getting rid of baby zombies. Or mosquitoes. That's 3 diamonds on my screen right now. 1, 2, 3. Cool. Yeah, but like, yeah, getting rid of mosquitoes would be kind of cool. Like, what do they do? There's so many diamonds here. But like, what do they do? What do they do like positively for the environment? You know, most of those diamonds were just one. Oh, never mind. This is why you always mine around your diamonds, boys and girls. All right, there are girls who watch my stuff. Spooky deep dark. Don't want to be here too much longer, but there's diamonds. All right, if I just sneak up, if I just whisper, we should be all right. Oh, maybe I'm not okay. I don't think anything tattled on me, though. We should be fine. Next question. We got Jacob Slizek, 2295. As a fellow left-handed individual, tell us more about your suffering in a world made for righties. It is tough out here, boys. And girls. I just addressed this. It is tough out here. All right? Being lefty, the worst. You want to write a lot of notes? Yeah, great. Now your entire hand is covered in graphite. You want to like sit down and write comfortably in a classroom? Yeah, tough luck. There's probably only righty desks. There's likely like 5 lefty desks. If you don't get them, you just have to be completely uncomfortable writing for the entire class period. Oh, what's that? Your teacher calls you up to the whiteboard to solve like a math problem or something? Yeah, great. Now the entire whiteboard is smudged and your hand is now red from the marker. It sucks, all right? I have no idea where I'm going, by the way. Keep looking for more cave. I don't know where I came from. And don't even get me started on cutting using scissors. Man, you righties, take that for granted. Using scissors, being able to cut things effortlessly. So jealous for you all. Of course I am exaggerating, but real talk, not being able to use a lefty desk sometimes really did suck. That was like actually so uncomfortable. In a lot of my college classes, there weren't any lefty desks, or I just had to get there like super early to ensure that I got one. That's my one like genuine complaint about being left-handed. There just was not enough desks. And I understand it to an extent, right? Like you don't want to have an even number of desks because there's probably not an even number of lefties and righties in the class, but I could still complain, okay? Though one thing that being lefty actually did help me out with was I played a lot of baseball growing up, played baseball for like 14, 15 years, and my main position was pitching, and everyone struggled to hit my pitches just because I was lefty, I think. It just looks so different considering everyone else that you're facing is probably righty. So I guess that's a small advantage that I got. But yeah, man, fellow left-handed people, rise up in the comments. Okay, so this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to ask one of you guys, I don't care who it is, just someone to comment saying like lefties rise up or something. And then we'll all respond in that thread. And that'll be a safe space for lefties. And in order to comment, you have to send a video of you trying to cut a piece of paper. And if you can do it, you're not allowed to comment. No, but for real, somebody please comment lefties rise up. I will respond to it and we'll have an army. I think I'm going to answer 2 more questions. So second to last one, Sweats Lord. That's how I'm pronouncing that. Don't know if that's correct, but we're going to go with it. I have 2 questions for you. What kind of music do you like? Any if you're in college/graduated, what did you go for? I've actually been asked a lot lately in my streams what my taste in music is all about, and I'll respond with the same kind of response I gave in those streams. So I've been into like some heavier stuff lately. I like Motionless in White. They're one of my favorite bands at the moment. I like them. I like Ice Nine Kills as well. They're pretty good. But I also like some like pop punk kind of music. Like I think the Home Team is probably my favorite overall band right now. If you haven't listened to them, I would highly recommend the Home Team if you like a pop punk kind of vibe. I really like all their songs. Their most recent album is incredible. So very much recommend them. My favorite band of all time, I would say, is the Dirty Heads. They have like a couple different genres of music in one. That's a creeper. I tried to put my shield up and oh my, that's so annoying. I've reviewed the footage and does it not look like my shield is up in this frame? This is like the frame right before I die. This is such an annoying death. I had torches in my offhand and I think that kind of prevented me from pulling up my shield fast enough. It looks like I just jumped right into that creeper, but I promise that wasn't the plan. Man, that's an annoying one. Oh, that's a frustrating one. I need to find my stuff. I had a lot of diamonds. I'm going to spawn at spawn. Yep. Where do I even go from here? I think I was off in this direction. But like I was saying, I'll continue answering the question. My favorite overall band is probably the Dirty Heads. They have some like nice chill like reggae kind of stuff. They rap a little bit. They kind of have a pop punk vibe in some of their songs. I just like them overall. I've seen them most in concert. They're my girlfriend and my favorite band. And before I answer the second part of the question, I think I'm just going to run back home, grab some tools and armor and stuff, and then just try to retrace my steps. I don't think I'm going to find my stuff. I guess while I'm just running back home now, I will answer the second part of the question, what I went to school for. I graduated from Penn State University with a degree in mathematics. Big numbers guy over here. I like me some math. Let me anger this iron golem again. You smell really bad. The last question I'm going to answer is by Chitin VTuber. They ask a couple different questions about my cats. How old is Cat? Both cats are 3. They are the same age. They are sisters. They love cuddles. That's the second part of their question. Do cats like cuddles? Yes, they absolutely do. The long-haired cat I have definitely sheds a decent bit, but it isn't really an issue when it comes to her laying on my computer. She does that all the time, but I don't really notice any hair up there. We have a bunch of little like brushes and stuff that we usually brush her with to get a lot of her fur out, but she does shed a lot. The short-haired cat, not nearly as much. But those are all the questions I'm going to answer in this video. Thank you so much for your questions in the comments. Now, please let me be able to get my stuff back. I'm going to die in this snow. Okay, I'm good. But please let me be able to get my stuff back. Yes, okay, this is definitely where I went in. I can't make that water bucket. Let me put this water down. It's down here somewhere. I'm pretty sure it was right here. I'm fairly certain this is where I died. Yep, that's definitely it. I just looked back at the video. This sucks so much that I just lost all my stuff. I had like 40 diamonds on me and my really good axe. I am going to head back home now though, and I think I'm going to do some mining off camera. I don't want to have like 2 mining sessions in this video. I just feel like that'll be too much time spent mining. I'm mainly just upset that I lost my axe with good enchantments on it. Maybe I can get back up to level 30 at some point today again, and we can re-enchant an axe. Now, unfortunately, that mining trip that I just took was not nearly as successful, but I do now have 20 diamonds, and I should probably use these to get some new tools, though I do want to finish off my armor. If I finish off my armor, that leaves me 8 diamonds, which could be enough to make everything else that I need. I think I'm just going to go that route, because once I make all the armor, I'm not going to need it again, probably. Like, it's pretty rare. I feel like that diamond armor actually breaks. So now I'm completely covered in diamond armor, which feels very good. I already do have a pickaxe and a hoe, so I actually don't have to make those at the moment. And a sword isn't even all that important. So I'm just going to make an axe. And I do already have a shovel, though I should probably make another one. I'll wait on the shovel for right now. I just made an axe. I have 5 more diamonds left. And hopefully we can enchant some of this stuff soon. That way it doesn't break. I am just going to keep making iron swords, though. I feel like I don't need a diamond sword right now. At least until I get that, like, fully enchanted and whatnot. So at least we got some diamond stuff back. It still really sucks that I died. I'm still really upset with that. At this point in the video, though, I want to start doing some work around this area. And the first thing I'm going to do is texture up all of the retaining walls that I have built. So, last time I textured up this little section. I'm actually unsure if I even pointed that out in the video. But when I was putting the final touches on this building, I textured up like the front part here of the retaining wall and a little bit by this like little staircase that I built. But up here, the second level is completely untextured, and then like half of this bottom wall is untextured, along with this entire retaining wall back here. So I'm going to run through and texture up every single retaining wall that is only cobblestone right now. I'm probably going to do a combination of the texturing techniques that I've used so far. So in a lot of the places, I'm going to have moss, some mossy cobblestone, some regular cobblestone, and some regular stone. Almost said smooth stone, but I caught myself. And also in some other cases, I'm going to have this deep slate and basalt and tough gradient. I really like how this turned out. So I'm just going to run around for a while and get that all done. And I'll be right back with something else to do. Alright, so I have now gone through and detailed these retaining walls a little bit more. We have some mossy patches, we have some darker patches with the basalt, the deep slate, and the tough, and it's also done for these walls back here. And I also put another staircase to get up to this level, though I do have to still put the spruce slabs everywhere that they need to go. But the walls are looking a lot better, in my opinion. Definitely way better than just having cobblestone here. Next up then, I think I would like to work on the pathways, because as of right now, they are very basic, and it's not even completely connected where I want it to be. I did completely detail this pathway on the build last episode. I don't think I'm going to change this at all. And my cat is currently using the litter box. I'm sorry if you can hear her scratching. She doesn't understand how to scratch the litter, I don't think. She mainly just scratches the side of the litter box. Don't know what that's all about. But anyway, this pathway I think is completely done. I really like how this looks. And I'm probably going to use a little bit of this pathway in other spots. Around the farms, I feel like I'll use this exact design with the coarse dirt and the rooted dirt. But then like over here by the mine entrance, I'm probably going to have like some stones and some coarse dirt broken in. And then I don't know what to do, like, here. Maybe just coarse dirt. Coarse dirt looks really good bordering regular path block, in my opinion. I can always throw some, like, moss and bone meal on the outsides as well. I'll do something. We'll get a little bit funky with this pathway design. And again, up here, I don't really know what to do. I'll probably just do some coarse dirt. I do want to connect up the pathway, like, everywhere. So, for example, This kind of comes down like this and ends right there. I want to extend this around here and probably around here too. I think going all the way around the wheat field would look pretty nice. I will eventually have more buildings up here. So this pathway will continue up and actually go places. For now, though, I think I'm just going to stop it. Or maybe I'll extend it to the tree. Actually, I don't even think I'm going to do that. I think I'm just going to stop it right here. I just want to make sure all my builds, like all my buildings are connected. And as long as I can get that done, I think I'll be good. Because I don't know what the pathway is going to look like up here. I don't know how the other buildings are going to go that I'm going to build in future episodes. So I don't want to make a whole pathway and then have to tear it down. So that's the plan for right now. Let me go grab some more blocks. And then I can try to come up with some kind of pathway design for each of our little sections of our civilization over here. Of course, though, let me take a nap first. Your boy sleeps a lot. I just always sleep the night away. I don't know. I'm not too concerned right now about like adding new buildings along the pathway. I think I'm mainly just looking to beef up the current pathway that we have and just connect it to everything that we've already built. I will definitely have some more buildings like attached to this pathway somewhere. So there's going to need to be some alteration in the future, but this will definitely act as a very good start. Our first step with these pathways is just connecting everything up. So now I think all of my builds should be actually connected. Just with regular path block at least. Oh, except for the council hall, that is. I will get that connected here in a minute. I have fought so many waves of you guys. Leave me alone. You guys have never gotten the best of me. Oh, also I had to retire my red bed that I had before. I think I lost it when I got killed earlier. So now we have an orange bed. Gonna try to keep this bed for a long time. But yeah, the grass is now all put in and the coarse dirt and rooted dirt is put in. So I think this is probably going to be the final pathway design for this area. Doesn't look too much different, but I think it definitely helps. It at least ties this area in with the building we built last episode, the apiary. So that's good. Maybe I can put more flowers around here too, but I kind of wanted to mainly concentrate the flowers up here where the bees are. All right, so now that I have that done, let me go and get like a generic pathway design for like my middle section here, just by the pond. I think I'm going to do a very similar thing. I'm not very good at designing paths, I'm not going to lie. Mine always turn out to be very basic. I'm probably just going to do a really similar thing, but just with like only coarse dirt instead. I could break in some mud. I do have some of that on me. I think coarse dirt and mud look nice together. And once again, I'm going to sprinkle in a little bit more grass. I really like decorating with just short grass. Like normally I would like bone meal this whole thing. I think I've had this conversation before. Typically I would just bone meal this whole area. But I think manually placing the grass has been a lot more effective for me. I think bone mealing is just the lazy approach that I used to take because I didn't know what I wanted to do. I've been a much bigger fan lately of just putting little blotches of grass all over the place. I'm going for like an overgrown effect, but not too overgrown, you know? I want this to be a pretty overgrown section. I'm going to use actually some moss for this, I think. And I do have some bone meal. Yeah, so let's just bone meal this moss all over the place. I actually really like this little section. Incredibly simple. There's also still a torch back here, but just pretend you didn't see that. Incredibly simple, but it works. I think bone mealing moss works pretty well. I've been a bigger fan of doing that over grass lately, but sometimes it does get a little out of hand with all these like azaleas, but I think this is actually a decent number of them. It's not too many and not too few. I'm comfortable with it. And this is like the main pathway design I was going to go with. It's incredibly similar to the farmland. The only thing different is that I used some packed mud instead of rooted dirt, but even still it looks like the same. I don't mind that at all. I think it works. It ties the area together quite nicely, and if you just look a little bit, you can see that it is different. Now over here, I do want to incorporate some stones. And I've done this before, but stones and mud together look really nice in my opinion. So the way I'm going to do this, let's just get a little bit of mud next to this coarse dirt. And then a little bit of stone kind of extending off of that. Just to kind of complete the mine entrance feel, you know? I'll texture up this stone as well with a little bit of cobblestone. And I also have some andesite, which I don't know if I'll work in. This might be too crowded of an area. Yeah, something kind of like this. And then we can work in a couple buttons. 5 stone buttons should probably be plenty. I'll throw these on a couple of the blocks on the outskirts just to kind of look like little pebbles. And there you go. Incredibly simple. But I think that looks better than, what it was before. Now, I think the only path area I have to design is just over here, next to the super smelter. And I'm thinking we just go with the base path design. I think it looks really good. Maybe a little bit more coarse dirt in this area, because there's a coarse dirt floor on the inside here. So I'll try to sprinkle a good bit more of that in on the outskirts, and maybe just in the middle of the path here, just to blend it together. And that's looking good. Like I said earlier, I'm really not too big into like really over detailing paths. I think keeping them simple is the best way to do things. I actually think the regular path block looks really good. And I like using that as the main block and just kind of adding little things to highlight it a little bit better. That's my favorite way to go about pathing. There's a ton of ways to do it. A ton of better creators to look at for pathways, for sure. It's definitely an upgrade over what the pathways looked like before. Oh, I still have to do up here too. Forgot about this one. But it's definitely an upgrade so far. I really like the rooted dirt and coarse dirt pathway that I did by the farmland, so I'm going to continue that one over here. Let me just make sure I don't accidentally spleef Phantom or Mangrove Swamp here. Of course, those are the dogs, if you missed that episode. Rooted dirt is such a good block. I gotta use it more, especially around these trees. I feel like that makes a ton of sense. I also have to figure out what to do with, like, this wall here. I have no idea what to do with this section. Could get another retaining wall in here, but I don't know. I'll figure something out at some point. That might not be today, I gotta be honest. You guys are back again? I literally just killed you like a day and a half ago in-game. What are you doing? Get off of the house. I don't know if I'm gonna work on the pathway right now. I'm kind of all pathwayed out after doing that. I do think I just want to work on the council hall in general though next, because I need to do the inside. I've been kind of dreading it. I've been putting it off, but it needs to be done. That's a problem for me tomorrow though in real life, because I'm tired at the moment, man. I started my new job this current week that I'm recording, and I'm sleepy. I've been having to actually go to work again. If you guys did not know, I had the entire month of October off. I was in the process of switching jobs and it just worked out where I got an entire month off. I was fine with that. I could commit to YouTube for one whole month. That's why the episodes were like weekly in October. They're probably going to go back to like bi-weekly, and that doesn't mean twice a week, once every other week. I'll probably go back to that kind of schedule, maybe a little bit longer than that, especially since I'm trying to get accustomed to this new job. Anyway, all I'm trying to say is I'm pushing my problems off to me tomorrow, and I'm sure I'm just gonna love that. I'm gonna be so happy that I didn't work on that council hall today. Just Shram tomorrow. Tell me how you're feeling. Wouldn't it be really funny if I just didn't remember how I ended the audio for this section and I just started talking like I didn't actually segue into anything? Like if I just started talking at some point, and I'm trying to make a joke again where I cut myself off in the middle of the sentence, but I feel like that's been a little bit overdone. I mean, I did it before in these videos and people kind of tended to like it. I don't think I'll do it again. I'm now level 33, and the reason for that is I spent a good bit of time in the Nether gathering quartz. I think I want to use this for the interior of the council hall, and I also wanted to gain some levels, so I figured I would do both at the same time. I did, unfortunately, die again, though, at level 26. That really sucked. I got smacked up by a baby zombie piglin. I accidentally hit a zombie piglin when I was trying to hit a regular piglin because I didn't bring gold armor into the Nether, and then they all charged me. I got into a little hole, and then a baby got in, and I died. Unfortunate, but I did get all my stuff back, and I was able to get up to level 33, so it wasn't all that bad, honestly. I also did find a piece of ancient debris, which is incredibly random. That was early on in my trip into the Nether. That was before I died, actually. I was mining up a vein of quartz, and there's a piece of ancient debris behind. But with these 33 levels, I would like to enchant two things. I'm trying to figure out what I want to enchant. I think it kind of depends on what's guaranteed. I do want to bring another diamond pickaxe. I think I have enough diamonds to make one more. I do. It only leaves me 2 more diamonds left, which is kind of not great. I should probably also make a shovel. Yeah, I'll make a shovel, leaving me 1 diamond. And that's not what I want. That would have been bad. Diamond pickaxe. Yes, okay. I want one of these, and I also want a shovel. But we have a full set of unenchanted diamond armor, so I'm going to check all these pieces. I also want to check a pickaxe, and then kind of go from there. All right, so let's see what we're guaranteed. Unbreaking 3 on the pickaxe. If I can get like prot 4 on any of these pieces of armor, I'll probably take it. Nothing has prot 4. I suppose let's check a book. Bane of Arthropods, definitely not. I might just send a pickaxe and just hope for the best. Fortune 2. Okay, Fortune 2 is not that bad. And then Efficiency 4 on the next one. Or Bane of Arthropods again? I'm torn between the axe and the shovel for Efficiency 4. I don't think I'm going to take any of the armor enchants, because none of these are guaranteed prot 4. So let's just go with the axe. That's fine. Efficiency 4, Unbreaking 3. I got that enchant once again. Unbreaking 3 is next on the shovel. Prot 3. Can I get a prot 4 in here somewhere? It's just like all prot 3. And Bane of Arthropods again. I guess, does the book just not change? Or am I getting really unlucky with that? I do want to see if I can get back up to level 30 by breaking my furnaces once again. I feel like it might be close. I've smelted a decent amount of stuff since I last did this. And let me take another sleep quick. Nah, unfortunately, that was not enough. I want to keep the enchants going, so I'm just going to fish for a little bit. I don't want to get too distracted. I really want to start working on the council hall here soon. But I do want to make some progress on my enchants today. So let's just do a little bit of fishing until I can get up to level 30. I'll go enchant something, and then honestly, I might do it again to get back up to level 30. I'm still so annoyed about dying earlier and losing all my stuff. I want to get a good shovel back again. And then I did want to enchant just one piece of armor just to get something. I need to prevent myself from dying because just base diamond armor clearly isn't enough. Let's go. I just got another name tag. Do we have everything named? No, I don't have the dogs named yet. All right, sweet. So we can name one of the dogs. And I'm just about at level 30. I will enchant something first, then we'll use the name tag, and then probably get back up to level 30 just one more time. So here we go, shovel. Silk Touch is actually really good. I would have liked that on a pickaxe, but I will definitely take it on a shovel. That's a great shovel. Hopefully I don't die again. Give me prot 4. I mean, I'll take prot 3 at this point. And let me check a shovel. It's efficiency 4. Okay. The reason I checked the shovel there is I'm pretty sure that would be the same enchant on a pickaxe if I were to try to get one again. So if I saw Silk Touch or if I saw Fortune 3, I would probably take that first. I guess I'll check a book. Is it going to be Bane of Arthropods again? No, it's actually looting too. Let me use this name tag really quick. Let's do Phantom for one of the dogs. So now we have Phantom. This one will be Mangrove and then middle name Swamp. Of course, maybe I'll put Swamp in parentheses or something. I don't know. But let me continue fishing. Maybe we can fish up one more name tag. That would be kind of sick. Let's use this lily pad. Wait, that's another name tag. Sick. Let's go. We got one more. So we got Mangrove Swamp named then here. I'll do that after I get to level 30 once again. But I'm pretty sure that's everyone. I mean, okay, hold on. Not completely. Because I'm just going to do this. It's a lot faster. We have to name this guy. We have to name my jack-o'-lantern Spooky Boy. And I guess the skeleton that's over by the council hall. So I'll need 2 new name suggestions in the comments. I didn't actually ask for this last time when I trapped these guys. But for next episode, name the 2 spooky guys. It's another really good bow. Power 4, punch 2. I keep fishing up just like insane bows. I think I've done this like 3 times now. Got another mending fishing rod. That's cool. I don't really need it, but that's nice. But let me go enchant one more thing. Then we can name Mangrove. And then I can finally start working on the hull. What's the best plan of action here? Protection 3 on the chest piece wouldn't be that bad, because that'll at least guarantee some level of protection. I think I want that over Unbreaking right now. I'll do that. Protection 3, Thorns 2. Not great. I do get prot 4 in the leggings next, which is really nice. That's not amazing for a chest piece, but it is some level of protection, so I don't mind. Let me also check the shovel here. Unbreaking 3. Okay. If that's ever guaranteed Fortune or Silk Touch, I'll probably take that as well. Not on the shovel, of course. On a pickaxe. Piercing 4. Don't care about that. Let me name this Mangrove. I will put Swamp in parentheses. So that is the name of the second pup. Come here, Mangrove. So we got Mangrove, Swamp, and Phantom. Looking great. All right, I think I've been distracted enough. Let me finally start working on this council hall. The first thing I want to do is I want to take some dirt and just dictate exactly where this pathway is going to go. Like, I terraformed over here last episode, but kind of where I'm walking now still looks a little bit weird. I'm probably gonna have to do some terraforming, and the best way for me to start this is just to make sure I know exactly how the pathway is going to like slope down and turn and come back up and all that stuff. So let me run back into my storage room, grab some dirt, and then I'll get a nice pathway down. This is also why I wanted to enchant a shovel for sure, because I'm gonna need more dirt than this to terraform here. But let's get placing. Alright, so I've been placing a lot of dirt, I've been mining up a lot of dirt, and now the area looks like this. I think this landscaping looks way better than it did before. We now have a huge pathway connecting all the way up to the council hall. I also changed like the orientation of the pathway here. Before it was just like a straight shot, but I decided to make it wind a little bit. I think it looks just a tad bit more interesting. I will be working on the exterior of this at some point today. I do think I want to tackle the interior right now, though. Honestly, just because it's Sunday at the moment, and I kind of want to watch some Red Zone, so I feel like just grinding out, like digging back here and watching Red Zone sounds like a good plan to me. But let me just quickly go over everything. So, this little area, I think I want to put another pond here. It's going to be very similar to the pond that we have over here. And I feel like having a big, like, weeping willow tree next to it could be sick. Like leading into the pond. I think that would be awesome. So that's what this area is for. We got it mostly dug out. I do have to still detail this whole thing. If I have time for that today, I will try to get that done. But I just wanted to point out that this hole is here for a reason. And now, yeah, we have so much more room. I can put so many more buildings alongside this path and really populate this whole valley. I think it's going to be sick. I think I'll eventually also fill this gap in because it looks kind of ugly at the moment. I think I want to just complete the mountain. And our skeleton boy is still here, by the way. He's down here. He is vibing. I don't know if you can see him. I actually uninstalled my Fulbright mod, so I can't even turn it on, but he is right here. He's chilling. So that's what the area looks like. Now, I think it looks a lot better than it did before. I will work on the exterior of this, like I just said. We're going to get this area looking all pretty. But for now, I'm going to cut it to another time lapse and just give myself a lot of space for the YouTube members on the inside here. I didn't actually clear out too much on the inside here, but it is now, you know, a nice big room. I do think I'm going to continue going this way, but the hallway is going to get a lot smaller. I'm kind of going to treat this area as like the lobby, if you want to think of it that way. I don't think I'm actually going to have any YouTube members in this spot here, but I do think this is just a nice grand entrance to this whole place. And then as for the actual hall for the YouTube members, I think it'll be about this big, and I'll push this just straight back. Honestly, like forever, just depending on how many YouTube members I get. But I would like to work on this initial room here just for a second, just so I can get like the color palette down for the walls on the inside here. I have a lot of this quartz that I'm going to use. I kind of just have to figure out exactly what kind of quartz I want. That one looks pretty cool. I'll probably use a combination of a few. That one's also kind of interesting. I think I'll mainly use this like quartz brick looking block. What is this one actually just called? Oh, it's called quartz bricks. Okay, good to know. The chiseled quartz, I don't know how much I'm going to use that, honestly. And also I have some diorite in here. Probably just get some regular diorite, maybe some polished stuff. I'm not really too familiar working with quartz, but I think I'll start off with like a layer on the bottom of this chiseled stuff. Probably going around the entire building. I'm thinking of using these quartz pillar blocks in the corners here. I think that could be kind of cool. And then I actually think I'm going to throw in the roof now, just so I can kind of get that all figured out. I think the main roof block is going to be tough. Might mix in some like mossy cobblestone and some regular cobblestone as well. I think I'm also going to put a deep slate trim around the ceiling on the inside. I feel like that'll look pretty cool. So just on this section here, and then probably on the far section back there as well. So that's what the ceiling is going to look like here on the inside. I think it looks pretty cool. Should mesh well with the wall color. And I like the deep slate trim on the outside. I just have to do that now on the other side here. But before I do that, just, you know, since I got the design of the ceiling down, let me continue working on these walls. because I honestly have no idea what I want this to look like. And I'm kind of running out of quartz blocks, not gonna lie. I think just a mesh of these 2 blocks is gonna look fine here on the inside. I don't know how complicated I want to make this. Let me just work on this one wall, and then I can kind of replicate this to every side. I actually feel like I have a pretty cool idea. So my thought is that since the ceiling here is out of like rocks, like stones and stuff, what if I break the diorite in this way? Just near the top, I start throwing some of this in, and then that'll eventually fade into quartz. Now, let me just take a quick step back, see what this looks like. And yeah, I think I like that. It's better than it just being all quartz, I think. I'm gonna roll with that. I think that works. Makes the top of the walls look a little bit cracked, and that's kind of exactly what I'm going for. All right, cool. I like that. Let me do this all the way around, and I'll also fill in the ceiling. I just want to check in here really quick. I had to gather some more quartz for that interior, and while I was doing so, I got to level 33. So I'm going to go ahead and enchant 2 more things. I kind of wanted to take you guys along for the ride. Probably do 2 pieces of armor, unless I see some enchant on a tool that I really like. But we do have Prot 4, I believe, on the leggings. Yeah, so let's just roll that quick. Prot 4 and Unbreaking 3. Not bad at all. Prot 4 on the boots, Unbreaking 3 on the helmet, and Silk Touch on the shovel. Could get a Silk Touch pickaxe, but I don't think I'm going to worry about that at the moment. I'll take Prot 4 in the boots. Actually, let me check a book. Power 3. Okay, so I'll do Prot 4 in the boots. Prot 4 Unbreaking 3. Certainly not bad as well. Just need, you know, Feather Falling, Depth Strider, all that fun stuff. And let's quickly check out the next enchant. Efficiency 3. That's bad. And then Prot 3 on the helmet. Anyway, just wanted to check in there to do a couple enchants. Now, let me finish off the walls and the ceiling of the council hall. I should hopefully have enough quartz now. So as of right now, I have the walls in like this main area. The ceiling's completely in. And also I dug out this little back hall. And I think this is actually going to be where all of the YouTube members go. I can just kind of extend this forever, depending on how many YouTube members, you know, I continue to get. I don't really know how much decoration I'm going to put on the inside here. It might just kind of remain open for a while. Don't really have too many great ideas at the moment. I do want to get some like colorful block though to put where this stone is right now. I don't want to leave it stone. I don't want to make it quartz or diorite or something. I kind of want like stripped warped wood, but I don't have access to a warped forest right now. And I don't really feel like going to look for one because that could take a really long time with the large biomes that we have working. So I'm just going to head to the storage room and see what kind of like colorful blocks I have there. I could just use like red or something. Orange wouldn't be too bad. I don't know. I'll figure something out. And then I also need to figure out a floor design. I sort of want to go with like that really foggy glass effect, but I don't really have that much glass. That takes a lot to kind of get that effect to go through. And I have none in there. I want to say I have like 3 stacks in the super smelter area, and that's definitely not enough. So maybe that's something I, you know, put in at some point down the line. For now, I'll probably just fill it in with like stones or something. Maybe deep slate. I think that would look kind of nice. But first things first, let me figure out what I want to use for the wall color. I just want some kind of pop of color in here. Red concrete powder could be decent. Can mix that in with some red terracotta. I don't actually have all that much, but I can make some more. And then also I can make some of this concrete powder into actual concrete. Yeah, so I'll use red terracotta. Use some red concrete powder. Maybe netherrack. I don't really think I actually want to use any netherrack the more I think about it. And then I'll also need a lot of item frames. I've actually gotten a lot of comments asking how to become a YouTube member. And there's a link in the description of every video on this channel. Actually, I don't know if it's every video, but every video in this series. In the description, there's a link. You can click on it, and you can become a Shram-Lam that way. It's actually fairly simple if you would like to become one and be named after a block in this world. Like all of these beautiful people who I'm going to move right now. I usually name YouTube members at the beginning of episodes if you haven't caught on to that yet. So if anyone joins while I'm recording an episode, I'll name them after the block in the following episode then. Yeah, I think something like that looks pretty cool. It adds in that pop of color that I was kind of shooting for, so I'll take it. So let me replace this floor with deep slate. Actually, do I have any deep slate? Probably not enough. Actually, this might be enough if I make them all slabs. I suppose we're going to find out. I think this is pretty much all of the interior work I'm going to do for this building today. I will still move the YouTube members over, of course. This build is still giving me a lot of trouble, man. I worked on that interior for a long time. Even though there's not much done in there, it took me a while to even get it to that point. That's kind of another reason why I don't want to add anything else. I've been taking my time on this video, for sure. And it doesn't even really feel like I've made that much progress, you know? I don't have any new buildings or anything. I kind of just like upgraded what I already had, which is of course the plan, but it's tough. I don't know. I started my new job recently. If you guys haven't been, you know, watching the series, or maybe if you just forgot, in an episode a little while ago, I mentioned that I was getting a new job at the beginning of November, and I have started that. So that's why this upload has taken longer than normal, about twice as long. Hopefully it's not 3 times as long. Hopefully I can get it out before, you know, week 3 hits. What did I come here for? The YouTube members, of course. But yeah, I started my new job. I'm still trying to get used to, like, you know, the company and everything like that, and just getting used to my hours and how much free time I really have. It's a hybrid job. Like, some of it's in office, some of it's remote, which is pretty nice. But the days that are in office, it's a bit more of a commute than my previous job. So it's a weird balance I'm trying to find. I'll get down some kind of like recording schedule. I might have to tone down the size of my builds a little bit. I've been going a little bit bigger than I kind of intended initially. So I have to find a balance between like how much free time I actually have. And I also need to find the balance of like the size of builds I'm going to go for. And, you know, how frequently I can get these videos out. That's one of the hardest things about making content like consistently, especially in this kind of space and this kind of niche. It's difficult to... Wait, did that get rid of the name because I placed that block down? It did. Oh no, who was that? Luckily, that's actually a very easy name. I just went back in the in the recording to check. It's just KB, so let me go rename this one. I kind of completely lost my train of thought. But bottom line is, I'm sorry for the delay in uploads. That's a zombie villager. Maybe if you weren't burning, I would save you. But yeah, bottom line, as I'm on fire, I'm sorry for the delay in uploads. I'll probably have a community post about this well before this video comes out. But I'm hoping to get back on the right track. And, you know, trying to pump these videos out as often as I can. This has been a bit of a weird episode, I'm not gonna lie. It has been a very weird episode indeed, previous Shram. It is now Editor Shram. What's good? I hope you guys are having a great day. This video is encroaching on an hour, so for the sake of time, I'm gonna go through the remaining few things that I built in this episode. I worked on the exterior of the council hall. Struggled with it for a little bit, but then eventually settled on this design, which I think is fine. It's not like amazing or horrible in my opinion. I think it's an upgrade. I tried a couple other things out. I tried to make the door like creaking open, but I couldn't get a design I was happy with. So just kind of defaulted to this. After this, I wanted to go through and add some more foliage to, you know, my whole area. I kind of just got lazy and just sprinkled in some bone meal. I did hand place some you know, some little fields, some little flower fields, and some patches of small grass, but for the most part, I just went through with some bone meal. And of course, last but not least, I built a custom tree. That's what I do every episode, of course, still going strong. I decided to go with another oak tree next to the one we built last time. I do want to have like a tree-focused episode where I make a whole bunch of trees, and I think in that one, I'm going to build some trees that aren't normally in Minecraft. But just for today, got a nice oak tree. Think it looks pretty cool. Decided to time-lapse this one as well. And yeah, let me pass it off to previous Shram again to outro this video. Alrighty, the tree for episode 8 is completed. And I think this one's pretty good as well. It fits in really nicely with this area. Incredibly similar vibe to the one we built last time. Slightly different shape, right? But that's kind of the idea here. I kind of went a bit weirder with this shape, and I really like it. Also, I was able to cram a spore blossom up there. So we got, you know, these nice particle effects up here. I think it's actually turned out to be a really cool area. I'm thinking of putting a bunch of these oak trees in this area over here. I'll probably eventually like flatten off this section. I'll probably cover up this giant cave as well, just to like round off this mountain better. But yeah, I think a good big like oak tree forest kind of thing. Not a forest, but like small collection of trees up here would be really, really cool. There is like a little divot in the ground. Maybe I can put another body of water up here. I don't know. But I really like these two trees. I think they're nice. I think they fit together very well. They're actually even holding hands a little bit. So adorable. But that is going to do it for this episode. I know I've said it a bunch of times already, but this was a strange one. It just feels very disorganized. And I think it's a mixture of like what I wanted to do in this episode. There was not really a great plan. It's a mixture of that and the fact that I just started a new job. So it feels like I'm recording very, very sporadically, just trying to get used to my new schedule. But I'll eventually get this schedule down and I'll be able to record more regularly. So hopefully the videos won't take this long to get out. But the next episode in this series, it's not really an episode, but the next video in this series will probably be a big movie where I'm going to compile everything that's already happened into one long, like 8+ hour video. It's going to be a big boy for sure. But then after that, we'll be back to build some cool stuff and expand my little starter area over here. Thank you so much for watching. I really hope you guys enjoyed the chaos that was this episode, and I will talk to you soon. Bye.